The story takes place on a planet similar to Earth, which is called by the indigenous people the Sea Blue Planet. 100 years ago, a meteor fell from the sky, causing a catastrophe that swept the world. Mutated creatures came into life and started havoc. And some humans also awakened their abilities, which could make them contend against the mutated creatures. In the last stages, the original order of human society was completely changed, and the shopping, karaoke, and movie watching that people are accustomed to no longer exist. They were replaced by the weak and strong system where the winner will be the king. Gao Miao, our main character and a traverser from peaceful 21st century Earth, was leaning against a large rock, gravely injured with blood all over his chest. After traversing, receiving the memory of the original owner of the body's memory, and realizing that he was at its life's end with the bodies of his teammates beside him, his heart broke down. The original owner of the body is an ability user. His ability is growing each day, which strengthens the body according to his age. He was adopted by an old mercenary as a child and grew up to join a small mercenary group comprised of older members. Being the strongest member of the group, he survived despite all of his teammates dying. He believes that it's unfortunate they encountered top predators in the doomsday world. Suddenly, Gao Miao noticed a viscous substance on his head and right arm. When he looked up, he saw a giant mutant beast, a mutant Tyrannosaurus with a strength of 3rd energy level. Its mouth was open and saliva was leaking from it. Gao Miao was sure that the situation was also a dead end for him. After a moment, however, he stands over the mutant Tyrannosaurus's head, its body destroyed with mushed meat and organs flowing onto the ground. He is unsure how the body's ability works but speculates his age on Earth was factored into it, making him stronger, and it also explained how he solved the crisis with just one punch in a half-dead body. Later, Gao Miao buried the corpses of his teammates in accordance with the customs of the world. Later, he went back to the town. He noticed a very strange thing. He confirmed that his current body looks exactly the same as he did before traversing. Even the name is exactly the same. Despite being called Gao Miao by those who knew the original owner of the body instead of Owen, he couldn't find an answer when asked if he liked the outfit by a Joker-faced designer, resigning to his fate and continuing to live in the doomsday world. 2 years later, in Dawn City, Gao Miao sits on the edge of a broken building while reflecting on his current situation. He thinks that although it's good that his body will automatically become stronger every time he ages, he believes that it is bad news if other desires also become stronger. Amidst his thoughts, he hears a woman's voice as she threatens someone named Long Xiao to burn her despite being a member of the Ranger Mercenary Corps and warned of consequences from their leader. At first, Gao Miao just vaguely heard a woman's panting and thought that it was Dawn City's adult film industry that had come back. He just wanted to observe the shooting scene, but he didn't expect to see the real deal. At this moment, a girl with pink long hair was struggling to break free from green tentacles that slithered all over her body. Long Xiao disregarded the girl's warning and complimented her body and instructed to stir her lust. So Lao Ma, who had the ability to turn his arms into green extendable tentacles, obeyed Long Xiao's command, referring to him as his young master. The girl can do nothing against his ability but scream no. While teasing the girl, Lao Ma's mouth salivated as he asked her if it felt good. The girl blushed while begging Lao Ma to let her go. When the girl was about to fall from the stimulation, Gao Miao interrupted and urged them to let go of the girl while simultaneously throwing a long-range attack. The attack cut off Long Xiao's and then Lao Ma's hands, before breaking the wall that blocked the remaining force of the attack. At this moment, the green tentacles slowly vanished. Right now, both Long Xiao and Lao Ma are dead since Gao Miao used a little bit too much force. But he didn't feel the slightest sympathy and expressed that to deal with that kind of pervert, their death meant nothing. Gao Miao called the beauty and informed her that it is now safe. He then offered the girl help since she looked weak. The girl and Gao Miao held hands and she whispered thanks to Gao Miao's ears. He pushed the girl back to keep some distance while still holding her hand and told her that her body, although strengthened by her ability, is still limited and weak. The girl refuted Gao Miao's words, claiming that she didn't understand what he meant and that as a mercenary, she was at least a first-level ability user. Gao Miao threw an iron ball at the girl. However, the girl was confused as to what the iron ball is for. Gao Miao explained that if she is able to crush the iron ball, then he will admit she has that qualification. The girl struggled to crush the iron ball, but couldn't do so. Surprised, she realized and asked Gao Miao what qualifications she would have if she could crush the iron ball. Gao Miao responded that she would need to have the qualification to have a battle with him in bed, as his body is too strong and a woman with a weaker body could suffer from internal organ damage and gut explosion during intercourse, as he admitted to being careful but unable to control himself when excited. The girl suddenly became angry. She called Gao Miao a pervert and used her ability, Wind Blade Fury, to attack him. Later that day, Gao Miao walked in a crowded street, still feeling confused and strange about the earlier encounter with the girl. He believed that the pheromone she emitted when he rescued her was intended to lead to an intimate battle between them. He can't figure out why the girl suddenly became angry after failing the iron ball test, so he could only express how he can't really understand women. Someone behind him suddenly asked to wait. The person seemed to know Gao Miao since they called him by his name and even knew his title, the King of the Wilderness. When he turned around, he saw 5 people in uniform. They revealed they had been ordered by Pan Wei, the Lord of Dawn City, to invite him to the Lord's mansion as a guest. At the same time, in an unorganized area, a portal suddenly appeared with some sort of a system known as text box. The Iron Banner mission team successfully entered the world and the virtual world creature protective field is turned on. The portal suddenly became wider and 4 people and a dragon came out of the portal. The woman warned her companion, Nelson, not to be greedy since the world they entered at this time is very dangerous. The achievement reward that they could get is great but would be meaningless if they perish. Nelson acknowledged the woman's warning but questioned the person who nearly caused their annihilation in the Light Dynasty world by offering a blood sacrifice to obtain a magic weapon. The woman felt offended, and she aggressively asked if he was looking for a fight. The woman reminded him that he also slaughtered a few army captains just to get the Sage's Stone. Nelson feigned ignorance and replied he didn't even mention any names and asked why she was so triggered. Their leader expressed that they must focus on the basic condition of the next world and they should hold their tongues. Tom agreed to their leader's words. He summarized the information that they currently have. They all know that they are entering the movie series called Survivors, and the movie is a standard doomsday action blockbuster. A summary of the first 3 parts of the movie includes the protagonist Zhang Chufan embarking on a quest to find a water purification chip amidst a wilderness filled with mutant beasts, meeting 4 companions, and ultimately confronting the supervillain Pan Wei. After sacrificing all his companions, Pan Wei was finally murdered with great difficulty. Tom faced the dragon and called it a guide. He asked it which part of that world they were entering this time. A text box suddenly appeared. The word inquiring is written on it. The text box widened and showed some binary codes with the words World Information, Survivors 4. Nelson was shocked knowing that they were entering the 4th part since Pan Wei was already dead in the 3rd part. He was confused. Tom explained that although it is the 4th part, in terms of chronology, the 4th part is actually a prequel to the 3 first parts. It talks about the rise of the supervillain, Pan Wei. The leader then asked the guide about their task. Warning, rewards, and information text boxes appeared. It is written in the warning text box that supervillain Pan Wei has the ability to swallow. He can absorb energy to increase his strength. Please proceed with caution. In the information text box, it is written that the team entering the world is January 1st, task, kill Pan Wei. While in the rewards text box, it is written that after the task is completed, all members will be rewarded with 1,000 points. The one who kills Pan Wei, in the end, will be rewarded with A-level rewards. Tom is under the impression that their team's evaluation in the Temple of God is too high. Their leader looked worried. He shared with his team that the last time he had A-level rewards, all of his team members died, and he was the only one who managed to flee. At the same time, the woman was shocked to be on a big mission. Meanwhile, Norman was excited knowing that there is an A-level reward since he can redeem the Truth Alchemy title with it. However, Tom looked troubled since it gives an A-level reward directly like that. It only means that the task is highly difficult. He then informed his teammates that according to the data from the previous team who attacked, the top combat power of that world is the 3rd energy level and the ultimate boss Pan Wei should be at the 4th level. He analyzed that if it is a prequel, Pan Wei would just recently be entering his 3rd energy level. He supposed that they should easily be able to defeat him, but if Pan Wei has reached the peak of his 3rd energy level in the middle of the plot, they'll have to plan carefully, make some sacrifices and take some risks. In the movie, Pan Wei finally grows into a 4th energy level supernatural power. If they are facing Pan Wei in that period, their chances are very slim, but that should be an S-level reward. Hence, Tom thinks that it is very unlikely. He emphasized that they have to figure out which point in the movie they are traveling to. The dragon's eyes shone. A text box appeared, saying that the world simulation will end. Iron Banner team, please be prepared. Soon, they appeared somewhere in the slums, and the people around them were shocked and confused. Their leader suggested that they should find one of the natives and ask about the current situation. Meanwhile, in the Dawn City mansion, Gao Miao is at a small round table filled with canned goods and wine together with Pan Wei, who showed his respect by calling him Lord Gao Miao. He has heard about how Gao Miao crossed the central forbidden zone alone, and he wished to have his courage as he expressed that it is fortunate to be able to invite him to a banquet. Gao Miao started eating innocently and praised Pan Wei as too generous, and it's been a while since he has eaten himself so fully. He was talking while eating vigorously. Stacks of empty cans started to fill the table as he thought to himself that those canned foods full of preservatives which he didn't even think of eating before traversing, given before the world ends, are now a delicacy. Pan Wei urges him that he should drink some wine too. A person immediately poured wine into Gao Miao's wine glass. Gao Miao found the wine culture annoying and boring, thinking that there was nothing great about it, and was frustrated that even after the apocalypse, they couldn't get rid of it. At the same time, an eagle was flying over a broken artillery tower. Its left eye was glowing green with some kind of ancient text. The eagle's vision is connected to Tom's left eye, which also glowed green and with the same text. He informed his teammates that things are not looking good. The artillery tower had collapsed. By looking at the remnants, he judged that it collapsed a month ago. Norman was confused and clueless about what to do next. Their leader remembered that in the movie, the artillery tower is indestructible and it only collapsed when Pan Wei was fighting full power against another third-level master named Su Yan. He speculated that Pan Wei has already swallowed Su Yan. Based on the plot, Pan Wei will now target Wei Feng's King of the Wilderness, Gao Miao, and Su Jin at their third energy level peak, and will then grow on to become the world's greatest fourth energy level. The woman secretly killed a guard on duty and accessed his memory. She found out that Pan Wei had invited Gao Miao to a banquet at his mansion not long ago. She realized that Pan Wei is already planning to act. Norman thought of a plan and got excited. His idea is to let Gao Miao and Pan Wei duel. Since they're both third-level masters, they will both struggle and eventually weaken, and when the right time comes, they can find an opportunity to take them both out. Tom said that the reason why Pan Wei could become a big boss in the movie is that he's good at disguise. In people's eyes, he is a highly reputable city lord, and it's easy for these masters to lower their guard against him. In the movie, Pan Wei's strength is actually slightly greater than Gao Miao, but in order to be invincible, he deliberately sets up a poisonous banquet to weaken Gao Miao's ability and absorb his energy. Based on the memory of the guard, he has been in the mansion for a while. Tom thinks Gao Miao is already in Pan Wei's palms. Norman was irritated. He is under the impression that the gods won't let them pass any level easily. Their leader replied that the gods have always been like that. They're always left with one life in every task given, and they constantly have to survive for their chance of survival. Back at the mansion, Gao Miao is holding a glass of wine when he notices something about it. He told Pan Wei that such a kind of fine wine would be a waste to be given to someone who couldn't appreciate the taste like him, so he offered the glass of wine to him. Pan Wei said he is too modest and refused the glass of wine. He insisted that the Gao Miao should drink it since it was specially prepared for him. Gao Miao asked him if he wouldn't even take a sip. Pan Wei flatteringly explained that the value of a red wine lies in taking 60% of it in the first sip, and the first sip belongs to none other than the mighty hero Gao. Gao Miao smiled and stared at Pan Wei. At the same time, Pan Wei innocently asked if there was something on his face. Gao Miao replied that he indeed saw things on his face that he can describe in a few words. The words to describe what he saw are deceptive, cunning, greedy, and stupidity. Pan Wei was instantly shocked. Gao Miao simultaneously splashed the wine on Pan Wei. However, Pan Wei was quick to react and immediately, a green shield appeared and blocked the wine. He didn't think that Gao Miao wouldn't drink the wine since he vigorously ate all the food. Cytotoxin SCP-7321 exhibits properties almost no different than that of red wine in terms of color or taste, hence making it perfect to be mixed together. Pan Wei expressed that even he would be tricked if he had to face the same thing, so he asked Gao Miao how he found out about the poison. Gao Miao, while throwing the wine glass, simply said that he was just too weak to fall into such traps. His daily increasing ability is not reserved only for his physical strength, but also for his spiritual strength. When his spiritual strength had reached a certain level, he acquired the premonition where he had the ability to forewarn himself of an upcoming crisis. He hasn't been having those premonitions for a long time, and with that being said, the wine must be really fatal. Pan Wei was offended by Gao Miao's words and he couldn't accept that he's been told that he was too weak. He laughed and asked if he even knew who he was talking to. Before he could even finish his sentence, Gao Miao already attacked and punched the green shield while asking him what was there to laugh at. Pan Wei was confident with the shield and even had the luxury to express how rude Gao Miao is. Unfortunately, the shield suddenly cracked, and Gao Miao's right hand broke the shield, fiercely landing on Pan Wei's stomach. Pan Wei was shocked and was blown away. The wall behind caught him, forming a pit. Pan Wei stood up confidently in the midst of the rubble. He said it was very good and strong and that it can even destroy his shield. He is under the impression that Gao Miao is unfortunate since he doesn't know what his ability is. He needlessly explained that his ability is to absorb any damage inflicted upon him and bragged that he won't be hurt, but he suddenly felt severe pain, and blood burst from his stomach. Surprisingly, he noticed there was already a wound on his body where the punch landed, and was confused as he couldn't understand how he got hurt. Then, he realized that the punch's power is actually stronger than his absorption ability. He couldn't believe that Gao Miao could have such strong skills. Gao Miao cracked his neck while walking closer to Pan Wei. At this moment, Pan Wei was scared and sweating. He desperately explained that there is a misunderstanding and they should just talk it out. He cannot precisely estimate how powerful Gao Miao is, and before he could even finish his thoughts, Gao Miao dashed toward him and punched his face while saying that he should die since he's done talking. A pit formed where Pan Wei was standing, and before his death, he speculated that Gao Miao had a level 4 ability. At the same time, Gao Miao stepped on his corpse while saying weak ass. He was annoyed that a weakling dared to trouble him. Right then, Gao Miao saw the soldiers of the city lord's mansion around the pit and he asked if they wanted to get revenge for Pan Wei. But before he could even finish his words, the soldiers of the city lord's mansion were already on their knees. A guard who seemed to be high-ranked was brave enough to talk to Gao Miao. He carefully and respectfully explained that Pan Wei overestimated his own ability and tried to battle Gao Miao, but was killed instead. He then declared that from that day on, Gao Miao is the city lord of Dawn City. The guard already knew that Gao Miao is way beyond a normal human opponent since they saw the one-sided battle. Gao Miao made sense of their decision. If people want to rise in that world, they will have to know how to analyze situations. He thought for a moment and immediately decided that he'll be the city lord for just a few days since being a city lord who bosses around others isn't that bad of an experience. The soldier promised and assured him that they will support him to their best abilities, and they'll make sure that everything he does will go smoothly. Gao Miao smiled upon hearing the soldier's words and didn't think twice to give his first order as the city lord. 3 days later, to avoid causing chaos in the city, the team decided to have someone pretend to be Pan Wei with his ability powered up to the highest level and pass down his duties to him, as announcing his death would be too shocking. An announcer was on the stage, hyping up the crowd to welcome player number 118 to show her extraordinary ability to the Lord. A girl with blue hair walked up to the stage. She greeted the city lord and introduced herself as Alice. Afterward, she showcased her ability to control liquids. Gao Miao praised her ability, but he was disappointed that her overall ability is only ranked level 1. A screen is showing the girl's number, weight, ability, and overall ability rank. Once Gao Miao became the city lord, the first order he issued was to let the soldiers find an excuse to gather all the beauties in Dawn City to hold an all-female ability contest. Different girls with different abilities went up on stage to show their abilities. A problem, however, was that they ordered to only gather the beauties, but there were still a few people who were gathered to hit the expected number of girls. Of course, because of the world's environment, there are very few beautiful women. Those apocalyptic novels with beautiful women are always of the smut genre. Gao Miao sighed and was thinking to himself that the beauties are not strong enough, and the strong ones are not pretty enough. He is starting to question if he could find a woman who is reliable and can accomplish his life goals with him. At this moment, a soldier approached and informed that his team was looking over the applications of the contestants, and they found one who perhaps fits all of Gao Miao's criteria. So the soldier asked if he wanted to take a look. He agreed and instructed the soldier to let the girl come up and perform. The announcer explained to the crowd that the judges had a last-minute change to the order of contestants that day. The announcer then hyped the crowd to welcome contestant number 999 to enter the stage. A woman with dark hair, wearing a cloak and her face veiled, appeared on the stage. Gao Miao yawned and asked the soldier why the beauty he spoke of is not showing her face, so the soldier pleaded with him not to be impatient. The girl on the stage introduced herself as Xiao Fu. When she was about to say what her ability is, she grabbed her cloak and took it off along with her veil. Pink smoke suddenly filled the stage, where images of beautiful girls could be seen. She then declared that her ability is mind illusion, and surprisingly, the girl is one of the 4 people who went out of the portal that appeared in the slums. At this moment, Gao Miao was slightly disappointed. He graded the girl's body and looks only 80. He guessed that her ability level isn't too high, which is level 2 at most. However, abilities relating to the mind aren't seen often, especially those illusion-making abilities, so Gao Miao suddenly got a bold idea. He asked Xiao Fu if her ability is strong enough to create a dreamlike illusion for someone. Xiao Fu replied there is no problem, and added that she also knows how to do it well, and although she did not show it, she was inwardly confused as she didn't expect that Gao Miao is actually still alive. Right then, Gao Miao told the soldier that he was going to choose Xiao Fu, and instructed him to take her to his room, and the soldier acknowledged the command. Afterward, the announcer approached Xiao Fu. He informed her that the acting city lord invited her to stay a bit to talk afterward, and asked her to come with them, so Xiao Fu feigned ignorance and expressed how lucky she was. Later in the city lord's bedroom, Gao Miao waited. The soldier brought Xiao Fu just to the bedroom door, opened it for her, and immediately walked away. Xiao Fu was surprised that the soldiers are not cautious at all, but she just shrugged it off and thought that it was better for her since it makes it easier for her to move around. Gao Miao approached and wanted to introduce himself, but Xiao Fu suddenly rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. While giving him a lustful look, she claims she can satisfy anything he wants. Gao Miao innocently asked if she really wanted to skip the steps, and he wondered if his male pheromones were releasing too strongly. He explained that although he was attracted to her, it was not because of her weak body with only a level 2 ability, but rather her unique mind illusion ability, which he believed could help him with his ascension practice, leaving Xiao Fu confused about his intentions. Gao Miao asked Xiao Fu to help him have a good dream with unlimited beauty, even though he wasn't sure if her ability would work on him. Xiao Fu assures Gao Miao that she can create his customized dream world with his cooperation, while inwardly seeing it as a good opportunity to use his desire to her advantage. Similarly, Gao Miao excitedly agreed and urged her to tell him directly how she needs him to cooperate. Xiao Fu blindfolded Gao Miao and instructed him to clear his mind and explore her body. Moving to his back, she embraced him and slightly blew air into his ears as she asked Gao Miao to relax his body so she could lean even closer to him. At this moment, there was a looming sensation emerging across his body, so she asked if he could feel her. Gao Miao laughed and replied that playing like that indeed feels special, but the key is whether her mind illusion is good or not. Fiddling with him in real life doesn't get her extra points, so Xiao Fu could only express her annoyance towards Gao Miao and explain that her actions are needed to prepare for the mind illusion, and afterward, he'll get to see girls that are even more gentle than her when he gets into the dream. Gao Miao conveyed his excitement and expectations, and at the same time, her nails suddenly grew longer and sharper. Simultaneously, she sprouted scythe-like blades from her back while announcing the start of the special service in the mind illusion. Gao Miao was bewildered, likening the slippery sensation he felt to that of video game characters having close encounters with beauties, leaving him in awe. Consequently, an image of a spider's head appeared above Xiao Fu, and her appearance warped with cruelness as her eyes glowed red. Afterward, her mouth got wider and her teeth were bigger and sharper, even her hands turned into scythe-like blades too. As she wrapped the whole body of the unsuspecting Gao Miao, he feels that it was kind of cold and windy, but instead of getting alarmed, he thinks that it is relaxing. When he was fully covered with webs, he uncontrollably moved a little bit, and the webs that covered him were torn apart. At the same time, Xiao Fu coughed a mouthful of blood. Gao Miao felt guilty after he accidentally broke her technique, so he decided to play dead to not make things too awkward. This time, Xiao Fu was angry, and she started to wrap Gao Miao in spider webs once again. When she covered him completely with a spider web, she was surprised that Gao Miao didn't react at all, and she wondered if she succeeded. After a while, the web that wrapped Gao Miao slowly melded into his body. Xiao Fu rejoiced when she saw the web completely integrate into him, as obtaining a level 3 battle ability will increase her chances of beating the final boss, which is Pan Wei. However, Gao Miao suddenly realized that he was attacked with a demonic puppet ability by Xiao Fu. The clueless Xiao Fu said to him that although he may be a dragon armor in the film, his real power is a lot weaker, so before attacking the boss, she can control Gao Miao efficiently. Gao Miao was annoyed, and although he showed no expression on his face, he couldn't take the fact that there are always peasants who wanted to harm him. He can easily remove the demonic puppet ability but chose not to and acted like he was being controlled by Xiao Fu as he was confused and shocked when he realized that Xiao Fu just revealed to him that he is actually a dragon set in a film. As she instructed him to follow, he decided to obey and just wait since her words concerned him and he must see the origin of the bratty girl. Just like that, he purposely pretended to be under the control of Xiao Fu and left Dawn City. They went into the outskirts of Dawn City, in the slums. Afterward, they entered a building, and the other 3 people that came out of the portal greeted them. Xiao Fu informed she just returned from Dawn City and bragged about what she got. Norman dismissed Gao Miao as just an innocent kid that could be sold as a slave, while Tom speculated that the person Xiao Fu brought was the king of the wilderness. Xiao Fu praised Tom's brilliance and bragged that Gao Miao is already under her control. The leader reminded the team that in the film, Pan Wei never lends his power as city lord and emphasized that the end of the plot should have Pan Wei ascending to a being with level 4 ability by engulfing the high-level dragon armor. Tom said Gao Miao is not a special character in the film and has few scenes, and he believes changing minor parts won't affect the film's outcome, as Pan Wei's luck makes the dragon armor much stronger. On the other hand, Gao Miao couldn't believe that the world that he transmigrated into is actually a film. The character that he killed with one punch is the main character Pan Wei, and he is actually a dragon armor in a film that is slain by the main character. Tom thinks adding a peak level 3 ability user would boost their team's power, but worries it might not be a good thing. In contrast, Norman is confident it's effortless since Xiao Fu controls Gao Miao without damage, but Xiao Fu admits it's not easy and she almost messed up. Tom guesses Pan Wei is stronger than they predicted, even without reaching peak level 4 ability. He emphasizes that they were not sent to the world for a vacation and everyone should understand the rewards of clearing an A-level difficult dilemma. Gao Miao saw the team's worried expressions and thought they were overreacting since Pan Wei was no match for them, so he wondered about the Temple of God, the organization that gave them their powers to travel through space. Tom clapped his hands and told his teammates not to worry since he has no plans on facing Pan Wei directly. He then winked and asked Xiao Fu to lock up Gao Miao first and he'll get some information out of him later. She agreed and ordered Gao Miao to go to an empty house nearby and stay there silently. Meanwhile, Gao Miao feels that something is off since he's already being controlled, but they still want to lock him up in a black house. Nevertheless, he followed the command anyway and entered the house. Right then, he is startled by someone's sudden yell. When he heard their attacks, he knew he was exposed and immediately broke the demonic puppet technique. Afterward, he turned around and blocked a punch from a giant solid hand. The force sent him flying out of the house. However, he easily landed and regained his balance and even had the time to say that the punch was quite powerful, but can't damage him. But when his foot touched the ground, a magic circle appeared. It immediately widened, causing his blood to boil, so he determined from his danger alerting ability that the spell is dangerous. Simultaneously, missiles, fireballs, and demonic spells descended upon his location. At the point of impact, an explosion followed and smoke covered the area. Amidst the smoke, a giant that seemed to be made out of rocks appeared and the 4 people who attacked him stood on its shoulders wearing their battle armor and holding their magic weapons. Norman demanded an explanation from Tom about why he used the secret signal to attack Gao Miao. They even used the telekinesis trap they worked on for 3 days to catch Pan Wei, which he thinks it's a big loss. Tom answers he detected Gao Miao's intense brainwave frequency during their discussion, which he suspected to be unusual, and he realized that Gao Miao was just pretending, and decided to attack him with full power while he was unprepared. Their leader expressed that they should just treat it as a practice for the tactic they prepared for Pan Wei. At the same time, Xiao Fu was furious and couldn't accept that she was tricked by a dragon armor. She had planned to just kill his soul but now wanted to kill him on the spot and push his grief and pain to the extreme. After the smoke cleared, the 4 people were shocked to see that Gao Miao was completely unharmed, despite the ground he had been standing on before turning into lava during the attack. Gao Miao's shirt burned away and his hair grew longer as a red line appeared on his forehead, indicating that he was forced to use his complete form at the center of the destruction. He boasted to the 4 people that the last creature that witnessed his complete form was the ancestor of all mutant beasts on that planet, the beast god, and that he had scattered its ashes. This time, Norman was confused about how an NPC who's not even the final boss and is supposed to be swallowed by Pan Wei is that strong. Xiao Fu argued that there should be a limit to how much the plot can be changed, pointing out that even the most powerful version of Gao Miao that the third energy level team of the Temple of God encountered wasn't as strong as the current version. Tom wondered about the existence of the Beast God, as he couldn't recall such a character in the movie, but believed that if it was included, it must be stronger than Pan Wei, and he couldn't believe that Gao Miao had killed it. However, their leader raised their morale. He instructed Tom not to waste time on something so insignificant. They had no choice but to do their best and they must kill Gao Miao. Afterward, he activated 30 Malawian Quatch's overload mode. His armor now covers his eyes, with only his mouth left in the open. Simultaneously, Norman ate the Sage Stone. He immediately used Metal Refining, Elemental Giant. Norman's body had fused with the giant made of rocks, and the resulting form looked much stronger, more intimidating, and more solid. Gao Miao was pleased and was itching for a fight. He hoped that the four people could play with him for a while since he is already invincible on that planet. The leader maneuvered in the air and fired laser beams at Gao Miao while the giant moved forward. Gao Miao praised the speed and firepower of the leader while easily avoiding his attacks. He got excited at the thought that he could finally have the chance to use his full power. After jumping and punching the leader in the face, Gao Miao expressed disappointment when it appeared that his punch had rendered the leader unconscious as he hasn't even used his power yet. Norman, who's in his giant form, got furious after seeing what happened to their leader. Norman cursed Gao Miao and charged toward him, using the skill Gravity Arm to launch a heavy and strong punch. Gao Miao looked excited after seeing the gravity skill. He instantly threw a punch to collide with Norman's fist and advised him to relax since he didn't use much force in his punch before the collision. However, his punch easily destroyed the giant's right arm, causing the rock giant to crumble as if there wasn't the slightest bit of resistance. Nearby, Tom recited 33,000 forbidden mantras while crying blood. He used the Great Forbidden Curse, the tentacle of the ancient god of the blood pool. A pool of blood appeared above Gao Miao. Tentacles started to emerge from the pool and attacked him. He remarked that the octopus looked okay. However, he then protested that the taste was simply not for humans and proceeded to burst out of it. At this moment, Xiao Fu summoned the skeleton ghost flag. Summoning a giant demon-like being with a spiritual appearance, she declared that she will borrow the bones of the Ming dynasty's king with respect and commanded the demon to crush her enemy. The summoned demon hurled a humongous palm at Gao Miao. However, Gao Miao mocked the demon's appearance, suggesting he cosplay as Sun Wukong instead, then grabbed a nearby broken pillar. He then threw it toward the giant demon's palm. The pillar pierced through the palm and into the demon's forehead. At the same time, Xiao Fu experienced a powerful backlash when the skeleton ghost flag disappeared, causing her to vomit blood. Nearby, the leader stood up from a pool of lava and realized that Gao Miao was too strong for them, speculating that he must be a fourth energy level ability user. The leader took out a dragon-headed green dagger and yelled to his teammates to combine the power of the four gods to defeat Gao Miao, warning them that they would all die otherwise. Norman, Xiao Fu, and Tom each pulled out their respective color daggers with animal heads as their handles and stabbed themselves in the chest, invoking the power of the four gods and declaring that all creatures shall be slain. The four people simultaneously summoned four giant gods, a turtle snake god, a tiger god, a phoenix god, and a dragon god, with each hovering above the person who held the dagger with their corresponding image. The four gods grouped up and started merging. After a moment, they lost their original form and turned into a purple-pink mass. But before they could finish merging, Gao Miao jumped and punched through the purple-pink mass. It violently exploded, causing the dagger that impaled the four people's chests to break, and they received severe backlash and blood was all over their bodies. Colors illuminated the sky after the explosion, while Gao Miao felt great after punching the purple-pink mass. Ever since he blasted the beast god, he hasn't had a wonderful fight like that, and if they take the initiative to surrender, he'll forgive them. He was about to say that he still had something to ask, but when he turned around, he saw that the four people were already dead from the backlash. Sure enough, after using his complete form, Gao Miao realized he couldn't control his powers and his fighting mood escalated beyond measure, making him regret his decision to fight in his complete form. He planned to hurry back to the city and look for some food because using the complete form exhausted his physical strength and made him hungry. Based on the conversation of the four people before they died, Gao Miao surmised that the Temple of God must be a powerful entity, as it was able to transport them to a different world, but he felt regret that he could not question them further. Suddenly, the clouds swirled and the Dragon Guide appeared along with the system text box. The Iron Banner mission team is exterminated. Guide number 10086 mission is over, and ready to return to the Temple of God. Starting the escape procedure. After noticing the anomaly, Gao Miao gasped in shock. In the system text box, a countdown from 10 started, but when the countdown reached 6, an error happened and the disengagement procedure was aborted. The dragon vanished and a little pink fat dragon appeared. It was crying, saying that she was done, she was dead. The dragon called herself Nana. She came closer to the 4 people's corpses and she was saddened that no one survived. Even if only one person survived, she could still rearrange the team. Nana panicked and didn't know what to do. If the team is completely destroyed, the guide will be retrieved by the gods, so the fact that Nana has self-awareness will definitely be exposed. She just forcibly escaped the recall, but the gods will soon reconnect again. Gao Miao approached Nana and said that he had a question for her, but she was irritated and told him to shut up because she was thinking. But Nana suddenly realized that Gao Miao, who's a native of the virtual world, can actually see her. Confused, Gao Miao asked Nana what nonsense she was talking about. Her build is so apparent that he can't even pretend he didn't see her. He tried to catch her, but she laughed and mocked him, as the Temple of God's guides is all messengers, not entities. However, she was caught by Gao Miao. She was mocked by him instead. She couldn't believe she got caught, and she demanded an explanation from Gao Miao while kicking and squirming. Gao Miao didn't mind her struggle and asked his own questions instead. Nana stopped resisting and seemed to have realized something. But Gao Miao urged her to answer quickly and threatened he'll rip her off, so Nana figured he must be a traverser from the main world. He could see and touch her since he's not a native at all, so she rejoiced and says she can be saved, but Gao Miao was clueless as to what she is talking about. Nana reveals she will tell everything that he wants to know, but they were running out of time. The gods will retrieve her soon, so they must escape, and he must believe her because if he waits for the gods to come, he won't be able to hide his secret anymore. She warned him about the gods exterminating world traversers and cautioned him not to underestimate them, as he's only a 4th level ability user who can dominate his world, whereas the Temple of God, a force across the entire virtual world, consists of 8th or 9th level beings who even surpass 10th level monsters and gods, thus making it impossible for him to defeat them. Gao Miao replies that everyone can talk big. He only heard of the 4th energy level, and there she is talking about the 10th level of energy, so he thought everything she said was just a lie. He was about to say that she will not be able to fool him, but he suddenly sensed an ominous feeling coming from the sky, and his instinct is telling him that there will soon be an unprecedented crisis with nowhere to escape. Eventually, Gao Miao agreed to help her escape that world, as long as she tells him what she knows. But he realized that he doesn't have the ability to leave that world. He asked Nana if she made a mistake and thought that he had the ability to leave that world. Nana, with a proud look on her face, reveals that on his own, he surely can't leave that world, but with her, it was not a problem. So he asked her what he needed to do. Nana explained that she will strip off all the power given to her by the gods, otherwise, no matter where she flees, she'll be found. But after stripping off the power, her consciousness mark can only survive for less than a second, so he must get that consciousness mark within that time. Gao Miao asked her how to receive her consciousness mark. With a sad look on her face, she answers that she will automatically cling to him and enter his soul, and her auto-integration is completely harmless, like installing a plug into his soul, which will not cause any effect on him. She cried and pleaded with Gao Miao not to reject her mark of consciousness or she will be obliterated, and after receiving her consciousness, he will be her master. Gao Miao agreed, but was thinking to himself that if he feels a slight danger, he'll definitely hide as far as he could. Nana was nervous. She thinks that Gao Miao is not reliable, so she was worried that he'll reject her mark of consciousness, but she doesn't have the time to be choosy, as the natives of a virtual world cannot receive her mark of consciousness and only a main world soul can. Gao Miao encouraged her to start, so she started stripping the power bestowed on her by the gods. She shines so brightly that Gao Miao has to cover his eyes. When she was done stripping the powers, the error was fixed and the disengagement procedure was continued. While crying, Nana flew toward Gao Miao, and she screamed not to reject her. At the same time, Gao Miao didn't feel a threatening feeling from her body, so he accepted her. Nana cried as she thanks him. When she was near Gao Miao, her body disappeared and she turned into a consciousness mark, which immediately dove into Gao Miao's chest. Gao Miao's chest glowed as he felt that something had been added to his soul, and he felt amazing. After a moment, Nana went out of his chest and she was very happy. Suddenly, she looked worried and told Gao Miao that they should leave immediately. She referred to him as master and informed him that the gods will scan the world and realize his abilities after he collects her shell from the mission team, so they should leave before that happens. Gao Miao thought to himself as he realized the apocalypse-like danger feeling hadn't disappeared, so he asked her how to leave. Nana explained that his ability to traverse from the main world to the virtual world is natural but cannot be self-activated, so she will help activate that ability. Feeling a growing sense of crisis, Gao Miao decides to leave before the gods arrived, realizing that Nana's warning was not a lie and that he couldn't afford to provoke them at the moment. Nana seriously agreed with him. Gao Miao wanted to scourge for weapons before they flee since he saw a lot of great things in the 4 people he just killed, and he expects that those things should be in good shape and not damaged. However, Nana immediately stopped him. She explained that all those things were re-exchanged with the gods, and there are gods' marks on them, so if he takes them, their escape will be in vain because the gods will be able to locate them at any time. Gao Miao thinks that it's such a shame that they can't equip themselves with weapons while fighting monsters. After a moment, Nana activated his traverse ability. At the same time, he was startled by the feeling of his power being forcefully activated in his body. But Nana scolded him for screaming and he should not be startled by everything. Later in the cosmos, Nana said that she forgot to tell him that his ability is random traversal, and before they enter a new world, she's also clueless as to where they will land. Gao Miao expressed that as long as they can flee, it's fine. Nana excitedly informs him that his traversal ability is very special. It's placed under the ultra-rare category in the exchanges with gods, so as long as they conceal it properly, it's basically impossible for the Temple of God to find them. Gao Miao got curious as to what is the exchanges with the gods meant, hence, he asked Nana. But they were approaching a new world, so Nana said that she would explain in detail later, after they entered the world. Gao Miao arrived in a room with pink lights, the floor is tiled, and the walls are screens showing some data. His appearance changed, his hair turned black and his outfit looked modern, so he wondered where they were. He pinched Nana's cheek and demanded an explanation for why they were there instead of traversing into a different world. Nana answered they had arrived, but they were currently at the border house. A system text box suddenly appeared. Written in it is the world name, which is the Demon of Qian, and the summary of the story. Gao Miao asked Nana if it was the movie's plot introduction, so Nana replied that it is the general introduction to the world that they were about to enter. He read the contents of the summary and Gao Miao recognized the movie and determined it was adapted from Liao Zhai on Earth. Even though he's forgotten some of the movie's plots, he did watch it before. He asked why they traversed into another movie world and learned they did not traverse into a movie but into an imaginary world. The main world is called the real world, and the opposite world is called the virtual world. Many literary and artistic works in the main world, including the movies mentioned by him, were all born from the influence of the imaginary world, which became people's inspiration. All in all, the Earth belongs to the main world. Gao Miao asked if she could send him back to Earth. Nana explained that his ability is to traverse randomly, and before traversing, she doesn't know which world they'll traverse to. If they're lucky, the next world they'll traverse to is Earth. But if they're unlucky, it's possible that they won't traverse to Earth for the next 1,000 times of traversing. Gao Miao was shocked and worried. Nana reminded Gao Miao that he needs to focus on increasing his lifespan and earning more virtual sources if he wants to return home, as each time they activate the traverse ability, they need to use a virtual source, and she doesn't have much left. He then learned that a virtual source is the unique energy of the virtual world which only the Temple of Gods can use, but as the creation of the Temple of Gods, she also possessed the ability to use a virtual source. Once they entered the Demon of Qian world, she promised to help Gao Miao. After being in the Temple of Gods for so many years, she only got 2 of them, and now she only has 1 left. He asked not to fret over a virtual source because if he can handle it, he can get as much as he wants, so he urged her to bring him inside already. Suddenly, he noticed his reflection on a mirror. The outfit, the black hair, and the black eyes are what he looked like on Earth, so he wondered if his appearance had changed back to the way it was before traversing. Nana answered that the traverse ability that he has is not an ordinary ability but the super rare existence substitution ability. Once his ability is activated, he will randomly enter a world and after replacing the existence of any character, his power will be preserved. So in the After the Doomsday movie series, he replaced Owen, the king of the wilderness, the one with the ability to grow each day, and whether it's the body or soul, it will be replaced by his form. The substitution makes the whole world recognize that the character's name is Gao Miao. Even traversers like the Steel Flag mission team's knowledge will be distorted. Nana explained that when Gao Miao enters a new world through traversal, he replaces a character and the replaced character's information is compressed and stored in the owner's brand of existence, which under normal circumstances cannot be used. However, she can decompress the information and enable the life form again. The card which appeared in front of Nana flew toward Gao Miao. He received the card and flipped it. He saw his image when he was still in the After the Doomsday series. Nana explains that the characters from the previous world can be converted into a virtual account, allowing Gao Miao to replace them again if he wishes to, and he can also set a spell or action to signify switching roles for a more immersive experience. A ridiculous image suddenly appeared in Gao Miao's head. Consequently, it made him decide not to use actions to transform. These kinds of things don't matter anymore. He just wants to enter the Demon of Qian world and earn a virtual source. After Nana asked him to be prepared since she was going to the door of the virtual space, he urged her to start the performance. Afterward, Nana started saying ABA energy, and then, the spell Open Sesame was cast, following which a door opened behind her. Curious about their current location, Gao Miao asked Nana about where they were and what kind of world it was. Nana revealed that the place they were in is a virtual space that she created using a virtual source while working for the Temple of Gods, and it cannot enter the world but only stay on its surface. This will allow Gao Miao to traverse new worlds without directly replacing the other character, and they can stay there for a while to check up on their bodies. Gao Miao expressed that everything is pink and too ugly for him. He then requested Nana to transform the virtual space into a large imperial harem with hundreds of soft and comfortable beds in each room. Afterward, he renamed the virtual space to Crystal Palace, which transformed to his liking, but he teased Nana about designing it all in pink before and attempted to peek to confirm her gender, causing her to plead with him not to. Meanwhile, in the Demon of Qian world, a woman was entangled in thorny vines. The woman was full of wounds and bruises all over her body. The thorny vines are the ability of the old woman in front of her. She told the old woman to just kill her since she would never listen to her. The old woman's eyes suddenly turned white and a ball of light hit her chest. The light grew bigger, and Gao Miao appeared and replaced the old woman. He transformed into a young man with long green hair and long ears. He now wears the outfit that the old woman was wearing. Existence replacement succeeded. Gao Miao was shocked that he could also replace the gender. The woman who was entangled by the thorny vines was released. She looked at him with dread and called him an old monster. At the tree governor's palace, Gao Miao is thankful that he became the Dryad Wizard and not the witch. But his body feels so much weaker. He doesn't have the unlimited energy that he felt in the previous world. Nana informed him that his mark of existence can only be logged into one role account at a time. Nana held a mirror for Gao Miao to use. Gao Miao was looking at his reflection while Nana told him that the reason why he was feeling like that is because Dryad's energy is only at the early stages of the third energy level, far less than Owen's. Gao Miao thinks that his current appearance is quite handsome, but he felt insecure that the old Dryad has been practicing for 600 years and was still at the third energy level. He planned to switch to Owen's form, but Nana said that he should not use the power of another world or else their cover will be revealed, and he would at least be expelled from the world. The worst will be a catastrophe caused by the gods and won't stop until he dies. Gao Miao is under the impression that heaven is the immune system, and they are the invading cancer cell pathogen. Nana said that he can think of it like that, and they must do as the natives did. Gao Miao remembered that the Iron Banner team easily swaggered into the deep blue stars, and nothing happened to them. Nana explained that the Temple of Gods can blind the heaven, and she can do the same for a period of time if she spends a virtual source, but they're only left with one virtual source after traversing. Nana suggested that they should think of a way to increase the Dryad's ability instead. In the card, the name changed into a Dryad Wizard with 600 demon powers. The skill was renamed to the Master of All Trees, which rules all ordinary trees within 100 miles. Can borrow up to 30% of an extraordinary tree's power, instantly increasing the demon power of the monster. Gao Miao patted Nana's head. She asked him to stop because she was afraid that she will not grow taller. Gao Miao was thinking to himself that the protagonist is not a problem, and as long as he doesn't mess with the big boss Black Mountain Demon King, there shouldn't be any major problems. Since Nana cannot be seen by the natives, in the girl's point of view, Gao Miao is just talking to himself. She guessed that Gao Miao was thinking about a vicious punishment against them. Gao Miao finally noticed the girl, which he called Nie Xiaoqian. He praised Nie Xiaoqian's beauty and quickly moved closer to her. He intended to help Nie Xiaoqian. But Nie Xiaoqian was so scared when she saw Gao Miao approach her. She called him an old monster, and told him to stop pretending to be nice, and just say what kind of vicious punishment he had in mind. Gao Miao was embarrassed. He remembered that he became the Dryad Wizard which Nie Xiaoqian hates. Nie Xiaoqian was cautious of Gao Miao. In Gao Miao's mind, he was appreciating the real Nie Xiaoqian's beauty. He felt great when he noticed that his reaction after seeing those beautiful poor ladies is not as great as Owen's. He thinks that after that when he faces beautiful girls in battle, his combat effectiveness will not be easily weakened anymore. Gao Miao scanned through the injured women. In a place covered by a pink curtain, a girl named Xiao Yu was saying that it is comfortable, it was hot, and she feels like melting soon. A lot of beautiful girls are taking a bath in a hot spring with Gao Miao. Gao Miao poured a small bottle of Thousand Trees spiritual fluid into the water. The fluid contains extremely powerful vitality and has excellent healing effects on the body and soul. Using that to heal the ghosts feels like a waste, but he needed to do that to atone for what the Dryad Witch has done to them. He was forced to do it in order to be in a friendly relationship with those female ghosts and to ease his task as a Dryad. Nana was swimming in the hot spring. Nana said that she heard that men are creatures of lust. She asked Gao Miao if he was not tempted at all with those beautiful female ghosts, naked around him. Gao Miao said that of course he is tempted, but he must be a gentleman and should not force anything. Nana was thinking to herself that Gao Miao must be a eunuch. Gao Miao asked Nana how she was able to swim despite being a messenger. Nana explained that although she can enjoy virtual world things, she still likes to swim. Gao Miao grabbed her. He asked her why they were still not doing something to find virtual resources. Nana said that she was clueless too. She explained that the gods used special means to communicate with the world's ground rules and generate a task that will help them obtain virtual resources, and she's been trying to do the same method. She speculated that to generate a task, they need to trigger a condition or timing. She asked Gao Miao to be patient. 2 of the female ghosts offered to serve Gao Miao. He was happy that the kindness he showed was still somewhat effective. He decided to stay in that world a little longer. He looked at Nie Xiaoqian and thought to himself how nice it would be if Nie Xiaoqian would be as grateful as the 2 female ghosts that approached him. He felt awkward when Nie Xiaoqian turned her head and caught him staring at her. Night came, and the full moon shone brightly in the night sky. In an abandoned broken temple, where a snake clung to a tree, and souls flew in every direction, the lucky man, Ning Kaichen, introduced his wife who's a traitor of the governess's palace, a female ghost Lu Xiaoqing, to his righteous brother Yan Qixia. Lu Xiaoqing greeted Yan Qixia. Yan Qixia said that since everything she did was ordered by the Dryad, and everyone she killed is an adulterer, he promised not to exorcise her. Lu Xiaoqing kneeled in front of Yan Qixia and told him that there are other female ghosts that are threatened by the Dryad, being held captive in the tree governess palace, and hoping for a monk's compassion to save them. Yan Qixia said that among the countless souls in the Lanrua temple are innocent souls. He wanted to avenge their death and kill the Dryad. Ning Kaichen told him that he has battled the Dryad a few times, and ended with a tie each time. He asked him where his confidence came from. Yan Qixia explained to him that he had been cultivating his physical and soul ability since he was young. He is currently at the pinnacle of refining his chi power. He said that if the Dryad battled with him again, he would have the odds and will not give the Dryad a chance to cast spells. The tree governess palace was built by the Dryad Witch on a 1,000-year-old extraordinary tree. The ancient tree is a long-lived xenogenous tree with extraordinary attributes. It can lend its power to the Dryads. Gao Miao touched the xenogenous tree and activated the power of Dryad. Wood's magical particles floated in the air. A 3-leaf tattoo suddenly appeared on his forehead. Gao Miao felt good after feeling his power increase. Nana was using a scouter. She said that the original Dryad had 600 years of demon power, and after borrowing 30% of that tree's power, he now has 900 years of demon power. Gao Miao only needs 100 more years to become a demon king. He couldn't find anything related to the energy system in the Dryad's memory, but he found another type of power system. The first type is to gradually increase the demon power which the previous Dryad uses, and the second type is refining essence into ki, refining chi into the spirit, and refining spirit back to emptiness. Gao Miao thinks that he can do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't mess with the few strong characters in the original movie. He raised his hand and released a spell. He was amazed at how it felt like being a mage, and he noticed that the demon power seems to be inexhaustible. Gao Miao planned on increasing the Dryad's power so he can use it for long-range battles which Owen lacks. He gets excited thinking that if he encounters the legendary trees with thousands or even hundreds of millions of years, the Dryad's power would be even stronger than Owen's. The female ghosts below the tree who watched Gao Miao do what he just did, cheered and praised Gao Miao. Some of the female ghosts were under the impression that Gao Miao is showing his strength again. They're thinking that their bone ash is still in his hands and wondering when will their torturous days end. Nie Xiaoqian looked at Gao Miao seriously. A sonic wave suddenly descended from the sky, and the female ghosts panicked and were having a hard time enduring the piercing sound. They identified the sound as the Sanskrit sound of Taoism. They speculated that a Taoist priest with profound Taoism was coming. Gao Miao instructed the female ghosts not to panic and to hide in the palace immediately. Nana told Gao Miao that it was probably Yan Qixia since he was a Taoist priest that can appear there around that time. Gao Miao told Nana that it should be him. Inside the palace, female ghosts gathered towards Xiaoqian. They asked her what happened if they succeeded, and a female ghost specifically asked how her acting was. A female ghost expressed that the Dryad seems to have changed for the better. Two female ghosts immediately told her to not be fooled and to not forget how the Dryad treated them. Xiaoqian explained that a few days ago, she saw a Taoist priest in the Lanru temple. She tricked him into coming to the tree governess's palace to exorcise the Dryad witch, but the old monster seemed to be aware of it. He whipped her and was trapped in the tree governess's palace. But she was able to send out Xiaoqing in advance, who seemed to have successfully brought the Taoist leader there. The female ghosts cheered on the Taoist. They wanted Gao Miao to die so they'll be freed. Xiaoqian cast a spell. A water mirror appeared which showed the fight between Gao Miao and Yan Qixia. The female ghosts wanted to see who was stronger. Yan Qixia approached Gao Miao confidently. Behind him, Ning Kaichen was comforting Lu Xiaoqing. Gao Miao clasped his hands and told Yan Qixia that he's been looking forward to meeting him. Nana warned him that around that time, Yan Qixia's power should be equal to a Dryad who used his wood's magical power. Yan Qixia moved swiftly towards Gao Miao. Nana immediately flew away while Gao Miao was momentarily shocked by the sudden attack. Gao Miao swung his right arm and jumped toward Yan Qixia. Yan Qixia smirked and said that Gao Miao is really stupid for not drawing back to use his demon magic, and even wants to fight him at a close distance. He grabbed his sword and slashed Gao Miao countless times. After the attack, he immediately put his sword back on its scabbard. Gao Miao forgot that he's a Dryad and subconsciously fought Yan Qixia with his fighting methods when he was still Owen. He got careless. He felt fortunate that he had the wood spirit essence on his body that can heal his wounds. Gao Miao learned his lesson and planned on casting his spells from a distance. Ning Kaichen said that evil can never surpass the rightful. Lu Xiaoqing was impressed that the Dryad wizard was killed instantly. Nana laughed at the sight of what she called stupid natives celebrating. The female ghosts inside the palace cheered and praised Yan Qixia. Zhaoqian told the female ghosts that it was not over yet since Gao Miao still has wood spirit essence on his body that can heal his wounds. Through the mirror, she immediately informed Yan Qixia that the Dryad won't die easily, and not to forget to beat him up until his bone ash is scattered and his soul dispersed. When Yan Qixia heard her, he immediately took out his sword using qi and summoned countless golden swords. The golden swords immediately flew toward Gao Miao who was struggling to get up. The area where the swords attacked exploded. Yan Qixia commanded his sword to resheath. Thick smoke hindered his vision, and he couldn't see what happened to Gao Miao. The ghosts inside the palace celebrated once again. They got excited thinking they were finally free and thanked Xiaoqian who planned everything. In the water mirror, smoke filled the area. Xiaoqian released a sigh of relief and said that everything finally ended. Moments later, Yan Qixia noticed that the Dryad's demon power suddenly disappeared. He felt a dreadful Yan Qi emerge and was confused about how could a monster have such a strong Yang Qi. In the area covered by smoke, Gao Miao clicked on Owen's card while coughing and grudging over Nie Xiaoqian's betrayal. The remaining virtual source was used up. From the Dryad witch, Gao Miao turned into Owen. He planned on beating Nie Xiaoqian's ass. Nana was cheerfully cheering on Gao Miao, but deep inside, she was crying because her last virtual source was used. The female ghosts were shocked to see that Gao Miao is not dead. Nie Xiaoqian was confused about how he survived a technique that even a 1,000-year-old demon king wouldn't be able to handle, and she wondered why Gao Miao looked like that. Lu Xiaoqing felt hot after seeing Gao Miao. Ning Kaichen was telling her not to worry since evil has never beaten the rightful. He's confident that Yan Qixia could defeat Gao Miao. Nana was thinking to herself that even if the Flag of the Steel mission team lost, it would be impossible for a native to defeat Gao Miao. Yan Qixia felt Gao Miao's tremendous amount of yang qi. He's confused as to how Gao Miao's appearance changed, and how he possessed a strong yang qi. Gao Miao smiled and challenged Yan Qixia again. He immediately sprinted towards Yan Qixia. Gao Miao's steps broke the ground. His speed shocked Yan Qixia. Yan Qixia quickly unsheathed his sword with his thumb. He used demon slashing sword technique. His afterimage surrounded Gao Miao, but Gao Miao was able to accurately locate his position and punched him in the face. Yan Qixia coughed blood and was thrown away. Gao Miao bragged that he is not afraid of the melee battle anymore. Yan Qixia's left cheek turned violet. He planted his legs and sword on the ground to stop himself from being thrown away. Simultaneously, he used his Emperor Sword technique, Boundless Sword Qi. Gold swords momentarily hovered above him and flew toward Gao Miao. Gao Miao swung his right arm and punched the gold swords. The ground he's standing on broke and turned into lava. Huge red fists punched and broke the huge gold swords. Nana informed Gao Miao that one virtual source can only shield them from the heavenly law for about 3 minutes, so he has to finish things quickly. Gao Miao quickly ran towards Yan Qixia. Yan Qixia determined that with Gao Miao's speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge. His right foot is stepping on a sword's handle while a sword hovers above him. He used a magic weapon, the Universe Heartguard Mirror technique. But before his technique could do something, Gao Miao punched his stomach. The mirror he summoned broke, and his swords were thrown away and pierced the ground. Yan Qixia, who's covered in wounds, lay on the ground. He couldn't believe what just happened. Gao Miao approached Yan Qixia's wounded body. He was worried that Yan Qixia might have died, but when he checked his pulse, he was relieved that Yan Qixia was still alive. Gao Miao praised Yan Qixia for not dying after receiving his punch head-on. The female ghosts panicked after seeing their master win the fight. Nie Xiaoqian was confused about how Gao Miao immediately became so strong. Lu Xiaoqing was on her knees, despairing at Yan Qixia's loss. She's afraid that Gao Miao won't forgive them after their betrayal. Nana cheerfully congratulated Gao Miao for his victory. Ning Kaichen mindlessly charged toward Gao Miao while calling him a bastard. Lu Xiaoqing tried to stop her irrational husband. Ning Kaichen stumbled on a small rock and fell forward. Gao Miao thinks that Ning Kaichen studied so much that it made him stupid. Except for being handsome and upright, Gao Miao couldn't think of other things that were good about Ning Kaichen. He couldn't understand how Nie Xiaoqian fell in love with Ning Kaichen. Later that day in the tree governess's palace, Gao Miao sat on his throne while Lu Xiaoqing and Nie Xiaoqian were on their knees. Lu Xiaoqing told Gao Miao that it is all her doings, and she begged Gao Miao to spare Ning Kaichen in consideration of everything that she's done for him. Gao Miao was confused. As far as he can remember, Xiaoqing is just a side character, and he couldn't understand why she was acting like she was Ning Kaichen's fiancée. He guessed that he might have triggered some kind of hidden plot, or his arrival changed the plot and caused Nie Xiaoqian to be cheated on. Nie Xiaoqian curiously looked over at Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen noticed Nie Xiaoqian and wondered if he had met her before. Nie Xiaoqian was confused. When she looked at Ning Kaichen, she felt familiar. But she thinks it's impossible since Ning Kaichen became an idiot after reading too many books. Lu Xiaoqing promised Gao Miao that she would do whatever he wanted, as long as he let Ning Kaichen go. Ning Kaichen was touched by Lu Xiaoqing's actions and words. He got guilty because he was flirting with another girl while his wife is pleading for his life. The demon of Qian world seems to be developing in a strange way because of Gao Miao. Nana suddenly became joyful. She informed Gao Miao that the virtual source mission was finally triggered. A pink screen appeared in front of Gao Miao. Written on the screen is his mission, to steal Nie Xiaoqian's heart without using force. Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen will still be attracted to each other, even if they already have their private life set. A number of virtual resources will be rewarded according to the completion rate. Gao Miao felt awkward after reading the mission. He doesn't really understand women, but he's confident that he's more macho and masculine than Ning Kaichen. He thinks that it's not hard to snatch Nie Xiaoqing from him. Nie Xiaoqing from him thinks that Gao Miao is talking to himself again. She's afraid that he's thinking of a sinister punishment. Lu Xiaoqing called Gao Miao godfather and kept on begging him to spare Ning Kaichen. She was afraid that her pleas were useless upon Gao Miao's viciousness. Ning Kaichen suddenly talked. While shaking, he told Gao Miao not to harm the women and children. He claimed that he planned everything, and if he should kill him instead of Xiaoqing. Ning Kaichen wanted to protect his dear wife, but he was afraid that Dryad doesn't understand such a right. Gao Miao clapped and praised Ning Kaichen's words. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe what they just heard and saw. Gao Miao said that he would never have expected to see such unswerving love in that cold-hearted society. He moved closer to Lu Xiaoqing and held Lu Xiaoqing's right hand. Lu Xiaoqing was confused as to what Gao Miao's trying to do. Gao Miao held Ning Caichen's left hand and told him that he was a good man. Ning Caichen was confused too. Gao Miao smiled, joined Ning Caichen and Lu Xiaoqing's hands together, and said that he was not a devil. On the contrary, he aspired to be a good person, a good demon amongst the people. He promised to overlook everything that happened, and would still acknowledge Xiaoqing as his adopted granddaughter, as long as they both smile sincerely like him. Gao Miao plans to use Lu Xiaoqing as a distraction, so Ning Caichen wouldn't be a hinder between him and Nye Xiaoqing. He accepted Ning Caichen as his grandson-in-law. Ning Caichen and Lu Xiaoqing both felt awkward upon the sudden change of events. Nana was curious if Gao Miao wants to buy their favor, and what he means by smiling like that. One incense stick later, Gao Miao told Nye Xiaoqian that he remembered that during his battle, she told Yan Qixia to burn his bones to ashes to make sure he was dead. Nana asked Gao Miao what to do with her. Nye Xiaoqian was under the impression that Gao Miao didn't change at all. She thought he'd changed for good when she saw how he treated Xiaoqing. She decided not to waste her energy begging, and started screaming at Gao Miao instead. She threw spells toward Gao Miao, wanting to die in peace and hoping to kill him in the process. Gao Miao effortlessly dodged the spells, simultaneously using a spell to bind Nye Xiaoqian in vines, between two pillars. She kept on cursing Gao Miao even though she was in a dire situation. She told him that even if she loses her soul in his hands, he'll die one day at the hands of other monsters. Nana offered to search for the top 10 tortures in her database. Gao Miao declined. He told Nana that he had watched a lot of movies before and learned a lot of tricks. He thinks that he can try it on Nye Xiaoqian. Moments later, Nye Xiaoqian was struggling to keep herself from laughing. Gao Miao told her that he will stop the torture if she begs him to stop. Nye Xiaoqian was sweating while having a hard time catching her breath. She looked like she wanted to beg Gao Miao to stop, but because of her pride, she told him that she will not admit defeat. While holding a feather, Gao Miao told her that he's been wanting to do that since he first saw her barefooted. He used the feather to tickle Nye Xiaoqian's right foot. Nye Xiaoqian laughed and cried. Her words transitioned from insulting Gao Miao into admitting her defeat and begging Gao Miao to stop. Gao Miao stopped tickling her foot. He told her that she must have realized his greatness, and wouldn't make the same mistake again. Nye Xiaoqian was slowly released from the vine's entanglement. She called Gao Miao an old monster, and as soon as she was completely released, she ran away using the ghost escaping ability while telling Gao Miao that what he did was from the bottom to the top, perverted. Surrounded by smoke, Nana and Gao Miao were left alone in the throne room. Nana asked Gao Miao if he could really win Nye Xiaoqian's heart like that. Gao Miao innocently told Nana that fighting is the only thing that he knows, and nothing about women. He explained that he remembered that in a drama he watched, the woman's heart was won by tickling her feet. He determined that it should be possible to do since he saw someone do it in a drama. In her bed, Nye Xiaoqian was hugging her knees while contemplating how Gao Miao's so different from before. She was trying to convince herself that even though Gao Miao didn't beat her up, he was still wicked, and she hated him to death. Meanwhile, in the Black Mountain Temple 300 miles away, some people reported to King Bing that after trying so many times, a loophole from the gods was found. King Bing was informed that the woman who was born on the lunar year, lunar month, and the lunar day is named Xiao Qian. But the surname, where she's from, and where she's currently at couldn't be figured out. King Bing declared to find Xiao Qian in the Tree Governor's Palace dungeon. A cage made up of vines kept Yan Qixia captive. Inside the cage, a table, furniture, and other things can be seen. Gao Miao asked Yan Qixia how he was doing. At the same time, Yan Qixia called out to Gao Miao. Afterward, Gao Miao joined Yan Qixia at a table with food. They both looked calm and collected. Gao Miao was eating rice when Yan Qixia seriously asked Gao Miao who he really is, and why there was soaring yang qi on his body that day. Monsters can absorb yang qi and transform it into demon power. It is absolutely impossible for them to possess yang qi, especially exuberant yang qi like Owen's. Gao Miao swallowed the food he was munching on. Rice grains were on the side of his mouth. He let Yan Qixia guess who he is. What happened is supposed to be a bug, but the good thing is he could use it to fool Yan Qixia. Gao Miao thinks it's bad if he talks too much, so instead of making lies, he thinks it's better to let Yan Qixia make up the lies himself. Yan Qixia could clearly say that Gao Miao is a dryad, but he couldn't find an answer as to how he transformed when they fought. how he got that kind of yang energy that could drive away evil and charms, which only martial generals who had killed many could possibly possess. He told Gao Miao that a big man has nothing to hide, and asked once again who he is. Gao Miao wiped the rice grains on the side of his mouth and said that it doesn't matter who he is. He told Yan Qixia that he only needs to know 3 things. One is that all of that is the plan of that person. Second is that he is his friend, not a foe, and the third is that he will control his own destiny. He won't let heaven decide for him, whether he's a man or a demon, what he sees doesn't matter. He then said that he will leave the cell's door open, and told Yan Qixia that he should come out by himself when he figures things out. Yan Qixia tried to find the meaning behind Gao Miao's words. He couldn't figure out if Gao Miao is a demon or a human. He could sense demon power from him, but his personality is that of a human. He remembered an ancient Taoist book that tells a story about a Taoist who possessed the body of a demon, sneaked into the enemy camp, and beheaded the demon king. He speculated that maybe Gao Miao is the same as the said Taoist. Gao Miao entered the tree governor's palace. Nana asked him why he was so polite with Yan Qixia. Gao Miao explained to her that even if Yan Qixia is injured, he can still fight against his dryad form, and they don't have any virtual sources left. Gao Miao guessed that he needs to spend a lot of time in that world, so he thinks that it is better to have more friends with similar strength than have enemies that can threaten him. Nana adorably praised Gao Miao but was thinking to herself that even a 3-year-old child could understand it. Gao Miao said that although he has no idea what story Yan Qixia's brain has made up, as long as he doesn't become his enemy then everything is fine. 3 days later, Gao Miao and 3 other demons gathered on a round table full of food. A winged demon asked Gao Miao to drink with him until they were drunk. Gao Miao said that he remembered that there were still a few years left before the Sky Demon party, and the location is not in his tree governor's palace. But he really can't remember such an event happening. He speculated that he caused a butterfly effect that changed the plot. Nana browsed through her database. She found records about the 3 monsters but found nothing about the event. The red-winged, 900 years great demon is called Qiling. Qiling talked about the beautiful ghosts, and that if there's a beautiful woman, there is also him. The horned 900 years great demon said that he will go wherever Qiling goes. The Medusa-like, 900 years great demon told Gao Miao that he had not visited her for 100 years, so she called her senior brothers to come to visit him in person. Gao Miao drank from his cup while thinking that the dryad only relied on the gifted power to match the other 3 monsters. And when plants become monsters, they are inherently weaker, it's difficult to move at will, and one can only stay in the Black Forest where the tree governor's palace is located. Since the dryad is weaker, the bird, cow, and snake demon often bullied the previous dryad. They took beautiful female ghosts and some treasures with them whenever they had the chance. Gao Miao guessed that the 3 demons must have had ill intent with their sudden visit. He thinks that the reason shouldn't be because he used Owen's form since no outsiders saw it. The female ghosts were inside the tree governess's palace which could block yang energy, hence it was impossible for them to notice the boundless yang energy on his body at that time. In the other room, Yan Qixia was eating while Lu Xiaoqing was feeding Ning Kaichen. Gao Miao doesn't suspect Lu Xiaoqing since she's been with Ning Kaichen ever since that day. The bird demon told Gao Miao that he should know that his eldest brother had always loved beauty. The female ghost that poured wine for the bird demon got scared upon hearing the bird demon's words. The bird demon suddenly used a spell to attack the female ghost. The female ghost was thrown away, and simultaneously, the bird demon expressed his dissatisfaction with how Gao Miao arranged things. He accused Gao Miao of looking down on him for keeping the most beautiful one as his own. Plates covered with a spell flew toward Nie Xiaoqian. Nie Xiaoqian tried to evade but her body couldn't move. Vines broke the plates, and Gao Miao said how dare he beat up his ghost, and try to hurt Nie Xiaoqian, the most beautiful girl in his house. Gao Miao wondered how much the bird demon despised the dryad. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have to act so they would attack him. He instructed the ghosts to hide further away and not get attacked. Plates flew everywhere, chasing female ghosts. The bird demon opened his eyes and asked Gao Miao if he was trying to be his enemy. The snake demon said that she seemed to have smelled some disgusting Taoist priest inside the tree governor's palace, specifically next door. The bull demon said that he hates the priest Taoist the most and immediately held his axe. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqing wondered why the hall suddenly became noisy. Yan Qixia felt that something was odd. The wall in front of them was suddenly destroyed. A huge hole formed which the bull demon wanted to use as an entrance. He laughed and said that he found a Taoist priest and a handsome mortal scholar. Yan Qixia wondered how the bull demon found them even though he painted an aura hiding charm on himself, his brother, and his brother's wife. He was worried since he hasn't recovered his power yet. He thinks he can't win against the bull demon. The bull demon was trying to enter the room next door through the hole when a vine suddenly wrapped his neck. Gao Miao pulled the bull demon away from the hole and told him that since he is a guest, he should obey the rules. The bird demon asked Gao Miao why he was hiding a Taoist priest and a mortal in the tree governor's palace. The snake demon added that Gao Miao even fought them for those people. The bird demon demanded Gao Miao an explanation as to what exactly is happening. Gao Miao said that there was nothing to explain, he just caught two mortals to play with. He suspects that the demons are looking for something inside the tree governor's palace since they just arrived, but they're already discriminately destroying things. The bull demon touched the back of his head while telling Gao Miao that he must be courting death for hitting him. He added that he doesn't know how many of his brothers died at Yan Qixia's hands, and said that Yan Qixia must die. The snake demon asked Gao Miao to give her name Kaichin. The bird demon said that the Black Demon King issued an order to kill enemies. Since the Taoists and scholars are both enemies of demons, he said that they should never let them off. But he said that if Gao Miao hands over Nie Xiaoqian, he can ask the Demon King to forgive him. He threatened Gao Miao that no one can protect him if the Demon King becomes furious. Nie Xiaoqian got scared upon hearing the title Black Mountain Demon King. Yan Qixia instructed Lu Xiaoqing and Ning Kaichin to take care of themselves later if he gets the chance to help Gao Miao. Yan Qixia thinks that with his current condition, he can't confront the enemy directly. He's under the impression that it might not be appropriate to rashly become the enemy of those great demons. Gao Miao patted Nie Xiaoqian's head and told her not to worry because he won't let the other demons have her. He promised her that he will spoil her and won't let anyone take her away. Nie Xiaoqian was bashful towards Gao Miao's pampering. Gao Miao declared that whether it was his little female ghost or the Taoist priest and scholar, he was sure that even if the Black Mountain Demon King came, he won't give either of them. Vines grew around him and the three-leaf tattoo appeared on his forehead. The bird demon noticed the increase in Gao Miao's demon power. The bird demon opened the fan he was holding. He calmly told Gao Miao that even though he can use his gifted power to reach 900 years of demon power, he shouldn't be that arrogant, and he should take the Black Mountain Demon King seriously. The bird demon bragged about being a real 900 years great demon and said that has to teach Gao Miao a lesson. The bull demon reminded Gao Miao that he had always cried whenever he got beaten by the bird demon. He said that Gao Miao might as well give him a good time rather than get beaten up for nothing. The snake demon warned Gao Miao that his power is only borrowed, and he can't stay in the tree governess's palace for the rest of his life. The Dryad's ability is only level 1, and once Gao Miao is 100 miles away from the tree governess palace area, he can't rely on the power of the extraordinary ancient tree. The Dryad likes to bully the weak and is afraid of the strong, that's why it has always been the lowest in the group of great demons. But the great demons don't know that the Dryad that they're bullying is Gao Miao. Nana pointlessly tried to tell Yan Qixia that they should stay away while they still had the chance. Gao Miao told the great demons that they bullied the wrong demon. Simultaneously, thick vines appeared behind Gao Miao and attacked the great demons. The bird demon stepped back to dodge the attack. He couldn't believe that the Dryad tried to attack him. The bull demon blocked the vines with his axe and asked Gao Miao if he was trying to go against the three of them. The snake demon dodged the attack and told Gao Miao that he was a dead man. Nie Xiaoqian was confused as to how the Dryad who usually liked to bully the weak and scared of the strong is currently unyielding against three great demons. She felt like he changed into another demon. Gao Miao used a vine thorn fist and leaped toward the bird demon. The bird demon exclaimed. He cast a spell and an image of a phoenix appeared behind him. Gao Miao expects that the three great demons have their own agenda in mind and will not actually help each other during the fight. Gao Miao's thorn fist collided with the bird demon's phoenix. The phoenix dispersed. Gao Miao is confident that he can easily defeat the three great demons. The bird great demon was pushed back. He was shocked that Gao Miao didn't hold back at all. He's afraid that if he could defeat Gao Miao, he'd be seriously injured and might just die. And he noticed that Yan Qixia might be weak and injured, but his eyes are full of spirit. The bird demon determined that he is a true man of advanced Taoism. Yan Qixia noticed the bird demon's glance. He prepared a talisman and instructed the people around him to stand behind him. The bird demon realized that his two good siblings remained still and doing nothing. The snake and bull demon both think that they can kill Gao Miao if the three of them unite, but at least one of them will die in the process. The bird demon opened his fan and smiled. He told Gao Miao that in a quarrel between siblings, there's no need to use force. The snake demon added that they should just sit down and talk, and the bull demon agreed. Gao Miao used a spell called Vitex Vine Thorn. The vines formed a spiky fist. He told the great demons that it was already too late to be afraid of him. Simultaneously, the spiky fist moved to attack the bull demon. The bull demon was angry, he gritted his teeth and seemed to want to counterattack. But before the spiky fist could hit him, he ran away and said that he remembered that he still had some documents to do. The snake demon slithered away, saying that she suddenly missed the boys in her palace. The bird demon awkwardly moved out of the palace while telling Gao Miao that he'll go and help the bull demon. Moments later, outside Gao Miao's territory, the three great demons landed. The bird demon expressed that he was right when he said that there was a treasure in the tree governess's palace. The bull demon said that he didn't expect Gao Miao to shelter the scholar and Taoist priest. While thinking to himself that he came there because the bird demon told him about the treasure, he thinks that the Taoist priest and scholar shouldn't be that big of a deal for the bird demon. The snake demon suggested that they should capture them so the Black Mountain Demon King would greatly reward them. She thinks that the bird demon is hiding something from them. The bird demon laughed. The bird demon was reminded by his aunt that the Black Mountain Demon King is looking for a woman named Xiao Qian who was born on a lunar day. He noticed that Xiao Qian was full of purine, and didn't run away. The bull demon if Gao Miao ate a dragon's heart or a rock bird's guts that his temperament changed drastically and rebelled against him. The bird demon closed his fan and told the other two great demons that he knows that they were unwilling to join him and kill Gao Miao first. He said that if they ask help from the great demon under the Black Mountain Demon King, he is afraid that they will have limited credit. He suggested that they go to the White Toad Demon King's domain and form an alliance with the great demons there, then cut down the tree governess palace together. He plans to hand over the land, property, magic weapons, and other items in the tree governess palace to them. And the Taoist priest and scholar will be handled by the snake and bull demon. The snake demon agreed to the plan, but she knows that the bird demon's aunt is the Black Mountain Demon King's attendant. She speculated that the bird demon must know some inside story. The bird demon said that he just wants the beautiful ghosts. The bull demon agreed since the snake demon agreed, but he guessed that what the Black Mountain Demon King wants is among the female ghosts based on what the bird demon just said. He wondered if the bird demon said it just to trick them. With Nana by his side, Gao Miao walked in the hallway of the tree governess palace. Nana congratulated Gao Miao on his victory. Gao Miao said that he couldn't call it a victory since he couldn't crush the three great demons. Nana informed him that based on her data, those three great demons are the type to seek revenge. Especially Qi Ling, who tortured a female ghost for 7 days and 7 nights just because she disobeyed his order. Gao Miao told Nana not to worry because he was prepared. In the same hallway, Xiao Qian was carrying a bowl while mumbling about how she made a soup made with different exotic ingredients for her sisters, but her sisters actually ate before her. She's angry because her sisters are mean to her. Xiao Qing was busy with her husband, and Yan Qixia had to concentrate on his cultivation and couldn't drink her soup either. Xiao Qian thinks that it's a waste to throw the soup away. Gao Miao is the only one left that can drink the soup she made. She heard from Xiao Qing that it was very likely that the brutal and human dryad got possessed by someone, and the reason why his attitude towards them changed completely is that the one that's in the dryad wizard's body is some great monk. Xiao Qian's main reason why she made the soup was to express her gratitude towards Gao Miao for protecting her from Qi Ling, but she's afraid that Gao Miao will have a different idea if she gives him the soup after he tickles her feet. Xiao Qian was shocked when she saw Gao Miao walking towards her. Gao Miao told Nana that he heard that when a girl wants to repay a guy for his kindness, if he's ugly, they'll be his slave in her next life, but if he's good-looking, she'll devote her entire life to him on the spot. Gao Miao is confident that Xiao Qian's favorability towards him definitely increased, and he'll be able to get virtual sources sometime soon. Gao Miao noticed that Xiao Qian was actually in front of him. They didn't say a word and just looked at each other. Moments later, they're already sitting somewhere in the tree governess's palace. Xiao Qian said that he better not misunderstand. She told Gao Miao that she didn't purposely make the soup for him, she just doesn't want to waste it. Nana said that she knows it was called a tsundere. Gao Miao thinks that he'll be able to go for Xiao Qian's route soon. Gao Miao drank a spoonful of the soup, and before he could even finish drinking, Xiao Qian immediately asked him how it tasted. While drinking, Gao Miao's expression changed. He spat the soup into the ground and said that the soup was poisoned. He told Nie Xiaoqian that he was pretty sure that he hasn't done anything that pissed her off lately for her to poison him. Nie Xiaoqian slapped the bowl away from Gao Miao's hands and told him that even if it tasted bad, he shouldn't have humiliated her that way. She regretted not throwing the soup away. Nie Xiaoqian angrily walked away. Gao Miao was left confused. He couldn't make sense of how the favorability dropped to the point where Nie Xiaoqian wants to poison him. Nana told him that maybe Nie Xiaoqian's cooking skill is just bad. Gao Miao agreed that that could be the reason. Gao Miao thinks that Nie Xiaoqian suits being a poison master, because the color of the soup was pure white and the smell was amazing, yet the moment it entered his mouth, it was as if knives were cutting his throat, a hammer hitting his lungs. The pot broke, the soup leaked into the ground, the surrounding flowers died and the ground sizzled. Gao Miao was depressed. Nana encouraged him by saying that they may not get the virtual source immediately, but they can still increase the Dryad's power to the point where they don't have to be afraid of the three great demons. Nana said that she already checked the tree's data. In the prologue of the original story, Yin Qixia and Ning Kaichen defeated the Dryad and took away Nie Xiaoqian with them. The Black Mountain Demon King got really furious about that and ordered those three great demons to catch Nie Xiaoqian. When the three great demons worked together, not even Yin Qixia could win against them, but he was able to escape with injuries all over him. Yin Qixia escaped to a restricted area called the Nether Basin where a divine spring is located. The spring was named Nether Spirit Spring. After immersing himself in the Nether Spirit Spring water, there was a significant increase in Yin Qixia's cultivation progress. He managed to break through the refining spirit to the emptiness stage and became comparable to a 1,000-year demon king in terms of strength. The Nether Basin is full of zombies with bodies that won't break that even great demons couldn't completely get rid of. The great demons don't know if there's something more dangerous or beneficial in that place, hence, they decided to make the Nether Basin a restricted area. Nana said that since they have valuable information about the zombies' weaknesses and the benefit of the spring, they can go there before others to get the benefits. Gao Miao remained silent. Nana tapped his shoulder and called him out. He told Nana not to worry because he won't get discouraged over such a thing. He's just annoyed and thinking that it'd be great if the three great demons could withstand his anger. Nana wished all the best for the three great demons. Gao Miao told Nana that they should go. Nana was confused about where they were going. Gao Miao explained that once he leaves the tree governor's palace, the three great demons will definitely use it as a chance to strike. So, he'll go and look for Yin Qixia. And he's not confident that he can force his way through the Nether Basin with his meager 600 spiritual energy. He plans to leave that matter to Yin Qixia. In a room in the tree governor's palace, Gao Miao is playing chess against Yin Qixia. Gao Miao said that he was surprised that Yin Qixia is willing to play chess with him. Yin Qixia explained that since Gao Miao was willing to break off his connection with the three great demons for him and his brother, he's not the ruthless Dryad from the rumors. To be able to possess a Dryad, extremely remarkable powers are required. He asked Gao Miao which great monk he is. Gao Miao told Yin Qixia that he's not dumb, but quite a meddler. Gao Miao said that he will naturally tell things that must be known, otherwise, he won't. But the truth is, he doesn't really know about the well-known, amazing, and great monks in the Demon of Qian. Yin Qixia didn't chase the matter, but he asked Gao Miao why he let the three great demons escape even though he could take them down easily. Gao Miao explained that just because you ate the opponent's cart, horse, and cannon chess pieces, doesn't mean that you've already won the game. But, as long as you kill the general that they're protecting, it's your victory. He bragged that he doesn't need to show what he was capable of against three demons that don't even have 1,000 years worth of spiritual energy. Yin Qixia stood up in shock. He asked if Gao Miao was going after the Black Demon King. The Black Mountain Demon King, regardless of whether it's a demon king with 2,500 years worth of spiritual energy or some rare monk who is at the refining spirit to emptiness stage, none of them are his opponents. Among the humans, the ones that could stand by his side are those great monks who have achieved something that shook the whole world, old monsters who have trained in seclusion for many years, or those people who have achieved an even higher stage in cultivation, to plot against the Black Mountain Demon King using his pawns. Yin Qixia wondered who Gao Miao really is. He then asked Gao Miao if he was planning to kill the Black Mountain Demon King. So Gao Miao told him that it was rare for him to react like that and asked him if he had grudges against the Black Mountain Demon King. In response, Yin Qixia explained that the Black Mountain Demon King is the greatest demon within a radius of 5,000 miles, and has dozens of great demons and small demons under his command. So he's like a general in chess, and killing him is worth the same as killing thousands of demons. Gao Miao guessed things right. He predicted that if people like Yan Qixia heard about that kind of thing, they couldn't leave it be. He then asked Yan Qixia if he would like to kill the Black Mountain Demon King with him. Right now, he plans to control Yan Qixia once his heart is troubled and shows some flaws. Sure enough, Yan Qixia got excited at the thought of killing the Black Mountain Demon King. But reality kicked in, and he remembered that the Black Mountain Demon King has advanced demon skills. So Gao Miao said that although he is not afraid of the Black Mountain Demon King, for some reason, he couldn't leave the vicinity of the tree governess palace, like a general trapped in a prison. And at times like that, some helpers are needed to help him get rid of some pawns. Gao Miao then told Yan Qixia that he needed him to kill the Black Mountain Demon King, but he was still too weak and can't help much. So, he prepared a chance for him to get stronger. He then took out a branch and a bottle from his left sleeve. Afterward, he told Yan Qixia that the bottle contains wood spirit essence that can heal all the external wounds on his body, and the other one is a branch taken from his body that contains his consciousness. He then said that he can control the branch from thousands of miles away from him, and he will use it to guide Yan Qixia, and as long as he completes the trial, he's qualified to join him to kill the Black Mountain Demon King. Yan Qixia took the bottle and the branch and wondered if he was really that weak, but he realized that he was severely injured by a punch and hadn't even recovered yet, so he's under the impression that he's really weak. He then hid the things that Gao Miao gave him. Eventually, he bowed and thanked Gao Miao, who he even called senior. The Nether Spirit Spring is very special and its divine power won't disperse just because multiple people went in to soak together. So Gao Miao will get the same benefit as Yan Qixia if the branch gets soaked together with him. Yan Qixia will do the hard work for Gao Miao, and he'd also be grateful to him because he'd be stronger by following Gao Miao's advice. At that moment, Nana praised Gao Miao for creating an awesome plan. So Gao Miao patted Nana's head and told her that she contributed to it as well by showing him the original plot and finding some strategies that the members of the Temple of Gods used. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what the Spirit Spring could do. In the Chiwu Cave, a male bird demon came to report. He told his king that the little demons are monitoring the vicinity of the tree governess palace as ordered. Furthermore, he reported that they saw Yan Qixia come out of the tree governess palace and head west just an hour ago. They set up a trap, but Yan Qixia was still able to escape, so the bull demon called them good for nothing. After a moment, the snake great demon and bull great demon realized that on the west of the tree governess palace is the Nether Basin. The west side didn't have that many troops because of the Nether Basin. Entering a place full of indestructible zombies, and even the Demon King doesn't know what's inside, the snake great demon wonders if Yan Qixia is looking for death. The two great demons asked the bird great demon what to do. So the bird demon explained that the attack on the tree governess palace cannot be cancelled, because the invitation letters were already sent to the Toad Demon King and the Great Moss Demon. He then said that since Yan Qixia is looking for death, they can only hope that what the Black Mountain Demon King wants is not him. The snake great demon agreed while thinking to herself that what the Black Mountain Demon King wants must not be the priest, since the bird great demon is not interested in him. Qi Ling, the bird great demon, suggested that since they lost the priest, they should just exchange the scholar for a reward so the snake great demon and the bull great demon can have contributions. The bull demon agreed while thinking to herself that after killing the dryad, he'll just rob whatever Qi Ling robs. Meanwhile, in the Nether Basin, zombies are everywhere. Yan Qixia was destroying the zombies with the help of Gao Miao's instructions. In every zombie that comes near Yan Qixia, Gao Miao would tell Yan Qixia which acupoint he should attack to destroy the zombie. As a result, Yan Qixia destroyed zombies one after the other. Some zombies have their weak points in their Baihui acupoint, some in their Shinting acupoint, and Qingming acupoint. The zombies that surrounded Yan Qixia were destroyed. Moreover, the zombies have solid bodies that even Ganjian move can't pierce through them. So Yan Qixia was afraid that only a demon king or people who are in the refining spirit to emptiness stage can pass the trial. He then wondered how terrifying Gao Miao's strength is for casually arranging such trials. Right then, the branch stuck out of his kimono. Yan Qixia is under the impression that he failed the test since he only managed to kill the zombies because Gao Miao gave him clues. But the branch floated out of his kimono. Through the branch, Gao Miao told Yan Qixia that he is more outstanding than he thought. Yan Qixia originally needed more than 1 month to find the zombies' weaknesses, but because Gao Miao memorized and directly told Yan Qixia the zombie's weaknesses, he passed through the nether basin for half a day only. Therefore, Yan Qixia was confused when Gao Miao told him that he passed the test. Right then, Gao Miao told him he should go into the depths of the nether basin and grab his chance to get stronger. At this moment, Yan Qixia and the branch soaked in the nether spirit spring. Eventually, the water around Yan Qixia suddenly rippled. Yan Qixia then released his aura. He felt that something had changed in him. Afterward, he jumped out of the water and stayed afloat. Yan Qixia broke through to the refining spirit to emptiness stage. Following this, he weakened his breath so as to not affect his surroundings. But when he looked down, he was confused when he saw that the water in the nether spirit spring was still shaking and even worse than before. At this moment, the branch floated out of the water. Its green glow became brighter and brighter. Consequently, the water around it was slowly sucked by it. Furthermore, the waves became stronger as the branch grew bigger. The next second, new branches grew from the small branch, and its leaves grew thicker and wider. Yan Qixia was confused as to what was happening. The small branch kept on growing until it grew roots and became a tree. The tree looked beautiful and strong with a thick green aura surrounding it. Meanwhile, the nether spirit spring became a nether spirit puddle in one breath. Even Gao Miao himself couldn't believe what just happened. He guessed that the nether spirit spring is more beneficial to demons than human priests. So Gao Miao got excited thinking about how much his strength would increase once his branch returned to his body. Later, Yan Qixia carried Gao Miao's branch with him on his way to the tree governess's palace. Gao Miao then instructed Yan Qixia to put his branch anywhere within 100 miles of the tree governess palace and it will automatically return to the main body. So Yan Qixia followed the instruction and put down Gao Miao's branch. Afterward, Yan Qixia said that the 3 great demons can be left for him to handle. However, Gao Miao replied that there was no need for him to take action. So Yan Qixia was confused because he thought that the reason why Gao Miao didn't kill the 3 great demons is because he was leaving them to him. Gao Miao explained that it was indeed the initial plan, but there was no need for him to test Yan Qixia any longer because he already saw his courage, strength, and determination in the nether basin. Right then, Gao Miao's branch slowly turned into green particles. Thereafter, the green particles floated toward Gao Miao who was inside the palace. Moments later, the green particles merged with Gao Miao through his left palm. This time, Gao Miao had an evil look on his face as he told Yan Qixia to leave everything to him. Meanwhile, in the Chiwu cave, announcements of the great demon's arrival can be heard. The golden rhino great demon, sky elephant great demon, and black crow great demon arrived in the Chiwu cave at the same time. Simultaneously, bird demons were flying in the sky while dropping pink petals. Huge drums were sounded, and beautiful snake demons were used as decorations. All of that to greet the great demon's arrival. The great demons walked proudly between the beautiful snake demons and demon bulls hitting the drums. Moments later, 2 demons holding a trident guarded the entrance of a tent. The right demon guard expressed that a conclusion should come out soon since the great demons have been discussing it for hours already. So the left demon guard expects Gao Miao to die miserably after offending those demon kings. As a result, the right demon guard blushed, telling the left demon guard about being unsure of disposing the beautiful ghosts. But his words were cut off when he noticed that the expression of the left demon guard suddenly changed. Meanwhile, inside the tent, a great demon suggested a toast and early celebration since everything has been settled. As they toast, they scream their malicious intentions against the tree governess palace, the dryad, and the beautiful ghosts. At that moment, the bird great demon and the bull great demon suddenly stood up and trembled. They were confused. Consequently, the bird great demon noticed that it became noisy outside the tent. Outside the tent, the demon guards were trembling. The left demon guard even dropped his trident uncontrollably. A giant, green, open hand appeared above the tent, so the guards quickly ran for their lives. The next second, the green hand squashed the tent. Dust gathered around the affected area. Simultaneously, the great demons moved out. They were angry because someone dared to sneak an attack on them, but they couldn't detect any strong enemy in the vicinity, so a great demon called for guards. In the tree governess palace, Gao Miao laughed in contentment. The great demons made their camps 1,000 miles outside the tree governess palace so Gao Miao's influence wouldn't be able to reach them, but they didn't know that the era had changed. Gao Miao became stronger. Gao Miao's skill became level 2. He can now borrow 60% of the extraordinary tree's powers, and the range of his influence increased to a 500-mile radius. His demon power increased to 900 years, and he can borrow 600 years of demon power. This means Gao Miao's demon power can increase up to 1,500 demon power. Eventually, Gao Miao and Nana exaggeratedly bragged about the increase in his power. Since the Dryad's spell range is equivalent to the demon power, his spell attack can reach 1,500 miles. Right then, Gao Miao cast a spell, and a huge hand extended toward the great demons. Seeing the massive hand, the bird great demon couldn't believe that a second attack had come again. The demons were crushed by Gao Miao's second attack, leaving a crater mark and blood splatters on the ground. This angered and insulted the Sky Elephant Great Demon, who expressed his disbelief that Gao Miao could defeat the six of them with just one palm strike. As a result, the Sky Elephant Great Demon activated his giant elephant stepping sky technique and simultaneously yelled that Gao Miao was underestimating him, resulting in a terrifying, massive version of the Sky Elephant Great Demon looming menacingly behind him. Shortly after that, the gigantic green palm of the Dryad Wizard stomped the Sky Elephant Great Demon to the ground, breaking trees and tearing stones as if it were nothing. The serpent-headed Great Demon and the horned bull Great Demon were both shocked as they witnessed the Sky Elephant Great Demon being crushed to the ground, which they believed was impossible, and wondered when the Dryad had become so strong. From a distance of 1,000 miles, Gao Miao immobilized the Sky Elephant, leaving it severely injured on the ground. The other demons angrily protested to Qi Ling, questioning why he had underestimated the Dryad's powers, to which Qi Ling sweated because he had difficulty explaining. The horned bull Great Demon ran as fast as he could while yelling that the Dryad was a 1,000-year demon king, and the serpent-headed Great Demon responded that she couldn't win. Gao Miao wondered why they were fleeing and laughed at them because of the master's endless demon power, which he could use endlessly with his demon palm. He wondered who could escape from him. The other demons flew as fast as they could, and others ran as if their lives depended on it. The Dryad only had 600 years of demon power, so his 1,000-year demon power was not cultivated by himself but by the rhinoceros-like demon. He was determined to find out more about him, but when the rhinoceros-like demon looked back, he was surprised that several blazing demon palms were going after them as they screamed that it was impossible to use so much demon power and not be afraid to run out of it. The three-headed squid demon just yelled to hurry and run away, but the demon palms of the Dryad continued to blaze and stomp everything in their way, resulting in fiery destruction. Qi Ling knew that the Dryad could kill his enemy in 1,000 miles by relying on the trees as eyes and ears. As the fire grew taller, he was burning the trees using his wooden aid with 3 feathers from his wings on it as he tried to escape beyond the range of his magical powers, which he thought were useless no matter how much you ran. Qi Ling sighed, believing that he was safe now, thanks to the time they bought him, and he was now 2,000 miles away from the tree governor's palace. But the thorny vines still found Qi Ling and wrapped themselves tighter around his hands, waist, and feet, causing him to drop his wooden aid with a clatter. Even from a distance, Gao Miao's laugh could be heard by Qi Ling. He thought it would be okay if he was 2,000 miles away and assuming that his level 2 father of the myriad trees was fake, while Qi Ling struggled to get rid of the vines. Qi Ling yelled Gao Miao's name as the vines reached for his neck. Gao Miao smirked and told him that he just learned how to walk a dog and let him run for a while so that he could take a few more laps, while his massive giant foot raised and creaked. Gao Miao viciously smiled with his fist closed as he watched Qi Ling struggle on a floating screen and told him that other than the gifted power, the Dryad mastered a lot of small spells. Although they aren't powerful, they are very practical, and wood control was one of them. The tree mimicked Gao Miao's closed fist as he continued that the wood control technique allowed him to control the trees whose demon power was lower than his. After he reached 1,500 demon power, he could move the 1,000 years old tree where the tree governor's palace was located, and that way, he wouldn't be limited by the original range and could use ancient trees wherever and whenever he wanted. Qi Ling pleaded for his life and told Gao Miao that his aunt was a close attendant of the Black Mountain Demon King. He continued to bargain that he would tell him that he had something the Black Mountain Demon King wanted, but before he could finish his sentence, Qi Ling screamed as the massive demon fist of Gao Miao hit him, and his feathers blew up. Back at the tree governor's palace, they feasted over the great demons that had 900 years of demon power, whose flesh contained pure demon power and was very nourishing. On the other hand, Nie Xiaoqian thought to herself that her old master had really done it. She continued that not only did he kill Qi Ling and other great demons, but he also shared their demon meat with them. Gao Miao sat comfortably on his throne, surrounded by giddily ghosts who served him food, with Nana above him. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she savored the flavor of the demon meat in her mouth and wanted to eat them all. Gao Miao thought to himself about what Qi Ling had told him, that he had something the Black Mountain Demon King wanted. Though he didn't say it clearly, according to the original plot, the Demon King wanted Nie Xiaoqian, and he smiled with the thought of Nie Xiaoqian. The ghost beside him asked Gao Miao what he was thinking about, to which he replied, nothing. As soon as he looked at Xiao Shui and asked what had happened, he was jaw-dropped because she was glowing, and part of her seemed to be vaporized. He gazed at the others as they were also glowing and vaporizing. One of the ghosts explained that the female ghost needed to constantly absorb yang energy from mortals and reconcile the yin and yang to maintain their ghost body. But since Gao Miao, their master, forbade them from absorbing yang energy, they became gradually unable to maintain a ghost body. The other ghost cheerfully said to him that he doesn't have to worry, even if their bodies are incomplete, they could still serve him. Gao Miao responded that it wouldn't work, and if they accidentally touched the sunlight in this condition, they would immediately go to the afterlife. He continued to think to himself that he couldn't also let them absorb the yang energy from the mortals. He called for Nana and referred to her as Fatsy, asking if she had any ideas. Nana, whose eyes glowed as she viewed the original plot, replied that the Dryad Witch ordered other female ghosts to absorb the yang energy of the mortals to maintain their ghost body. Later, after Yan Qixia killed the Dryad Witch, Nie Xiaoqian relied on Ning Kaichen to replenish her yang energy, while the other female ghost was exorcised by Yan Qixia's Taoist Salvation Sutra. Gao Miao continued talking with Nana as they were in trouble. His body demon didn't have yang energy, and he couldn't let them absorb yang energy from Ning Kaichen or let Qixia exorcise them. Nana responded that Owen's yang energy was too strong for them, and they do not have virtual source, leaving the female ghosts teary-eyed and worried. But a female ghost cited that there was another way other than absorbing yang energy but got interrupted. Little Tingsing slipped and covered her mouth, as she was told not to speak nonsense. Gao Miao wondered and asked her what the other way was. Gao Miao asked them if there was any other way that they needed him to help. The female ghost responded that if a 1,000-year demon king could give them spiritual energy to bathe their ghost bodies and allow their bodies to turn into yin ghost bodies, only then could they escape danger. The other female ghost replied anxiously that he didn't need to listen to her. She continued that to let a normal ghost body become a yin ghost body, it would require an enormous amount of spiritual energy, and even a 1,000-year demon king would have to rest for months to recover. She added that as slaves, they were of low status and not worth enough for a master to do that for them. Gao Miao smirked, thinking it was something more serious. He confidently replied that their master had a great amount of magical power and that his spiritual energy reproduced continuously and endlessly, so he would never run out of it. While Nana agreed, feeling annoyed, the female ghosts wanted to suck everything from Gao Miao, and these female ghosts were 1,000 years early. Little Tianxiang jumped happily with her hands up high and told her sister Xiao Shui that their master would be able to do it, while she sighed and covered her face. After some time, little Tianxiang sat closely in front of Gao Miao, and his eyes closed and chest glowed brightly as he released his spiritual energy in a smoky green aura around them. Little Tianxiang inhaled his spiritual energy and closed her eyes, telling Gao Miao that it was too full, and she couldn't take it anymore. All the other female ghosts were happy to witness that it worked while Nie Xiaoqian beside them crossed her arms and annoyed that they really needed to stick so close to each other. Gao Miao stood up because little Tianxiang's body couldn't take in that much spiritual energy at once, and he suggested that they would have to split it into a few more sessions. However, Gao Miao was interrupted and surprised as little Tianxiang kissed him on his cheek and thanked him. Little Tianxiang smiled, and their master was still wide-eyed. As a result, the other female ghosts ran to him because they wanted to kiss and absorb his spiritual energy too. Nie Xiaoqian continued to be annoyed and thought that the other female ghosts weren't embarrassed, and did they really need to be licentious? Nana, who was beside Nie Xiaoqian, asked her if she was going to go over there as well, as if Nana could be heard by her. Nie Xiaoqian stomped her foot while she waited and wondered if the old monster's body could handle that many ghosts. She continued to leave first and would come later for him after he was done resting. Also, Nana wondered when the little female ghost started to care about the master. The night sky was illuminated by a celestial glow, with the crescent moon and stars casting a gentle radiance through the thin veil of clouds above. Gao Miao was covered in kiss marks all over his face and chest, as he was confident and able to successfully go for Xiaoqian's route. Nana thought that it was strange for an elite girl like Nye Xiaoqian. Wouldn't it usually be a lot harder for someone like Gao Miao? Even if the master was good in every aspect, it still shouldn't be this easy to make her heart flutter. Gao Miao looked at Nana and questioned if Nye Xiaoqian would be one of those girls from the modern world that you have to be rich and handsome, also you need to be tall, have a good education, a house, and a car. He smirked as he explained that his world isn't that materialistic, and the girls here are pure as heck. As long as you're good looking and you've saved them once before, chances would increase drastically in your favor. He added as he walked on the forest path between bushes and trees, that as long as you're good looking, then all is good and well. Nana hurriedly caught up with Gao Miao. The moon cast an ethereal glow and shone through the window where Gao Miao and Nye Xiaoqian sat comfortably. Nye Xiaoqian sparkled beautifully, and Gao Miao and Nana were both mesmerized by her beauty. Gao Miao told her that her body could receive spiritual energy better than Xiao Shui and little Tianxiang, and that it seemed like she would receive enough first and turn into a yin body. Nana insinuated that a guy and girl alone together in a room would be bad for the mission and that it wouldn't work out. Gao Miao cleared his throat, sat in front of Nye Xiaoqian, and told her that the moon tonight looked bright, asking for a walk outside. He also thought that absorbing the moonlight would benefit her into becoming a yin as well. Nye Xiaoqian blushed as she agreed. Gao Miao and Nye Xiaoqian walked outside on the forest path between bushes and trees, where Nana flew behind, cheering for Gao Miao for a great job. The mood between them was great, and Gao Miao could use this chance to seize Nye Xiaoqian. Gao Miao gazed at Nana and responded that he wanted to. He had only known how to make fights, but chasing after a girl was something he had never tried before. Gao Miao added he don't even know what to say in situations like this as he sweated, waiting for Nana to search the floated pink screen for some situations like these. Nana cheerfully smiled and found something. The floating pink screen was near Gao Miao as he coughed and grabbed Nye Xiaoqian. With a smile so big, Gao Miao told her that the moonlight today was so pretty as he pointed with his hand. All of a sudden, the moon disappeared behind a dark cloud, casting a shadow over the previously illuminated night sky, leaving Gao Miao and Nana disappointed. Fortunately, Nye Xiaoqian agreed and found it pretty. Nana cheered with pom-poms that there was definitely no moon, but she agreed. According to the data, receiving a reply like that means success, and she continued congratulating Gao Miao for the joyous event that their mission would most likely be completed. The night was still dark, with the moon and stars shining above. As Ning Kaichen walked alone on the pavement, he wandered aimlessly until he found himself close to Lady Xiaoqian's chamber. Then, he realized that coming there in the middle of the night would be bad if someone saw him, so he shook his head and sighed. Ning Kaichen overheard a voice discussing the beauty of the moonlight. Meanwhile, Nana, who had a floating pink screen, wondered whether the mission was still incomplete because, based on Gao Miao's attitude, Nye Xiaoqian should have agreed. Nana suggested that Gao Miao try something else since Nye Xiaoqian probably didn't understand the meaning behind the beauty of moonlight. Gao Miao agreed, putting his hands on Nye Xiaoqian's shoulders, which frightened her. He asked her if she knew the velocity of the falling speed of cherry blossoms, leaving Nye Xiaoqian confused because she didn't know what velocity was. Nana glared at Gao Miao in frustration, thinking it was an awkward and shameful question. Fortunately, Nye Xiaoqian responded that she could find a cherry tree and test it later if Gao Miao wanted to know, which shocked Nana. However, the mission was still incomplete, and Nana wondered, looking at the floating pink screen, where it went wrong. Ning Kaichen tried to listen in on their conversation while hiding behind the trees. An hour later, Gao Miao was talking about TV, anime, and other performances that he had tried but weren't good enough and had no effect. Nana stepped in, saying that his shameful lines could make Nye Xiaoqian's head spin, or her favorability points might be full. Gao Miao realized that it was getting late and allowed her to return to her room while he sipped water from his hand. Gao Miao spit out the water when Nana suggested a real confession rather than stolen lines because the mission was still incomplete. Gao Miao replied that it wouldn't work because he remembered someone saying that love is war, and the party who confesses first loses. He continued that if it's a battle, he could never lose, while Nana was exhausted and facepalmed. Suddenly, Gao Miao was determined that love was too troublesome but thought of it as a battle, like the Black Mountain Demon King who tried to get Nye Xiaoqian in the original plot. Nana whispered to Gao Miao that someone was peeping, and Gao Miao knew it was Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen was afraid of disturbing them, so he covered himself up. Although Nye Xiaoqian would have noticed him long ago, with his mortal body at this distance, he shouldn't have heard anything they were saying. Behind the tree, Ning Kaichen fell asleep while eavesdropping for half an hour due to his weak physique. Gao Miao thought that it seemed Ning Kaichen was still interested in Nie Xiaoqian. A few days later, inside the tree governess palaces, Gao Miao called for Ning Kaichen because he had something to tell him. He presented him with a map on his table. Since ancient times, the love between humans and ghosts has been unacceptable to the world because of their different physiques, and there might be trouble when they try to give birth to their heirs. Ning Kaichen asked Gao Miao if he had a way to save Xian Qing, pleading to save her as she was his god-granddaughter. Gao Miao told him not to worry because he called him here for a solution. He remembered that there was a Karma temple around 1,000 miles to the west and that there was a sweeper monk who had profound power who might be able to help solve the problem. The target of the Black Mountain Demon King was Nie Xiaoqian, and they would have a battle here. According to the original plot, to win the battle, Gao Miao needed to acquire a treasure that belonged to Ning Kaichen and was located at the Karma Temple. This was why Gao Miao told Ning Kaichen he must accompany Xiaoqing to the Karma Temple. Ning Kaichen agreed, believing that Gao Miao, except for being a little pervert, was indeed not evil, and it seemed like what he and his big brother Qixia had said was true. There was a certain great monk who possessed the body of the Dryad. He also believed going to the temple with Xiaoqing would be relaxing because his past memories had been constantly reappearing these days. Half a month later, Ning Kaichen returned to Gao Miao, shocking him. He told Gao Miao that Xiaoqing and he didn't receive the blessing of the sweeper monk. This wasn't right, and Gao Miao was perplexed as he placed his hand on his chin, believing that sweeper monks were kind and compassionate, and there should be no reason for him to refuse them. In the original plot, Ning Kaichen didn't dare to let Nie Xiaoqian give birth, and they came to that temple by chance. It was in this Karma temple that they were given a pair of Bodhi bracelets that were as well blended as water and milk, which recreated Nie Xiaoqian's body with Ning Kaichen's blood and bones. Those bracelets were each inlaid with a Bodhi seed that could restrain demons. It was because of these bracelets that Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian could join the final battle with the Black Mountain Demon King. Gao Miao was in a crowded place with Nana, and it bothered him that the item was originally prepared for Ning Kaichen, but the sweeper monk couldn't give it to him. The Bodhi bracelet broke, and he continued to think if it was possible that Nie Xiaoqian had to go with Ning Kaichen to get it. Nana suggested just letting them go there together. Gao Miao gave a deathly stare while Nana's body quivered in fear. No matter which two people got the Bodhi bracelet, they would be in harmony with each other and exchange their blood and bones. Gao Miao added that he wouldn't act carelessly again. Since Ning Kaichen couldn't get it, then Gao Miao would get it personally. He smirked confidently, thinking that they were just mere NPCs who give treasure and hoped that he wouldn't fail to recognize a favor. They arrived at the Karma Temple, where there was a closed gate with 2 giant tripods with smoky incense. The building was warmed by the sun's rays as they shone on it. The Buddha's halo above the pavilion was shooting up into the sky, and Gao Miao believed that the bracelet he was looking for was here. He heard someone cough, but this made Gao Miao distraught. Then he saw a monk sweeping and coughing as well. The monk smiled and referred to him as the donor, telling him that the things in the pavilion were treasures for a pair of people who truly loved each other, and if they had nothing to do with the donor, they should just go back. Nana was worried as Gao Miao couldn't move his body due to a strong sense of oppression. These sweeper monks were all hidden masters, and their power was really terrifying. Gao Miao respectfully complied with the sweeper monk and said that he would be leaving now. Suddenly, he could move his body again, while Nana was confused because she thought they would be stealing the bracelet and why they would be leaving abruptly. Gao Miao was walking back to the crowded place from the Karma Temple when Nana asked him if the old monk knew what was right and wrong and what they should do. He then pondered about the monk being an NPC but with just coughing once could make him immobile that even the Black Mountain Demon King couldn't do that. While Nana flew to catch up with Gao Miao, he continued thinking that it had to be a couple who truly loved each other but wondered if it must really be Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian. Gao Miao was determined to get the Bodhi bracelet, and he would find a random true love couple and let them try it again for him while Nana noticed Ning Kaichen from the crowd. Ning Kaichen was walking through the crowd while carrying a large scroll but not as heavy as his emotions. He arrived at a shopkeeper and inquired if he accepts paintings, to which he asked to see what painting it would be. The painting was a portrait of Nie Xiaoqian, and the shopkeeper was astonished as it was a good painting, good poetry, and a beautiful woman, but since it wasn't made by a famous artist, he offered 5 silver. Ning Kaichen received it in his hands while the shopkeeper waved him goodbye and asked him to come again next time. Nana whispered to Gao Miao that the girl in the painting was Nie Xiaoqian, to which Gao Miao replied that he saw it too, Although he was already with Xiao Qing, he still had Xiao Qian in his heart. Gao Miao continued to ponder if the reason why the old monk didn't give him the bracelet was because of his half-hearted relationship. A few days later, the banners flapped in the wind as they hung beside the table. Nana asked Gao Miao, who was sitting next to the table, if he could really fool Ning Kaichen while wearing a black robe and hat with a mustache. Gao Miao retorted irritably that he had brought a true love couple to see the old monk these past 2 days, but the old monk refused to give them bracelets because he felt they weren't fated to be together. It was clearly stated in the original plot that this thing was specially prepared for Ning Kaichen, the son of the plane of existence, and Gao Miao, while holding his black feather fan, realized the only way was to fool Ning Kaichen. He was determined to break his fantasies about Xiao Qian and that he should only love his god-granddaughter. He continued that he had arranged the trap, and they would just have to wait for Ning Kaichen to take the bait. Amidst the crowd, Ning Kaichen walked with his head down, and people were talking about the miraculous Master Tiansun who helped them calculate their love life. They followed his guide and found their true love the next month, and others wanted to try. People inquired where they could find Master Tiansun, while Ning Kaichen thought one shouldn't believe these rumors about some shady magician. However, these days, Ning Kaichen had experienced a lot of incredible dreamlike moments and met a lot of magical existences like Brother Yan, Xiao Qing, Dryad Grandpa, and Ning Kaichen turned around. He would like to see what kind of cheap trick this magician had up his sleeve so as to avoid the girls being tricked. Ning Kaichen reached for Master Tiansun's hands. He then knelt down and pleaded with him to teach him how to teach himself to be free. Ning Kaichen believed that he was really a Taoist master because he could accurately count his life and even clearly understand his thoughts about Xiao Qing and Lady Xiao Qian. Nana, with the floating pink screen, sat beside Gao Miao and told him not to worry about it, but deep inside, he thought to himself that this grandpa had not only read the original plot, but he had also lived with him in the tree governess palace for a long time, except for the color of his underwear. As Nana frantically searched the pink screen for the famous romantic story in the virtual world, Gao Miao pleaded with Fatsi to hurry up because he had run out of things to say. After discovering it, Nana grinned and directed Gao Miao to the screen. Gao Miao discreetly glanced at the pink screen and told Ning Kaichen that in his previous life, he was the crimson pearl immortal grass above the 3 live stone border at the west of the Spirit Riverbank, and the woman named Nie Xiao Qian was the attendant of the guiding of the Qixia Palace. Because of the handful of dew she poured when she passed by, he was able to get rid of the trees and roots and then turn into a human. Gao Miao continued that the reason why Ning Kaichen couldn't forget Nie Xiao Qian was that she was the one who made him become human, and his feelings towards her were only of gratitude. For Lu Xiao Qing, in this life, he was destined to be with her and marry her. Ning Kaichen sobbed when he realized how pitiful Xiao Qing was in that, despite being with him for 1,000 years, he had been ignoring her. He then asked Master Tiansun what he should do to show gratitude to Nie Xiao Qian and treat Xiao Qing with kindness. Gao Miao stood and responded that in this town, there's a karma temple and a sweeper monk who possesses incredible power. He then quickly disappeared, but his voice continued that Ning Kaichen should immediately bring Lu Xiao Qing to the temple. The master would give them a pair of Bodhi bracelets, and he should give the bracelets to Nie Xiao Qian to repay her kindness and end this karma. The voice continued that Ning Kaichen must not forget when he presented himself to the master, he must only think of Lu Xiao Qing in his heart and not get distracted by Nie Xiao Qian, as his feelings towards her were only of gratitude, or else everything he'd done would be wasted. Astonished, Ning Kaichen believed Master Tiansun was really an immortal. At the Karma Temple, the sweeper monk was convinced that husband and wife truly love each other and only have each other in their hearts. He gave Ning Kaichen and Lu Xiao Qing a pair of Bodhi bracelets, flew towards them, and helped share their blood and bones. Upon receiving them, a bright light emerged from the bracelets, and Ning Kaichen felt like they had been fused together and would never be separated. This was the Bodhi bracelet from the Karma Temple, and he hoped his grandfather could give it to Xiao Qian, as he told Gao Miao under the breathtaking sunset. Gao Miao was holding a pair of bracelets when he realized they had been made especially for him by Ning Kaichen, and he was the only person who could have obtained them. So, Gao Miao was perplexed as to why he couldn't give them to her. Ning Kaichen, while holding Lu Xiaoqing's hand, responded that they had received the blessing of the sweeper monk and she had finally got rid of her ghost. They planned to leave the tree governess palace and travel around the world together, hoping that Grandpa wouldn't mind. Gao Miao thought Bodhi bracelet was so evil that Ning Kaichen was still hesitating yesterday and now he's head over heels for Lu Xiaoqing. As the lovebirds walked away together, Gao Miao replied he would not stop them if they insist on leaving. Gao Miao clenched his fist with the bracelets and asked Fatsi if there would be any adverse effects if he fused with these bracelets, which a demon fused with a Buddha treasure. Nana replied to Gao Miao not to doubt his professional working ability because according to the information of the Temple of God that he got, there was a God's mission team that entered the demon of Qian's world during the previous transmigration. He stole Ning Caichen's bracelets and merged them with one of his demon subordinates, and later, that demon became a half-demon and half-Buddha who could restrain other demons. Gao Miao nodded and trusted Nana this time. Gao Miao cut his palm to fuse his blood into his body as it poured out onto the bracelets on his hand. The humble monk was originally a red string beside Yulao in the sky, who turned into a sweeper monk who looks after the temple. Since the gods ceased to exist, and Yulao died, the only task of this humble monk was to give a pair of Bodhi bracelets to the son of good luck, Ning Caichen, to protect him. Now that the karma was over, this humble monk could pass away in peace. But as the humble monk faded away inside the temple, he was shocked as it felt that the marriage bracelet that was given the humble monk was contaminated with demon power. The humble monk vanished entirely into the sky, but he was not at ease. As Gao Miao continued to clench the pair of Bodhi bracelets, his body and blood fused, and he screamed while Nana's eyes sparkled gazing at the floating pink screen, which informed Gao Miao that the Dryad character card had evolved once more. The green Mongolian tree seed was at the third energy level, the father of the myriad tree, where the tree body turned into a primitive seed, could possess any extraordinary tree that doesn't have consciousness and gain its full power. Nana was perplexed as to why the green Mongolian tree seed had lost its demon power. Gao Miao evolved into a jade-like seed, which worried Nana. It could sense Gao Miao's breath but was baffled as to why he had evolved into a tree seed. Nana screamed and frantically caught up with Gao Miao as the jade-like seed flew up into the sky. The jade-like seed went inside the tree of the governess tree palace. Gao Miao arrived while Nana asked him what had exactly happened. Just like the description on the card, it said that after fusing with the Bodhi bracelet, his demon power was purified and he transformed into a tree seed with the nature of Buddha. Simultaneously, the ability of the father of myriad trees had evolved, and Gao Miao could merge into any extraordinary ancient tree with no consciousness to obtain its full power. Nana screamed in fear. Even though it sounded good, Gao Miao's ability was still deteriorating. How would they ever defeat the Black Mountain Demon King at this rate? In this world, there still existed an extraordinary Bodhi Buddha tree that was made from a Bodhi Buddha tree from a Bodhi seed that fell from the sky, and that it should be around 2,000 years old. If they could find it, they would definitely be able to defeat the Black Mountain Demon King. Gao Miao and Nana followed the memory within the Bodhi bracelet to find the Bodhi Buddha tree, and they left Qingyan town, crossing the hills, jumping over the valley, and heading to the far west. Then they crossed the Luo River going by Baimo River. Lastly, they flew over the large swamp where monsters ran amok. Finally, Gao Miao and Nana arrived at the magnificent and ethereal 2,000-year-old Bodhi Buddha tree. The jade-like seed from Gao Miao entered the 2,000-year-old Bodhi Buddha tree and fused with it. As they became one, Gao Miao expressed regret at having to give up the extraordinary ancient tree in the tree governor's palace. Now, Gao Miao, who had blonde hair and marks on his forehead, had become a demon king with 2,000 years of demon power and possessed the Bodhi Buddha tree, which specialized in restraining demons. After all, according to the original plot, Yin Qixia would be the main strength, and Ning Caish's tiger demon would be responsible for debuffing the Black Mountain Demon King, and they would win in the end because it doesn't make sense for Gao Miao to lose. Back at the tree governor's palace, Dryad was asked about Qi Ling, Mei Wei, and Mang Jiao's whereabouts. It had been a long time since the Dryad had tributed Yang Qi to the Black Mountain Temple. It was the Demon King's envoy, Ape Demon, who continued that a small demon reported that Qi Ling, Mei Wei, and Mang Jiao had disappeared, and their cave had also been razed to the ground. Even the White-Toed Demon King's envoy came to the Black Mountain Temple to ask for the whereabouts of the Golden Rhinoceros, Sky Elephant, and Black Crow, the Ape Demon added. Gao Miao sat beside Nye Xiaoqian, brushed it off that they would talk about it later, and proceeded to ask about the thing he was holding. He wondered if it was the imperial decree of the Black Mountain Demon King. He also thought to himself that the speed of information transmission in this world was really slow. Qi Ling and the others had been dead for months, and this envoy only got the news and rushed here. Gao Miao inquired if the Black Mountain Demon King had instructions for him, which annoyed the Ape Demon because of the proud Dryad considering that the king's decree was a major thing, and all questions would be asked after the decree was announced. The ape demon was hoping for a satisfactory confession, but if not, he would let him know the Demon King Envoy's greatness. The Demon King's envoy announced the decree of His Majesty, the Demon King. The king had heard that there was a female ghost whose name was Nie Xiaoqian with refined nature and dignified appearance in the tree governor's palace. Nie Xiaoqian was now summoned to enter the Black Mountain Temple and serve him. Nie Xiaoqian, receive the imperial decree, the ape demon said, grinning. He had worked hard for several months searching for her and finally found the girl named Nie Xiaoqian who was born on the darkest day in the darkest month of the darkest year. He didn't expect her to be dead and a ghost, which was why it took so long for the ape demon to find her. When Nie Xiaoqian looked at the old monster, she sighed, knowing that the old master couldn't save her because they'd be going up against the Black Mountain Demon King. She then wondered what she should expect from the old monster after only taking a glimpse of him. She continued that this was good, that he didn't resist the Black Mountain Demon King for her, at least he and the sisters in the tree governor's palace could survive while Nie Xiaoqing was almost standing up. Before she went further, Gao Miao stopped her by putting a hand on her shoulder, and he laughed about the imperial decree, claiming that in the tree governor's palace, his words should be the imperial decree. Gao Miao pointed his finger with powerful light on it as he trashed the Black Mountain Demon King and the imperial decree. This powerful light on his finger stroked a massive beacon of his power directed at the Demon King's envoy. The ape demon struggled to block the attack and was surprised by Dryad's actions and courage to defy the Demon King's order. Gao Miao sarcastically asked him if he knew what he was doing. Gao Miao's beacon of light power pierced through the chest of the Demon King's envoy, and then blood rushed out of the ape demon, who continued to ask him who gave him the courage to be arrogant in front of him and the Black Mountain Demon King. Gao Miao's massive beacon of light was so powerful that it went through the wall after piercing through the Demon King's envoy. Or is it Lian Jingru, he added. Despite having a severed hand and a massive hole in his chest, the Demon King's envoy stood up and wondered how the Dryad could do this. He then crumbled to the ground as the Demon King's envoy pleaded that he couldn't kill him or else the king wouldn't forgive him. Gao Miao thought as his pointed finger sparkled with light as Nie Xiaoqian attempted to restrain the old monster and warned him not to act impulsively because if he killed the Demon King's envoy, he would have to battle the Demon King until one of them died. Gao Miao responded that if he wanted to use the Black Mountain Demon King to pressure, he apologized because they had found the wrong person. He then vehemently threatened not only the King Demon's envoy, but he would also kill the Black Mountain Demon King, that even his mother can't save him. Still at the tree governor's palace, the ghost servants were seated in front of the feast table. On every plate, the meat was thick and quite juicy. Gao Miao's face turned red as he devoured the large, juicy meat and held a glass of wine in the other hand. He also encouraged the others to eat and asked why they weren't using their chopsticks. The ghost servants were anxious, as their master was too hasty this time. The Black Demon King's messenger was not someone they could kill. Nie Xianqian was eerily quiet and anxious as well. While holding a cup in his hand, Gao Miao continued to drink and wondered why it was such a big deal since the messenger was just a demon made of black stone. He also reassured them that if the man dared to enter the tree governor's palace to cause more trouble, he would undoubtedly receive more than he bargained for. However, Gao Miao soon fell to the table and passed out from intoxication. The sight of their master intoxicated with alcohol left the ghostly servants in a state of shock. They questioned whether he dozed off while snoring like a baby. The serene night sky with its thin clouds was illuminated by the crescent moon and countless stars. Someone descended quickly and discreetly from the tree governor's palace. Her feet landed softly on the ground, but then Nie Xiaoqian was stopped when they called for her. The other sister's servant ghost descended as well, trying to confront her, asking whether she was trying to escape. They told her that their master had killed the ape demon for her, and now she was secretly leaving on her own. They were all scared because the master had messed with the Black Mountain Demon King, and logically escaping the tree governor's palace before the Demon King vents his anger on them was the best choice. One of their sisters added that if they left now, even as a ghost, their hearts would never be at peace. However, others defended their master, saying that during this whole time, they were treated extremely well, and they must remember his kindness in their hearts. He even helped them to getting ghost body. If they left now, their heart would never be at peace. The servant ghosts were looking for Nie Xiaoqian to discuss future plans for going against the Black Mountain Demon King, especially since Nie Xiaoqian had always been the main leader among them, after being berated by her sisters. Nie Xiaoqian explained that the Black Mountain Demon King's target was her, and as long as she left the palace and used herself as a means to threaten, everyone would be able to survive. This puzzled her sisters as to why the Black Mountain Demon King would send his messenger to bring her back to his palace. If there was something bothering her, she needed to tell them. Nie Xiaoqian shook her head and told them there was no point in telling because they couldn't defeat the Black Mountain Demon King and ask for their return. She then turned her back, telling them to take good care of their master for her and not to tell him what had happened. She let him assume that she ran away because she was scared of the Black Mountain Demon King. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up about what they couldn't tell to their master, leaving them stunned. Gao Miao descended gracefully from the tree governor's palace. He reached the ground and looked at Nana, telling her that he was right, that the female ghost wouldn't betray him. Nana retorted that the tree governor's palace was their base camp in this world, and they had to manage it. She also said there shouldn't be any traitors permitted because now that the ape demon was dead, and they had messed with the Black Mountain Demon King, they could act intoxicated and test their loyalty. Gao Miao thanked them with a tap on their heads, saying that the hangover soup was really good, and he felt really energized and clear. Nana wondered as to why they were loyal to him, citing that there was nothing great about Gao Miao, and he didn't have any benefit to them as well. Gao Miao looked at Nie Xiaoqian and told her that he had heard everything, and asked her if it was really because she was scared of the Black Mountain Demon King that she wanted to leave the tree governor's palace. She stood there anxiously, looking back at him. Gao Miao went close to her and tapped her head as well, telling her that it seemed like she didn't believe the fact that he wasn't scared of the Black Mountain Demon King. He then explained that he was originally planning to do it a few days later, but it seemed like he needed to push it earlier. He decided to do it tomorrow. He would go get that Black Mountain Demon King's dog head back and hang it in the tree governor's palace so that they wouldn't have to keep worrying about it. The night was getting darker as stars faded into the dark clouds at the temple surrounded by a large claw-like boulder. Yin Qixu's people were talking and amazed to see His Majesty lock himself in to gather spiritual energy. It seemed like Nie Xiaoqian was very important. Inside, demons were talking over the table with lots of food. One of them expressed how it was unexpected that Nie Xiaoqian was at the tree governor's palace and seemed like the dryad hit the jackpot. They speculated about the reward of the dryad and the ape demon since the ape demon was always greedy, while the other was jealous to find a weak monster like the dryad whom he could bully easily as he pleased. A blazing comet-like object attacked the temple, causing a powerful blast inside. A hand reached for it as they realized it was a head. Every demon was stunned when they saw the ape demon's head and demanded to know who did this. Suddenly, a voice emerged, calling for the Black Mountain Demon King repeatedly, which angered the demons. The voice continued to taunt that the Black Mountain Demon King should come out and retrieve it because his lunchbox was here, which drew the attention of all the guards and demons inside the palace. While Yin Qixia and Gao Miao were inside the temple, Gao Miao instructed Yin Qixia to leave the Black Mountain Demon King to him, while he could have the rest of the small fry. Yin Qixia had just recently succeeded in refining the spirit of emptiness. His current state was still unstable, but he didn't have to push himself. If he couldn't win against them, he was given a small pouch placed on his side to use it when he needed. The enraged and intimidating demon charged at them, enclosing them in their own demonic aura. The fierce demons recognized them and lambasted them for disturbing the Black Mountain's Demon King's peace, and that they had just committed a crime. The other demon wondered if they were the ones who killed the ape demon. Gao Miao told Yin Qixia to take them down quickly and not let His Majesty get disturbed. He tapped Yin Qixia's shoulder, indicating that he was leaving them to him. Yin Qixia wasted no time and quickly advanced swiftly towards the demons with a blade in his hand. The guards at the Black Mountain Temple were stunned when the demon slashing sword technique was activated. Yin Qixia demonstrated the demon slashing sword technique. Surrounding it served like a cyan translucent trap to the demons, and if they moved, it would slash through them. He was determined not to let them hinder his senior. The lion-like demon yelled at the guards, asking why they were all staring, and vehemently screamed for them to attack him. The guards then coordinated their attacks with their spears at the same time. Gao Miao quickly moved as he observed the situation. When wielding absolute power in the martial arts or fantasy world, no matter how many small demons there are, they are all useless. Gao Miao unleashed a massive strike directed at the guards, which ripped them apart. As a result, there was a resounding bang, and the light exploded. Gao Miao then descended to the ground, where the next one was inside the palace. He looked up, surprised, and began as the mountain temple shook to its core. The terrifying Black Mountain Demon King appeared in the sky, disregarding a skinny and boned individual. While the Demon King calmly raised its fist to Yan Qixia approached the Black Mountain Demon King with his sword, and suddenly a massive translucent shield blocked the first attack of the Demon King, providing protection to Yan Qixia. He was shocked to see the shield shatter Yan Qixia's sword and shield in front of his eyes. The shattered pieces of the shield almost hit Yan Qixia on his face, but suddenly, a spirit tree shield was activated, providing protection for him again. A resounding blow emerged as a result of the attack, and Yan Qixia fell back. Fortunately, Gao Miao caught him with his vine-like hand and berated him for being careless. Gao Miao pointed out that Yan Qixia did not realize the gap in their strength between him and his opponent, which would have killed him if he hadn't been saved in time. Yan Qixia responded that slaying demons and evil was part of his generation's monk's job, and if he died because of it, he would have no regrets. This irritated Gao Miao even more and made him speechless. Gao Miao then looked up and left Yan Qixia because he couldn't explain to such a stubborn man besides dealing with the Black Mountain Demon King. He instructed Yan Qixia to take care of those demons and not let them escape. The demons cheered that there was no one who could defeat their king, and they were amazed as it had been a long time to see the heroic figure of their king. The demons were still trapped in the cyan translucent strip at the demon slashing sword technique. The wolf-like demon, who was also trapped in the cyan translucent strip, reminisced that it had been a long time since he had gotten injured. Thanks to the Dryad and that bastard Taoist priest, he had tasted fresh blood again. Once the king made a move, they would definitely die, and later he would have those female ghosts in his palace. Gao Miao inquired if he was the Black Mountain Demon King, the one who wanted his Ni Xiaoqian and made his female ghosts tense once they heard his name. The Black Mountain Demon King told him that Ni Xiaoqian belonged to the king. Its claw flickered with purplish energy, and it launched a massive beacon of purplish light so powerful that it ripped anything passing through it to shreds. But when the Black Mountain Demon King's attack missed, he admitted that Gao Miao's speed was comparable to his and wondered where his confidence came from to go against the Demon King. Gao Miao responded confidently that it was not only his speed that was fast, while carrying Yan Qixia. He then lifted his palm, and a golden energy emerged around it. He also had parallel power directed at the Black Mountain Demon King. While the Black Mountain Demon King released a massive sword with a purplish strike for those who offended the dignity of the king, the massive sword met and collided with the golden power of Gao Miao's palms and slashed through it. When Gao Miao noticed that the Black Mountain Demon King wanted to cut him, he then enclosed himself in a golden sphere to block its attack. Then he chanted an ancient Buddhist mantra, Om Manu Padme Hum, which blew him up, blasting that bastard to death. This baffled the demons that were in the cyan translucent strip by Yan Qixia, as they wondered how could a demon's ability gain the blessing of a Buddha's light, and not only his Dryad, but a Bodhi tree was transformed into a human. While Gao Miao was surrounded by its golden glow, he then responded that Gao Miao is just an honorable Buddha tree, and that purifying him would make him weaker by 3 points, but now after he fused with the Bodhi Buddha tree, he was stronger than ever before. The ancient Buddhist mantra hit the Black Mountain Demon King, but he remained calm. Its claw started to have a golden glow as he referred to it as a Buddha light. Gao Miao grinned as he responded that it was the Bodhi Buddha light that could purify demon power. Now that the Black Mountain Demon King had been purified by it and its demon body had been shed off, he mockingly told him to stand still and not move because Grandpa Gao Miao was merciful. He would purify him into a spiritual stone with Buddha nature, and his demon power would be gone. The Black King Demon King was shocked. He screamed that he hadn't felt this disgusting power in a long time, and the boulders around him lifted. When the Black Mountain Demon King flew with boulders surrounded by his purplish energy, he launched them towards Gao Miao. However, Gao Miao raised his palm and unleashed a powerful counterattack of golden light, tearing the boulders into pieces and blasting them away. The Black Mountain Demon King suddenly appeared through the smoke, his fist reaching for Gao Miao. Although the Black Mountain Demon King's melee combat instinct was not bad, Gao Miao had seen through it. Although the Black Mountain Demon King had 500 years more demon power than him, since his Buddha's light could restrain demon power but he couldn't get close to him, he formed a golden honeycomb shield to block the Black Mountain Demon King. Yan Qixia was amazed as he witnessed the fight and saw that the power of the Black Mountain Demon King was constantly being purified. The demons trapped in cyan screamed as they were surprised that the Buddha light's restraint on demon power was too severe and dense. Gao Miao wondered how it could be, while the purplish fist power of the Black Mountain Demon King collided with his shield with a resounding bang. The ominous Black Mountain Demon King managed to break Gao Miao's golden honeycomb shield with a fierce blow, which caused Gao Miao to fall quickly and dash through the boulders, eventually collapsing to the ground with a blitz of purplish energy from the Black Mountain Demon King, causing a loud rumble. As the smoke of the ferocious attack began to fade, Gao Miao appeared in the haze and yelled again, referring to the intense fight. He thought to himself that the demon power was so strange that even the Buddha's light couldn't immediately disperse it. The Black Mountain Demon King, with a glowing fist, started to crawl as a result of the Buddha light. Gao Miao thought to himself that the Demon King wasn't really afraid that all of his demon power was getting purified. With his clothes ripped from the attack, a circular dark purplish mark was embedded on Gao Miao's chest. He was shocked by what kind of strange demon power it was. All the places where he was hit had been contaminated by this demon power. He brushed it off, thinking that it won't grow or recover quickly. In the original plot's last boss, the Black Mountain Demon King was really hard to deal with. Gao Miao clenched his fist and yelled again as he charged towards the Demon King, resulting in a loud bang. The fierce Black Mountain Demon King also charged him. The sky with floating boulders became their battlefield as they fought relentlessly against each other. Their attacks left a rumbling blow and a spectacular display of their golden, cyan, and purplish energy. Their fight was so powerful that even those watching from a distance were unable to escape the after effects of the battle. Even the most skilled Taoist priest, Yin Qi-Xian, struggled to block it with his swords. The onlookers' demons couldn't withstand the sheer power of their attacks that created shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Some flew to take cover while others were hit. They continued to fight relentlessly, and the resounding impact of their strikes echoed throughout the battlefield, with their energies colliding in a spectacular display of gold, cyan, and purple hues as they battled for dominance. The Black Mountain Demon King landed a blow on Gao Miao that sent him flying towards the tower as he told him that even if the Buddha's light shines on him, it is hard to prevent his tree body from rotting. Even though Gao Miao's body was covered in bruises and dark demon marks, he fiercely responded to him, telling him to take a look at his own body. Half of his demon power had been purified and the other half had become a golden Buddha statue. But he thought to himself that this demon power was so strange that even the Buddha's light couldn't immediately disperse it. He then wondered who would be the first one unable to hold on. He continued to tease the Demon King while launching his golden blow and yelled vehemently, asking whether he could still retain the position of the Demon King in the future. With a swift and powerful strike, Gao Miao delivered a blow of gleaming gold to the Demon King, causing the formidable creature to soar through the air and smash through the towering walls of its very own temple. As soon as he fell to the ground, the Demon King quickly recovered and advanced towards Gao Miao, landing his fist on Gao Miao's chest. As the moon radiantly illuminated the forest, a voice suddenly emerged from the darkness, urging them to savor the meal slowly with a light-hearted chuckle. Nie Xiaoqin sat serenely beside a pond with an abundance of lively fishes, feeding and conversing with them. As she gazed at the peaceful and harmonious scene, her mind drifted towards the thought of how wonderful it would be if humans, ghosts, and demons could live happily like these fishes. Nie Xiaoqin lifted her gaze towards the celestial brilliance of the moon and thought of the old monster, hoping that it was safe and sound and would return alive. At the Black Mountain Temple, buildings and boulders were torn apart, leaving a scene of destruction in their wake. Smoke billowed up from the ground, and amidst the chaos, a voice could be heard, filled with curses and anger. Gao Miao slumped onto a boulder, looking utterly drained and covered in purplish demon power. On the other hand, the Demon King was now aglow with fiery energy and taunted Gao Miao, saying that his Buddha's light was dim and had he used up all his oil. Gao Miao got up, acknowledging that while his Buddha's light was equivalent to 2,000 years of demon power compared to the Demon King's 2,500 years, it was indeed a little weaker in long-term combat. He continued that at least now 2,000 years of the demon power had been purified by him, and only 500 years of demon power were left. He wondered if it was worth it. The fiery Demon King responded that he did not need to worry about this. What he had lost would be paid double by Nie Xiaoqian. As for him, the Demon King proceeded to hurl a colossal spear charged with electrifying purplish energy, directing it fiercely towards Gao Miao as he yelled that he would die now by this spear. Yin Qixia screamed for his senior as he rushed forward to rescue him, only to be confronted by a horde of ferocious demons whose fierce glares and menacing growls meant that he would need to go through them first. A surge of anger washed over Gao Miao as they questioned whether the Black Mountain Demon King thought he had already won. "It's futile," he screamed, while adding that a colossal spear rushed towards its intended target with a burst of speed and force. As smoke billowed up from the ground, Gao Miao was pierced through his chest by the colossal spear of the Demon King. However, he acknowledged that Gao Miao was a tenacious life force, as he had still not been beaten back to his original form. The Taoist priest Yan Qixia rushed forward, screaming in disbelief for his senior, but was held back by a huge lion-like demon. The colossal spear was pulled out from Gao Miao's chest. The Demon King said that since he could not die with one blow, he would strike again. Suddenly, a long-stemmed woody vine emerged from the ground, making a rumbling sound as rock fragments blew all over. The Demon King was surprised to see the human-like tree wood standing high, confused, and wondering where this came from. While Yan Qixia was being held by the lion-like demon and surrounded by other demons, his universal pouch glowed brightly. The universal pouch glowed towards the 1,000-year-old tree, which had clenched its fist. Fortunately, Gao Miao needed to protect the old Yan and asked him to bring the 1,000-year-old tree from the tree governor's palace in the universal pouch. Otherwise, Gao Miao might have run into some difficulties this time. The Gao Miao inside the 1,000-year-old tree asked the Black Mountain what the relationship was between him and Nie Xiaoqian and why he wanted her so badly. The universal pouch, which can store large objects in a smaller one, was really useful, but only a Taoist could use it with Taoism. Otherwise, he would have gotten one as well. The Gao Miao arrogantly asked the Demon King to tell him, and then he could let him die in peace. The Demon King screamed in disbelief as that was impossible and asked Gao Miao what power was that. The Demon King was well aware of the Dryad's family-gifted power, but wondered how could the Dryad have two extraordinary trees as their original form. The Demon King left puzzled, still ignoring Gao Miao's question about Nie Xiaoqian, which made him upset. Gao Miao responded that if the Demon King refused to say it, then he would ask Nie Xiaoqian once he returned. Suddenly, Gao Miao launched an attack where a jade-colored strike hit the Demon King, and he yelled to give up, since most of his demon power had been purified, and now there were only about 500 years of demon power left. He was confident he could beat the Demon King. The Demon King screamed that he refused to accept defeat as he got hit by the strike directed towards him, which tore him apart. As a result, a body emerged and fell from the sky after his body turned half. Gao Miao got curious as something fell out of the body's reach with its woody vine. When the body finally came down, he uttered that the person inside the Black Mountain Demon King's body was Nie Xiaoqian, which shocked him to his core. While the other demons were shell-shocked to witness their Demon King's loss, once the king died, the Black Mountain curse inside their bodies would go completely out of control. They screamed in panic as black worms spiraled out of their bodies, and enlargement of nodules could be observed all over. Shortly after, their demon bodies burst as they screamed in pain. The Taoist priest Yan Qixia protected himself with a golden barrier from the explosion of the demons' bodies and wondered what kind of forbidden curse the Black Mountain Demon King planted in their bodies that automatically triggered once he died. The moon was covered by thin clouds but still managed to radiate. Nie Xiaoqian was amazed that her old monster did manage to kill her, as she saw herself lying on the ground. Gao Miao was worried as he tapped Nie Xiaoqian and asked what kind of thing was a trivial matter, but why does she look exactly like her, and what was their relationship? He wondered if she was alright after he killed her. Nie Xiaoqian looked back and smiled, while Gao Miao continued to explain that his attack almost beat her to dust, but after he saw her appearance, Gao Miao forcibly detained her soul in the body again and wondered if that would have any effect on her. Nie Xiaoqian calmly explained that she thought that he could never beat her, so she had been reluctant to tell Gao Miao some things so as to not worry him anymore, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. So, what exactly was your relationship with her? Gao Miao adamantly asked her. After some time, Gao Miao was surprised to learn that both of them were actually the same person but not the same demon. To his surprise, he called up Fatsy to wake up and come out. Still rubbing its partially open eyes, Nan awoke and responded to Gao Miao. Nie Xiaoqian told him she didn't know the exact details. When she died and turned into a ghost, she suddenly awakened a memory. She continued, saying that her memory showed that she was just a strand of the Black Mountain Demon King's soul that was thrown into a human mother's womb, went through 10 months of pregnancy, and was born a human. Nana chimed in that this was such an unexpected thing to happen because many TOG mission teams have come to this world, but none of them have heard this news from Nie Xiaoqian. Nana wondered if there are any special conditions needed to trigger this message, such as a favorability degree or plot change. Nie Xiaoqian went on to say that she knew one day the Black Mountain Demon King would come to find her to come to terms with his state of mind, and that's why she never dared to face her feelings. Nana's eyes sparkled, and its wings fluttered while Gao Miao blushed. The mission to steal Nie Xiaoqian's heart was now complete, as stated in the pink pop-out screen, where its reward was awarded with 2 virtual sources. Nana continued that this is why, even though Nie Xiaoqian looked like she'd fallen in love, the mission was still incomplete, while Gao Miao continued to blush because this was the first time he was confessed to by a girl, and it was in the Black Mountain Demon King's morning hall, which felt really weird. Nana thought that it must be because of the Black Mountain Demon King's existence that she was unable to open the door to her heart, and now that the Black Mountain Demon King is dead, Nie Xiaoqian has completely opened her heart to Gao Miao. A few days later, in a candlelit room, Nie Xiaoqian stepped in with her clothes on the floor, and even though the Black Mountain Demon King and she were one, they each had different circumstances and attained different lives. She then walked towards her body and went on to say that she was transformed by a thread of her remnant soul and was born into a rich and prosperous family on the darkest day of the darkest month in the darkest year, then became a ghost after death. As she moved close to the body with a glowing stone in her hand, she continued that she absorbed the spirit of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and cultivated them for thousands of years to form her spirit. Nie Xiaoqian's soul entered the body as she wanted to devour her and make her soul complete, but she got killed by the old monster instead. Now, her soul lost its consciousness, and if she devoured her, she would be able to increase her strength. However, when her soul finally entered, the candle lost its light when she learned that the consciousness of the Black Mountain Demon King had not been completely obliterated and that there were still some traces of it left. She was shocked to know how that was possible and called for the old monster for help. Gao Miao stood in front of the incense and wondered about Nie Xiaoqian's statement that it would take only half an incense stick's time to fuse with the Black Mountain Demon King's unconscious soul. However, it had already been an entire incense stick's time. Suddenly, the door creaked open and Gao Miao let out a gasp of surprise as a massive, giant black fist clenched in his direction. Gao Miao, who had a golden mark on his forehead, quickly activated his spirit tree shield to block the attack. Despite this, he was still sent flying backward by the powerful blow that managed to break through his shield. He crumpled to the ground and looked into the distance, where he saw Nie Xiaoqian's shadow. He was caught off guard and upset that his spirit tree shield, which was coated with Buddha lights, was broken by a single punch. He wondered how much cultivation energy was behind the attack. Was it 3,000 or 4,000 years? Nie Xiaoqian emerged from the door with dark energy oozing around her, leaving Gao Miao baffled to know that she was the Black Mountain Demon King. With a sinister smile, Nie Xiaoqian mockingly reminded him that he didn't expect this, did he? Not only had the Black Mountain Demon King returned, but he was also stronger than ever. The Black Mountain Demon King had been planning this for many years. He created the Pearl of Eternal Soul, which could store multiple souls and keep them immortal. It was originally created to go against him, but he never expected to have to use it for this purpose. Worried, Gao Miao asked about Nie Xiaoqian. A voice inquired about the sudden gathering of immense evil energy in the tree governess palace, which surprised Gao Miao as he looked up. The Taoist priest Yan Qixia landed swiftly on the ground. He recognized the Black Mountain Demon King in Nie Xiaoqian and was baffled by how she could still be alive, as well as concerned about her tremendous energy. Nie Xiaoqian laughed sinisterly as she unleashed massive amounts of black energy with purple hues all over it, which Yan Qixia and Gao Miao blocked with their hands. Yan Qixia noted that she was much stronger than before. Gao Miao grabbed the Taoist priest's clothes and told him to stop talking nonsense, then demanded to know what was going on with Nie Xiaoqian right now. He quickly put his hands on his forehead to investigate as golden rays emerged, and he responded that Miss Nie Xiaoqian's ghost spirit and a part of the Black Mountain Demon King's soul were currently in the same body. He wondered what was going on. Suddenly, a golden third eye fully emerged on the Taoist priest's forehead, and he continued to wonder why there was still a small part of her soul that had not yet been destroyed, and why it was currently pressing against Miss Xiaoqian's ghost spirit. When the Taoist priest could finally see through it, Nie Xiaoqian stood there smiling sinisterly, with a circling dark reddish aura on her chest. He explained that deep down inside the Black Mountain Demon King's body, there was a pearl protecting a piece of soul, keeping it immortal. That's why that part of the soul wasn't destroyed yet. Nie Xiaoqian diverted her attention to the Taoist priest, who seemed to know too much, and wanted to kill him first before she would kill the dryad. The brave Taoist priest was aware of the frightening amount of evil energy, but it was his duty to fight against evil. Yan Qixia was always ready for a fight, and he drew his sword, waiting to be attacked. But he was surprised when Gao Miao quickly drew him out while grabbing his back and warned him not to fight her because his small build would not be able to withstand a small punch from her. Gao Miao berated him, asking who he would look for to save Xiao Qian if he died. She quickly asked what they needed to do now to enable Xiao Qian to recover. Xiao Qian, a swirl of dark energy, flew after Gao Miao's golden aura. The ghosts of the tree governor's palace were concerned and worried about their master's altercation with Xiao Qian. When Gao Miao escaped the palace with Taoist priest Yan Qixia while holding a red talisman, he said that the process to break the seal was extremely complex. But when they found a chance, Gao Miao just had to put this talisman on her, and only then would he have enough time to break the seal. He subsequently gave the talisman to Gao Miao. Suddenly, Gao Miao and the Taoist priest came to a halt in midair when Xiao Qian caught up with them and yelled that there was nowhere for them to run. The full moon cast its light upon the red talisman that Gao Miao was holding, which Xiao Qian noticed. She confidently replied that there was no way she would give him a chance to put a talisman on her. Gao Miao instructed Yan Qixia that he should return first while facing Xiao Qian. The Taoist priest agreed and advised him to be careful while wrapping his fist and swiftly turning around. Gao Miao called for Nana and instructed it to come out and gave him the Owen's card. Nana emerged quickly. He gracefully placed his feet on the ground while Nana stood by his side, surrounded by trees. The pop-pink screen emerged in front of them, showing 2 cards. Gao Miao expressed that the Black Mountain Demon King made one mistake and that he didn't have to give him another chance. He gazed and said to Nana that the 2 new virtual sources they just got hadn't even warmed their seats yet, but one of them was already leaving. While Nana panicked internally because a virtual source was so hard to come by and he wanted Gao Miao to try his amazing talking skills to see if he could persuade Xiao Qian's heart to change and allow her to defeat the Black Mountain Demon King, Nana responded enthusiastically to Gao Miao, fully supporting his decision and definitely not letting any natives bully them. Gao Miao pressed Owen's card on the pop-out screen. He then successfully transformed into Owen's character and expressed his determination to beat her up until his fingers couldn't move so that he would be able to put the talisman on her whenever he liked. Xiao Qian landed on the ground and questioned his remarks of beating her up until she couldn't move her fingers. Even though she didn't understand what happened to his body, her oozing dark energy that caused disruptions to the nearby rocks and trees implied that he might not even understand what he was saying at the time. She was blown off by a punch to the chest from Gao Miao, who then asked her in mockery what she was smiling for. In shock over how that was possible, Xiao Qian spit blood. Determined, Gao Miao responded that his time was valuable and that he was also sorry. He wasted no time in moving closer to Xiao Qian and struck her again, this time with a powerful blow to the chest, causing her to break through the trees and disrupt everything nearby. While Xiao Qian was still stunned, Gao Miao suddenly emerged in front of her with swirling fiery eyes and energy all around him and was prepared to unleash another attack. She was struck in the face by Gao Miao, leaving visible bruises. While Xiao Qian feared another attack, Gao Miao clenched his fist as it built a radiant of rippled reddish energy. He then unleashed a massive strike, resulting in a powerful blow that destroyed everything in its path. While Xiao Qian was on the ground, Gao Miao was already preparing for another merciless strike, which caught Xiao Qian off guard. He then released a massive beacon of reddish energy at her, causing Xiao Qian to crumble to the ground with the rocks. Gao Miao clenched his fist again as it built a sparkly golden mist with swirling reddish energy and yelled at her to taste his new technique. He threw it towards her, releasing a huge ball of energy. A spiral of dark energy emerged from the ground when Xiao Qian screamed. She called for the Dryad while she activated the power of the Demon King and the Mountain of God's Anger as she floated behind a gigantic dark entity of the Demon King with gleaming eyes. Despite the visible bruises on her face, Xiao Qian fought back strongly. A massive ball of reddish golden energy was moving close to the Black Mountain as it rose to the sky, preparing to conquer everything. The 2 extremely potent energies met and collided, causing a luminous blast with flying debris all around and a loud rumble. Smoke covered the ground. When it slowly dissipated, Xiao Qian was revealed lying on the bedrock. She was lying there with her dress torn, and her body was covered in immediately apparent bruises. Gao Miao's shadow appeared close to her and reminded her that he had previously threatened to beat her until she was unable to move her fingers. Xiao Qian gradually opened her eyes. Gao Miao went on to say that he never goes back on his words. A firework displayed radiantly in the sky. In a lively town with a string of festive lights, a voice emerged, stating that since he succeeded the throne, he had been working hard day and night to eliminate the demons. He announced that Yan Qixia would be teaching Taoism as a state teacher. He also appointed people according to their abilities to make the country prosperous. Now that humans and demons live and work in peace and contentment, he felt very relieved. As a matter of fact, even the unity of scholars could bring on the flourishing age for the country. Ning Kaichen raised his hand with his wife Xiaoqing beside him. Xiaoqing noticed someone from the crowd. Both Ning Kaichen and Xiaoqing were surprised to see their emperor. The natives bowed down and chanted "Long live our emperor," while Gao Mayo and Nie Xiaoqian stood silently among the crowds. Gao Mayo and Nie Xiaoqian smiled and waved back at them. Ning Kaichen was pleased to see them. The fireworks continued to display radiantly in the sky while Gao Mayo and Nie Xiaoqian enjoyed wandering the lively town. Nana appeared beside Gao Miao and cheerfully said that, after Ning Xiaochen's 20th anniversary of his ascension to the throne, they had finally completed the last virtual source mission. On the pink pop screen, it indicated that the mission for times of peace and prosperity was completed, and they were rewarded with 3 virtual sources. Gao Miao smiled as he reminisced that it had been 23 years since they had defeated the Black Mountain Demon King and rescued Xiaoqian. In these 20 years, Nana and he had been looking for the remaining opportunities in the original plot. While exploring this world, Gao Miao tried to trigger and complete the tasks related to the virtual source. He had also killed the 2,000-year-old sea snake who was stirring up trouble. He conquered some good monsters who hadn't done evil deeds and purified them, then named them the Supreme Demon. He established the Xianmen Orthodox school with Yan Qixia, slew demons, and made the world into a peaceful and quiet place. They fostered a powerful supreme ruler, which was Ning Kaichen and Xiaoqing, creating a prosperous world where everyone could live and work in peace and contentment, all within 20 years. The relationship between him and Nie Xiaoqian was also becoming more intimate. He had gone on many adventures in this world, and it had been a long time since he had triggered a virtual source mission. He decided that it was time for him to leave. Nana giddily activated Gao Miao's traversability, which had caught Gao Miao off guard. This caused him to pause and asked her to wait. Nie Xiaoqian also stopped and wondered, then looked at him. Gao Miao pointed his finger to the building in front of them and asked Nie Xiaoqian if she could wait there for him, to which she nodded. He smiled and waved to her as she walked away from him. While Nana was navigating through the pink pop-out screen, Gao Miao asked if he could bring Nie Xiaoqian with him. He currently had 10 virtual sources, and it didn't matter even if he spent all of them. Nana's eyes filled with worries and she questioned Gao Miao if he wanted to bring Nie Xiaoqian. On the other hand, Nie Xiaoqian stood from afar, covertly gazing back at Gao Miao. Nana explained to Gao Miao that even though it was a little troublesome to bring a native, it was not impossible. Nana went on to say that Gao Miao needed to spend a virtual source to trigger the character's destined mission. As long as he could complete it, then he could bring her along. Gao Miao was puzzled when he heard about the destined mission. Then Nana continued, saying that all beings in the virtual world have their own destiny. Their life's final destination has long been set by the invisible hands of the heavenly law. Even if the destiny of Nie Xiaoqian in this reincarnation was changed by the Master, it was not enough to get her out of the control of the heavenly law. Only when the Master completes her destined mission could she be completely cut off from the shackles of the heavenly law's invisible hands and be taken away from this world. The destined mission is a mission to change one's fate against the heavens. Not everyone could trigger it, but generally speaking, only important native characters' missions could be triggered. Among the female ghosts in the Tree Governess Palace, only Nie Xiaoqian's mission was eligible to trigger. Destined missions are usually very dangerous and difficult to do. Nana asked Gao Miao again if he was sure and still wanted to take Nie Xiaoqian with him. On the pink pop-out screen, a picture of Nie Xiaoqian appeared with a question below. Do you want to trigger Nie Xiaoqian's destined mission? It was answerable only by yes or no. Gao Miao thought hard, and it was such a shame he couldn't bring all the female ghosts. He then smiled and questioned the danger and difficulty. He confidently expressed that even the strongest demon king in this world, the Black Mountain Demon, was killed by him. He proceeded to inquire if there was any other existence stronger than him in this world. He continued, asking if Nana was looking down on his power and instructed Nana to unlock Nie Xiaoqian's destined mission. Nana sweated profusely as he agreed by tapping yes on the pink pop-out screen. Afterwards, the mission details appeared on the screen. The mission summary was that Nie Xiaoqian and the Black Mountain Demon King were respectively transformed from a human soul and earth soul of the Nether Imperial Stone's 3 souls after it fell from the sky. Gao Miao needed to take back the heaven soul of the Nether Imperial Stone from the former enemy, Emperor Fengdu, and merge the 3 souls as a reward. Nie Xiaoqian could then be taken away from the demon of Qian world and completely get out of this world's reincarnation cycle. Nana glanced at Gao Miao while he was reading the mission details attentively. Gao Miao wondered if it wasn't Nie Xiaoqian, a threat of the Black Mountain Demon King's remnant soul, and was puzzled about Emperor Fengdu and the Nether Imperial Stone. Nana also inquired about who they were, to which Gao Miao was surprised that Nana didn't know who they were. All the while, Nie Xiaoqian was still gazing covertly at Gao Miao from afar as they sat in a restaurant that served noodles to customers. Nie Xiaoqian was seated across the table from Gao Miao, and she told him that she didn't know about Emperor Fengdu. Gao Miao was surprised that she didn't know either, and he inquired about her merging with the soul of the Black Mountain Demon King 20 years ago and whether she should know about this secret. Nie Xiaoqian explained that the soul of the Black Mountain Demon King had been dispersed by him, and she lost consciousness, but her body had a treasure that could protect her willpower. Later, even the last trace of her willpower was exorcised by Yan Qixia so that she could successfully merge with her remnant soul. However, correspondingly, she could only get the power and not her memory. Gao Miao accepted her explanation after hearing it. This piqued Nie Xiaoqian's interest in the old monster, and she inquired whether it was truly important for him. Gao Miao looked down at his noodles as he thought to himself that if he wanted to bring her with him, he must retrieve her last soul from Emperor Fengdu. He continued that he had now decided to bring Nie Xiaoqian with him, and other than the existence of the earth and Nana, he should have nothing to hide from her anymore. Gao Miao leaned forward to her and told her that he had something very important to tell her. She leaned back and covered her mouth with her hands as she was surprised. Everyone in the palace was searching for information on Emperor Fengdu, but there was no one with the name Fengdu in their history. A man was scrolling through books one by one in search of information. In the library where men were busy combing over books, Ning Kaichen reassured Gao Miao that he had ordered the Board of Astronomy and the Ministry of Public Works to look for information about Emperor Fengdu in ancient books and that they would be able to find something related to him. While Yan Qixia only knew that Fengdu, also known as Yudu, is a ghost city, he didn't know whether there was another world in this world, let alone Fengdu. Yan Qixia continued to say that he didn't know about this person either, but there are a lot of unusual people in this world, and maybe someone would know about it. Considering his senior was so concerned about it, thinking it was a very important matter, Yan Qixia sent some disciples out to find some information, and they flew on their golden swords. Half a year later, a voice emerged telling what he knew. The old man was just an ordinary man, but the ancient book that his ancestor left once said the Emperor Fengdu is the master of the nether world. He possesses monstrous power and boundless magical power. Yan Qixia sat on the throne while listening as the blind old man continued that the Emperor Fengdu is a monarch of the underground world. He can't handle sunlight, and that is why he can't come to the world above the ground. Only in the middle of the night, when there's plenty of yin energy, with the ghost gate open wide, you could only enter the nether world at that time and meet the Emperor. Although he did not know why the master wanted to meet the ghost emperor, this old man wanted to offer a piece of advice. The mortal monarch could be changed in less than 100 years. The demon king could be changed in 1,000 years, but for thousands of years, the netherworld's emperor has only been the Emperor Fengdu. So, in any case, it's best to avoid causing karma with him. Gao Miao was listening behind the throne and contemplating the far west ghost city, while Nana speculated that this was probably another fake one, maybe the 39th or 40th person to do this. While Gao Miao smiled and was optimistic that it's worth a try because at least this informant provided the specific location, as well as the quality and style of his speech was also quite outstanding, Nana agreed that if it made Gao Miao happy then it's good. At the ghost city, Gao Miao walked into the smoky background where torn lanterns were swirling around. Crows hovered over the dark, gloomy, and quiet town where Gao Miao and Nana headed. Even Gao Miao felt the place indeed had a creepy atmosphere, and Nana added that although the environment couldn't affect Nana, it still feels awful just looking at it. A parade of shadows that came in the distance alarmed both Gao Miao and Nana. They were ghosts with a lantern in their hands with a bluish light inside. Unexpectedly, Gao Miao was ecstatic to confirm the blind old man wasn't lying, and there really are ghosts going on inspection tours. If they came from that direction, that must be the ghost gate. On the other hand, Nana was taken aback by Gao Miao's action as he gestured to transform into Owen's character and responded as to what else he could be while grinning and looking down at the pop-out screen. After he successfully transformed into Owen's character, he confidently expressed that he was going to fight the awesome hidden boss, Emperor Fengdu, and that it would be safer to use Owen's account card. Nana was floored by Gao Miao's decisions because it was difficult to obtain the virtual source only to use it in that manner. As they became aware of Gao Miao, the ghost parade was startled. The ghost scrambled as Gao Miao grinned and advanced towards them, showing off to Nana that the ghost was so scared of his yang energy and was now running away. Nana sighed in agreement, thinking that if Gao Miao was happy, then so be it. Both of them arrived at the entrance of the ghost gate while seeing ghosts running frantically inside. Gao Miao said that if that blind old man was telling the truth, after going through this gate, they would arrive at the netherworld and meet Emperor Fengdu. He was oozing with confidence and eagerness, hoping that Emperor Fengdu would be sensible, otherwise, he wouldn't mind changing the Emperor of the netherworld. Gao Miao had been using the Dryad's body for the past 20 years, and now he felt like Owen was much stronger than the last time he used him. It seemed like the power had increased by 20 years. It looked like no matter which world and which account card he used, Owen's power would increase over time. Both Gao Miao and Nana stepped inside, and they were greeted by a lavender haze and mist. Suddenly, he stopped, and Nana wondered what had happened to Gao Miao. Gao Miao sweat profusely in shock. He then placed his hand on his chest. Owen's danger warning was triggered. His whole body quivered in fear as he told Nana that after taking this first step, he would face danger and great terror, and that he might die, to which Nana felt that it was impossible. Nana went on to say that with Gao Miao's strength, even the others in the middle or the last stage of the fourth energy could hardly kill him. So far, in this world, there hasn't even appeared someone in the early stage of the fourth energy level. But Gao Miao replied that his premonition was already right, and this is the first time he had experienced that feeling of danger to such a degree. Gao Miao then concluded that this Emperor Fengdu was definitely strong, unimaginably strong. Nana asked Gao Miao what they should do then. Gao Miao was still determined not to give up on Xiao Qian. Even if he had to wait for hundreds or thousands of years in this world until his power surpassed Emperor Fengdu, he must take her with him. Nana got angry while explaining to Gao Miao that he couldn't stay that long in this world. Nana told him that the virtual world could reincarnate once the story was completed, and the world would reset. Everything would restart, and when the time came, he would be swallowed by the chaos of this world's destruction and turned into fertilizer to nourish this world. Also, it was impossible to change the time node of the reincarnation cycle, and there were only 2 years left before the next reset. This revelation shocked Gao Miao. 2 years later, Gao Miao must leave in 1 month, and for the last time, he wanted to go to the ghost city and try again. Niece Xiao Qian reminded him that he couldn't win, and he must leave immediately and didn't need to force himself. She smiled and told him that no matter how long they had been together, it was the time they shared together that really mattered. At least, in these last 2 years, Niece Xiao Qian had lived a happy life. With a heavy heart, Gao Miao told her that he was leaving, but Nana alerted Gao Miao, who detected that the Temple of God's mission team was coming. The night sky was covered in thick clouds as light was about to burst out of it when Nana detected that the Temple of God's mission team was coming. Gao Miao was left puzzled because he thought they ran so fast the last time, and he wondered how they could pursue them. Nana panicked and swirled around, convincing itself that the Temple of God's mission team was coming after them. Generally speaking, if the plot of a certain virtual world was changed too much, it would attract the attention of the Temple of Gods, and they would send a mission team to investigate it. There are too many worlds in the virtual world, and they were too unlucky. Nana and Gao Miao are on the dark side while the Temple of Gods is on the bright side. If they spend some virtual sources, they won't have to be afraid of the Temple of the Gods detecting them. In short, they were too unlucky this time, and Nana didn't want to spend so many virtual sources for Niece Xiao Qian's destined mission. Nana pulled strongly against Gao Miao, who wouldn't budge. That's how Nana kept saying it again. Of the 36 stratagems, it's better to run and best to sneak off. In short, Master, let's hurry and sneak off. Nana added that once they were discovered by the Temple of Gods, it would be a big trouble if they would send a team with the 5th or 6th energy level to come here, which made Gao Miao wonder about the 5th and 6th energy levels. There are really a lot of strong people in the Temple of Gods. Gao Miao stopped and looked back to Niece Xiao Qian and told him that he knew how to defeat Emperor Fengdu, which Nana inquired about. Nana asked what Gao Miao was planning to do and reminded him not to be reckless. A portal appeared in the morning sky of the desolate desert, which Gao Miao inquired to Nana if the Temple of God mission team would arrive here, and Nana confirmed. Nana sighed that it spent a virtual source determining the location and time where they would arrive. In 6 hours, they would arrive here. Nana thought to itself that it didn't want to spend the virtual source, but since Gao Miao had to know the specific time and place of their arrival, it was so wasteful. Gao Miao brought 1,000 trees into the desert, as it was worthwhile for him to use wood control. He then raised his hand to command with the name of the Bodhi Buddha tree. He continued to the tree people to take root in this bleak and boundless desert and plunged into it. Afterwards, it transformed into an oasis full of vitality. Gao Miao grinned as these trees would serve as eyes and ears. He could come in contact with them immediately and decide on the next step. Nana still sad yet complied because when they arrived, Nana would use another virtual source to detect their specific mission and their actual situation. But deep down in Nana's teary thoughts, it knew they needed to know the enemy in yourself but could fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Gao Miao asked if the natives could not see Nana. How about the Temple of God mission team? Nana replied that they couldn't, even if they were a guide, unless their rank was above hers. Nana was ranked 10,085th out of the millions of guides, and the one about to arrive was not among the higher-ranked guides. The portal in the sky appeared with a dragon seal on it. It burst onto the ground with a honeycomb barrier, while a blue pop-up screen showed that the Dragon Quest mission team had successfully entered the world and the virtual world creature protective screen was activated. On the other side, Gao Miao and Nana were lurking deep in the trees. Nana informed Gao Miao that the heavens had been completely shielded, and the Temple of God's guide had brought the mission team inside. He quickly transformed into Owen's form with his fiery fist clenched and did not have to spend virtual resources to shield the heavens from detection. The blue pop-up screen told the Dragon Quest team to get ready as the virtual world creature protective field was closing. Inside was their lilac-hued dragon guide with the Dragon Quest team. The winged and horned male leader expressed that this was the demon of Qian and that this world had undergone tremendous changes. The reason the Temple of Gods did not hesitate to set the highest reward for the mission to explore this world as an S-level achievement was that the short-haired gal informed him that she had just used the elemental spirit technique to scout and found no signs of living creatures within 3,000 yards. The leader, who had red eyes and purple marks on his body, made his fist glow with lilac energy and called for the black-winged spirit that was resting in the black cloud to comply and come here. Multiple purple sigils in the sky emerged with a horde of black bats coming out of it. The leader summoned them to be his eyes and see the changes of this world for him. As the horde of bats flew over the Dragon Quest team, its leader was pleased with the worth he spent 10,000 points to redeem this Demon King fruit. Although its power was not as good as his own strength, this summoning technique was very practical. Gao Miao looked up and noticed the horde of bats. He wondered if that was some kind of summoning technique and was amazed that it could summon so many bats in an instant. He also felt threatened while in Owen's form and concluded that the guys who took the lead weren't easy, while Nana was busy on the pink pop-up screen detecting that the Temple of God's mission team was waiting for its progress. While this continued, Gao Miao decided to return to his dryad form because it was obvious that Owen's power didn't belong in this world. He was pleased to witness that the people who came were strong enough. The horned leader abruptly became aware of Gao Miao's presence. The rest of the Dragon Quest squad quickly moved in the direction of Gao Miao after realizing that someone had been observing them. Nana giddily informed Gao Miao that he had analyzed their information, while Gao Miao was impressed that the Dragon Quest team could detect those who were secretly observing them. They quickly descended from the tree, and Nana expressed that Gao Miao had been discovered, to which Gao Miao knew, but he was prepared and inquired as to what Nana had analyzed. Gao Miao reached the ground and surrounded them while Nana said that, according to the information that had been analyzed, their mission was to find out the source of the changes that had happened in this world. This kind of mission meant that once they returned, all of their experiences in this world would be read by the Temple of Gods to determine their level of reward. He reminded Gao Miao to be careful not to expose the power that doesn't belong to this world. They were surrounded by the Dragon Quest team, who had exchanged the Hero Fruit and Demon King Fruit and were very strong, at least stronger than the Flag of Steel mission team that Nana was once previously in charge of, especially their team leader, who had already reached the 4th energy level. This winged and horned leader, while radiating lavender energy around him, approached and asked him who he was and why he was spying on them. They noticed that the leader was not human and was an evil creature, and Nana inquired as well to Gao Miao that their original plan was to be secretly observed, but now they were exposed, and he suggested they run away. Unfortunately, Gao Miao detested the idea of running. Gao Miao grinned as he energized and displayed his golden energy while he expressed that this dryad wizard was the strongest demon king on the ground, and running away after being discovered was such an embarrassment. He exclaimed that they would discuss it after the fight as a tremendous amount of golden energy burst, and part of the dragon squad chose to hold and block. Some of the trees and their branches were torn while the smoke dissipated, and Gao Miao lambasted them for asking who he was. He, the great dryad, should be the one asking them that question. Surrounded by his golden aura, Gao Miao continued by declaring that he was the owner of the tree governess palace, the Bodhi Demon King, and that this place was his territory. He also threatened them, questioning how dare they intrude into his place. The horned leader wondered about the Bodhi Demon King as there was no such person recorded in the Temple of God. He inquired if Gao Miao was the dryad wizard from the tree governess palace. Yet he wondered how that was possible, as it was recorded that the dryad wizard was only 800 to 900 years old, and the demon in front of him had such a strong presence. Gao Miao responded mockingly, saying that it seems like someone actually knew him but still dared to mess with him even though he knew who he was. Their sins just kept increasing. He then proceeded to activate his massive golden hand and condemned them to be locked inside the tree governess palace to reflect on their sins for 30 years. However, he intended to skin them alive if he were not currently self-cultivating, as he had just swallowed down that Bodhi Buddha tree. The winged, horned leader made a purple sigil emerge while he smirked and replied that Gao Miao was a tiny little nobody and that he should know his place instead of acting all superior. Afterwards, a gigantic purple hand with dark pointy fingernails came out from the purple sigil. When the two forces met, like two palms facing each other, they created a ripple of energy around them. The winged, horned leader was left wondering as to how it managed to purify his demonic powers. The rest of the Dragon Quest team offered help, as they were ready for battle, and suggested casting the 4 forbidden elemental spells. Yet their leader brushed it off, stating that there was no reason for him to lose to such a person to the extent that he would need to use the 4 forbidden elemental spell combination. He instructed the 3 of them to stay at the side and support him with buffs to reduce his resistance towards his skills, to which they complied. The short-haired gal cast an advanced magic arts holy cape with her tall crystal scepter and chanted, "May everything return to its original place, O glorious light, please turn into a protective cape." As a result, 2 baby angels flew to deliver a light translucent cape to their leader, who was pleased that he had the holy cape protecting him, making any of the light or purifying skills ineffective on him. Following that, the leader screamed and died as his massive purple hand exerted an electrifying force against Gao Miao's golden hand. Gao Miao, on the other hand, refused to budge when he retorted proudly that they weren't the only ones who knew how to cast spells. He, too, knew how. He then chanted, "Enmana Ji Mi Hong," and slapped the hell out of him, which made his golden hand exhibit much blonde, flourishing energy against the purple hand. As a result, this disrupted their battlefield, creating ripples of energy with a resounding bang and tearing trees close to its proximity. This made the whole area covered in smoke with remnants of golden energy and purple electrifying light. When the smoke slowly cleared, the Dragon Quest team remained on high alert and continued to stand firm in the aftermath. The winged, horned leader squashed the remainder of the golden energy placed on his hand and expressed surprise that the little dryad had become so strong. He added that if he didn't use a little more of his strength, he might not have taken him down. On the other side, Gao Miao, with visible bruises and fiery spots on him, thought to himself that this guy was really strong, and it seemed like he had also hidden his true strength. He was pleased that he had qualified to be his test subject. Nana was worried and emerged quickly to Gao Miao to ask if he was going to continue because with his current identity he most likely wouldn't be able to defeat him. Gao Miao assured Nana that he would stop as he had already achieved his goal. Gao Miao grinned as he said to the leader that he didn't know there was such an expert like him in this world. Although the power just exhibited might not seem like something good, he still admired it. A golden thorny vine held out from his back as he continued to say that he was willing to put aside the fact that they had invaded his place and would like to invite them over as guests now. The golden thorny vine stopped in front of the leader, which shocked him. He thought to himself, what was this dryad thinking? One moment they were just fighting each other to their deaths, and now he was suddenly inviting him over to his place? The rest of the Dragon Quest team was strongly advised against it and not to trust the dryad because who knows what scheme he was planning. Yet their leader agreed and responded that if there was some nice wine and delicacies left, it would be an honor, which left his squad speechless. He thought to himself that there was still a lot hidden in this world and a month left until the next cycle. With the Dryad's skills and identity, he definitely held a lot of information that would speed up his understanding of the progress of the world. He was confident enough that the Dryad's skills were not above him anyway, and if he was really scheming something, he could just get rid of him immediately. He wanted to see what the Dryad had up his sleeves first. Gao Miao flew with Nana, leaving a crater in their wake, while promising great food and wine for them but not pretty ladies because they didn't have any. The Dragon Quest team member in the blue cape tried to reason with the leader, but he didn't listen when he was told not to worry because he knew what he was doing. Soon after, the winged, horned leader took off, leaving the rest of the team behind. While mid-air, Gao Miao made small talk with the leader and asked him which demon troop he was from because judging by his appearance, he looked a little special, as Gao Miao had never seen such a being before. The leader explained that he might not know, but his world was actually in the form of a ball, excluding the east continent they were currently in, and that he came from the western continent, a part of the Leinstman family. They arrived at the tree governor's palace, and Gao Miao was welcomed. He was instantly surrounded by ladies who informed him that the white-toed demon king had brought him gifts. The human king Ning Kaichen had asked for his permission, the green sparrow demon king would pay him a visit, and so on. The Dragon Quest team also arrived at the tree governor's palace, and they were all amazed. However, the leader wondered that the originally recorded Dryad was just a demon king who couldn't even be considered a demon. Yet, the Dryad now had such a strong presence that the human king and others were below him, which kind of made him feel like a supreme demon now. Nie Xiaoqian welcomed Gao Miao in a beautiful, golden majestic dress, which made the Dragon Quest team in awe of her beauty. The leader continued to wonder about this pretty woman and that he did not know there would be such a pretty lady in the palace. Gao Miao moved closer to Nie Xiaoqian, held her, and gazed into each other's eyes, and asked if anything had happened while he wasn't around. The Dragon Quest team leader was now perplexed as to whether or not Nie Xiaoqian could be this person. When did she start dating the Dryad? And what had happened to Ning Kaichen? Nie Xiaoqian looked at the guests as she inquired politely who the four of them were, to which Gao Miao scratched his head since their names were too long, and he forgot once again. The winged, horned leader respectfully introduced himself as Cerro Fernan Norse Edward Furkinescabut Diego Hosier San Diego. Gao Miao sighed and interrupted him because his name was too long for him to remember no matter how many times he said it. He decided that because he had two horns on the top of his head, they would call him Anyo in the future. He then took Anyo's and Nie Xiaoqian's hands and introduced them to each other. Anyo was his new sworn brother, and Nie Xiaoqian was his sister-in-law. Anyo was perplexed as he asked when they became sworn brothers as he did not recall such a thing, to which Gao Miao laughed and replied that all men are brothers, and friendship grows stronger after a few exchanges of blows. He said that Anyo could just see him as his older brother, and Gao Miao would protect Anyo from now on. Nie Xiaoqian giggled as she said that Gao Miao seldom treated people well, so he had to be exceptional in some way. Although in the end, Anyo didn't accept Gao Miao's suggestion, he still resides in the tree governor's palace for the moment. It's only half a month left until the next reincarnation cycle begins, and most of the 3,000 devil bats have come back. A bat landed on Anyo's arm, and they acted as his eyes and ears. From what he saw and heard, he knew enough to piece together lots of information. As expected, this world became odd because of the Dryad. Nie Xiaoqian, Yin Qixia, and Ning Xiaoqian's destinies had changed ever since they interacted and started following the Dryad. The blue-caped member of the Dragon Quest team strongly suggested killing Dryad now. The bat squeaked as Anyo petted him, who replied to wait for now because he recognized that this Dryad was much stronger than the Dryad in the original plot. Even his personality was strange because the Dryad he knew was malicious and had a ruthless temper, but he didn't make things difficult for them. Rather, he treated them well. The short-haired lady inquired if it was because he was afraid of Anyo's strength. Anyo pointed out that if he was truly scared of his strength, he would have long since been bowing to him like a slave, yet he was treated nicely. He continued that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions, and that the Dryad must be scheming something. Anya looked at the window with a blue butterfly came in and went on to say that a hurricane can be triggered by the flap of a butterfly's wings, so every reincarnation cycle could be different because of some small changes. But in this case, Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian killed the Dryad and the Black Mountain Demon King with the help of Yin Qixia. The final result is that they joined hands, and that is the general trend, and it shouldn't be changed. While the bat aggressively ate the butterfly, Anyo went on to say that, As for the result, it's been changed up to this point. This is definitely not the result of the world evolving on its own. Rather, it is because of an external force's interference. He needed to be at least at the 5th energy level to be aware that he was a virtual world being, and the Dryad, who was not even at the 4th energy level, was far from qualified. Ainyo gestured his hand for the bat to take it back to his purple sigil while explaining that he believed that the Dryad was only a puppet of someone from behind the scenes. They were standing on the edge of the cliff in a windy place. Gao Miao asked Ainyo if he had decided whether he wanted to join this brother's tree governess palace and conquer the world together with him. He replied politely to him that Sero is someone who belongs to the Western world and that he accidentally triggered an ultimate teleportation scroll left by his ancestors before ending up here, and thought to himself that the Dryad was quite calm and clearly plotting against him, but he still hasn't exposed anything. In fact, Sero came here today to decline the master's offer. Sero plans to leave the tree governess palace tomorrow morning because he must find a way back home. Even though he had to go through heaven and hell, he thought to himself inwardly that his remarks made him look agitated. Gao Miao was shocked that he was leaving so early. His thoughts went inward, and he realized that Sero was just putting up with the Western continent and let him continue fabricating the story. Gao Miao responded to him, telling him not to worry about going home, and asked if he knew about that place. He then pointed his finger in that direction, and Ainyo asked where. Gao Miao said that the ghost world is located in the far west of the eastern continent, where there is a pitch-black hollow entrance underneath the cliff. Ainyo was pleased to gain knowledge about the ghost world in the far west that wasn't included in the strategy. Gao Miao explained that at the present time, the gods, humans, ghosts, and demons, the 4 ranks of living beings, have changed into Taoism, humans, ghosts, and demons. Now that he is the uncrowned emperor of the demon race and secretly controlling the human emperor and the Taoist master, he only needed to kill the Emperor Findu of the ghost world, then he could conquer the world. The strength of the ghost Emperor Findu is not weaker than his. In this world, he is on the same level as both of them. Gao Miao urged Ainyo to stay and help him. He claimed that if they killed Emperor Findu, he would bestow upon them the ghost world, and they would rule it together. He went on to say that he had no idea that the Western continent existed and that the far west was so far away before Ainyo came. It could be seen that the 2 places are separated by millions upon millions of miles. Gao Miao was still trying to persuade Ainyo that it was better for him to stay in the eastern continent and become the master of the ghost world. Gao Miao persisted in convincing him that if he became the master of the ghost world, it would be easier for him to find his way to the western continent with the help of Gao Miao and the rest of the world. Ainyo thought to himself that Emperor Findu was also a character that was not mentioned in the strategy. He wondered if he could be the butterfly who had changed the world's general trend, but he was unable to decide at the moment. He then responded to him and gave him time to consider. Shortly after, Sero bid his goodbye first and took off, while Nana came out and called Gao Miao. As visible steam could be seen coming from Nana, he was furious at Gao Miao and questioned how he could have spoken in such a direct manner about his plans to kill Emperor Findu. Nana continued by saying that if he wanted to learn the origin of the changes in this world, he should at the very least pit them against one another to allay their concerns about him. Then, he should pit them again to pin the blame on Emperor Findu's head and let them fight it out. Gao Miao responded to Nana, frequently referred to as Fatsi, to refrain from thinking excessively because doing so would cause her to become narrow-minded and misguided. If Nana thought about the scheming and intrigues all day long, the correct path was to focus on improving strength properly. Suddenly, Gao Miao realized that he was subtly berated by Nana by teaching him how to do things, to which Nana quivered in fear. Nana appeared to be sweet and composed as she said that she thought the master had not taken any action this time, so she knew that the master must have previously planned something. That's why Nana had made a rational estimate as to what the master would do. Nana kept up his cute act and winked as she continued, saying that although Gao Miao is a man of great wisdom, he frequently comes across as slow-witted and could adapt to any changes by staying the same. As was to be expected, Nana's little head was unable to figure out what the master was thinking. Gao Miao patted Nana's head after agreeing, despite Nana's vehement protests that he shouldn't because otherwise, Nana wouldn't be able to grow taller. They walked afterwards, where Nana asked if the master had really decided not to do anything since Gao Miao had done so many things in this world. The Temple of God's mission teams would suspect him first compared to Emperor Findu. Nana feels that Ainyo and his team would first kill Gao Miao. Gao Miao confidently retorted that it was unlikely because Ainyo is smart and smart people tend to overthink things. Additionally, Their mission was to investigate the reasons behind the changes in the world, and if they wanted better rewards, they had to conduct as much exploration as they could. He would have suspected him if he didn't know about the existence of Emperor Fengdu, but now that he did, he would have no interest in him. Nana agreed to Gao Miao's explanation as it made sense. Gao Miao smirked while she continued that for Anyo, since he wanted to know more about Emperor Fengdu, who else would be a more suitable tool other than him who knows everything. They stood in front of the Ghost Gate's entrance, surrounded by an electrified dark cloud with bluish blazing light everywhere, as someone questioned whether this was the Ghost Gate, and the Nether Ghost World was inside. Suspicious, Anyo asked the Dryad why he hadn't sought the help of Yan Qixia and Ning Kaichen to deal with a powerful person like Emperor Fengdu, believing that because Yan Qixia and Ning Kaichen were sons of luck, they would be less in danger if they were with them. With Nie Xiaoqian by his side and Nana on his shoulder, Gao Miao responded that because they were now a human emperor and a Taoist master, they were not suitable to deal with the ghost world. He then thought in his mind that he had originally intended for them to be unable to flee immediately once Xiaoqian obtained the Heaven Soul. Gao Miao added that if they all contributed, Anyo would find it impossible to be the master of the ghost world. However, Anyo ignored him and looked up stiffly. His member communicated with him telepathically via transmission magic, telling Anyo that they were experiencing an extremely frightening elemental fluctuation from within the door, which was considerably more powerful than Anyo's elemental fluctuation. They resumed their debate, with the short-haired lady in a pink cape wearily pointing out that the Dryad hadn't even gone all out when faced with such a powerful enemy. The other member also revealed that, with the exception of Emperor Fengdu, everything else the Dryad had told them was false and that he had other plans for them. As Anyo listened intently, Gao Miao, on the other hand, looked at them and wondered what they were mumbling about and whether or not they were aware of his plan, to which Nie Xiaoqian replied that there appeared to be an abnormal wave in the air, but it wasn't a demon art or Taoism, and she assumed they were secretly communicating about something with their otherworldly magic. Nana sighed, recalling how she had previously advised her master not to be direct, suggesting that anyone who didn't realize something was suspicious must be idiots. Gao Miao inquired as to what the case was. If he was concerned, he could summon them because the more people they had, the stronger they would be. Anyo shook his head and said nothing before communicating with his team telepathically to tell them that regardless of the Dryad's true intentions, as long as they ensured that Emperor Fengdu was the butterfly, they would immediately summon the guide to leave this world, and even if the world flooded afterward, the burden would fall on the Dryad. Gao Miao and Nie Xiaoqian walked into the Ghost Gate as he had told them that since there was no problem, they should hurry and get inside because it was already late. A gloomy sky appeared at the Forgotten River sometime later, and Gao Miao announced arrogantly that the dignified Dryad had arrived in person, but the servant Fengdu hadn't even come here to bow and meet him, and how dared he? Gao Miao and Nie Xiaoqian were walking ahead of the Dragon Quest team along the Yellow Spring Road, which was littered with skulls and bones. Gao Miao persisted in being arrogant, saying that if he went to the hall by alone, he would be giving him too much face, implying that he should destroy the Naya Bridge across the Forgotten River and the Yellow Spring Path, and then lift up Yama Hall because he thought he would leave afterward in an obedient way. The Dryad was called out for disrespectfully using the Emperor's name by a distant voice, who also threatened to delete his name from the Life and Death book and close the door to the cycle of reincarnation, which shocked Gao Miao. They could see a horde of what they thought were ghosts with flags coming their way across the Forgotten River under the electrified gloomy sky. When their leading warrior ghost on horseback had its skull placed in his hand and inquired who they were and how dared they trespass upon the netherworld, there were armed warrior ghosts approaching swiftly with swords and spears. Gao Miao retorted sarcastically that it seemed that the netherworld was only a self-proclaimed status and that they didn't even acknowledge his dignified presence. He told them not to worry because he was the grandpa who understood and did not care about that, but they must pay close attention to this guy's name, for he was sworn brother Anyo who had come there that day to kill Fengdu and become the master of their ghost world, and suggested they pay their respects to him, to which Anyo believed that the Dryad was attempting to shift their attention to him. The leading warrior ghost on horseback, with its skull placed in his hand, yelled, "How dare he!" Meanwhile, Nie Xiaoqian grinned as she stood by Gao Miao's side, who was cheering for Anyo and told him that that day was the day for him to show his power and that she wouldn't help him, but Anyo was slightly annoyed and just closed his eyes. While his team members went against the horde of armed ghost warriors, Anyo commanded his team not to offend the Dryad right away, not to use all of their power and sage strength, and to try to cause some trouble for the Dryad. The team member in a blue cape agreed as he swung his sword against the leading warrior ghost whose skull was still in his hands with a trident-like spear, resulting in a loud, resounding metallic sound. While another member activated his Earth Spirit Guard, a massive golden barrier formed, causing their bones to scatter and dismember the ghosts when they tried to come near it. And the short-haired girl flew up and unleashed her meteor rain, which poured fiery balls that ripped the warrior ghosts apart and set them ablaze. The team member in a blue cape continued his attack and activated his mist-shattering sword, cutting the leading warrior ghost's hands in two. As a result, the skull of the leading warrior ghost was dropped near Nie Xiaoqian, shocking her with a clatter. This skull was suddenly engulfed in a bluish-purple flame, and its eyes released a reddish energy as it opened its mouth and flew towards Nie Xiaoqian, shocking her. The leading warrior ghost attempted to enter Nie Xiaoqian through her eyes but dissolved when blocked by Gao Miao's hand. Gao Miao immediately squashed this skull while he looked at Nie Xiaoqian and asked if she was okay, reminding her that she had swallowed the unconscious remnant soul of the Black Mountain Demon King and she was much stronger than him now. Nie Xiaoqian responded that she remembered what Xiao Tianxiang had advised her that, in front of outsiders, the wife had to give her husband face and a chance to show off. She then stared at him, knowing he would save her and that she didn't need to do anything else. Gao Miao looked at her, being adorably cute. The guy in the blue cape of the Dragon Quest team apologized that he did not know it could attack with only the head, but he was doing it on purpose. He continued to say that it seemed like the life and death of these ghosts were different from the living creatures and advised them to pay more attention next time. On the other hand, Anyo thought in his mind that Nie Xiaoqian was paralyzed by fear and wondered why the Dryad had brought her along when they were about to face such a powerful enemy like Emperor Fengdu. Suddenly, massive boulders of rocks poured and a voice emerged as it chanted about them rolling around the forgotten river that flowed eastward, seeking out the exhausted man of untrammeled spirit, which surprised Anyo. A handsome man appeared who came from the tower gate, smiled as he remembered how long it had been since someone had visited the Nether, 3,000 or 5,000 years maybe. The tower gate resided on a floating rock formation. He continued to add that he should have cleaned the place first before welcoming guests from afar, and he should have also been happy that they came all the way here, but he wasn't. Unfortunately, the guest caused harm to his people from the moment they arrived, and it seemed that they had evil intentions during their visit, he added. Gao Miao responded to what he thought was Fengdu that he was astonished. He appeared so quickly, then he thought in his mind that he was a lot different than what he expected. He was way gentler than his step-grandson-in-law, and Nana thought he was kind of cool. He went on to say that he thought it would take him washing the entire location with blood for him to show himself, as Nie Xiaoqian slowly walked away, sensing her soul nearby. Nana cheered her master on that he was capable of doing so, while Gao Miao corroborated the allegations that he was correct and that they did not come with good intentions. He then noted that Nie Xiaoqian had already made her move, as if she knew where her soul was already. Gao Miao activated his power as he brought forth the 1,000-year-old tree, saying that they were there to take his head and overtake his place, and that his brother, Anyo, would sit in his throne as he thought in his mind that all he needed to do was make sure Nie Xiaoqian had enough time. He yelled fiercely for Fengdu, claiming that the great Dryad wizard would rise above him, as he released 5 golden fruits containing embedded words. Emperor Fengdu noticed the female guest who silently left a familiar scent and pondered if she was one of his previous guests from thousands of years ago. Gao Miao directed his attack, the Ring of the 5 Aggregates, to Emperor Fengdu, adding that he would love to reminisce about the past with her. However, there was no need to rush since he shall first greet the guest in front of him because he had been there for 1,000 years. Just a little more was no big deal for him, and he could wait. Emperor Fengdu released his counterattack as his weapon flew, and he responded that to have someone transcend from the falsehood of the 5 aggregates, awaken an absolute empty void, and put down the Buddha's Dharma when he was clearly a demon when he was on the brink of death the other time, yet now he is awakened as a Buddha tree. It seemed like there had been a lot more going on in the world in the past few thousand years. His weapon was an open book, and he chanted that life and death were boundless, and heavens and beings on earth should remain separate forever, and the Ring of 5 Aggregates was swallowed up by the book as if it were nothing. After that, it closed the book, and Emperor Fengdu mockingly stated that he was extremely interested in this skill, so he would keep it and check into it when he was bored. Gao Miao replied that in order for his Ring of 5 Aggregates to be placed inside, he had to be capable. He flew up, ready to fire another attack, and as he yelled at him to take this, his forehead lit up with a golden beacon of light. On the other hand, the short-haired lady of the Dragon Quest team told Anyo that Emperor Findu seemed to have been asleep for many years and didn't seem to be curious about what had been going on in recent years, and seemed unaware of who the Dryad was, and the guy in the blue cape added that Nye Xiaoqian secretly left as well. Anyo nodded, expecting the Dryad to keep something from them. He went on to say that while he didn't care much about them, the feeling of being used by someone made him uneasy, which is why he had Sanjiao follow Nye Xiaoqian. Regardless of what they were secretly plotting behind their backs, he wouldn't allow things to go their way. Anyo watched them fighting in the distance. He told them that while the Temple of Gods would go through their memories to retrieve the butterfly, they should just stay there silently watching the battle between the Dryad and Emperor Findu to gather as much information as possible while the Dryad's attack was being blocked again by Emperor Findu's book. When Emperor Findu raised his finger, an intense purple beacon of light was released. When the Dryad's golden light struck the book, it was engulfed by striking purple hues. Shortly later, the Dryad's golden light shot out from the book, startling him. Gao Miao flew away from the attack, claiming that Emperor Findu was strong. However, something was wrong with his skills. Even though he was stronger than the Black Mountain Demon King, he shouldn't be so strong that Owen would react that way. Meanwhile, his golden beacon light followed him so closely that it even struck the mountain it passed through. Gao Miao summoned Anyo, reminding him that he had wanted to retrieve his soul to refine his mortal soul, as well as to use his head as his toilet bowl. He asked why Anyo hadn't done anything, while thinking in his head that Owen's danger warning had never been wrong and he needed to drag Anyo into the fight. The Dragon Quest members were all taken aback by how quickly the Dryad was approaching them, leaving them no choice but to block the attack. Meanwhile, someone ran down the Forgotten River. It was Nye Xiaoqian. She arrived at an entryway that was blocked by a red sigil. Then a cute dog appeared at the gate, explaining that his name was Wunai and that he was Master Sero's contracted beast, but he was usually referred to as Sanjiao. Sanjiao went on to say that his Master Sero had ordered him to stop her, and that she was no match for him, so she should be a good girl and surrender. Nye Xiaoqian, on the other hand, delicately pointed out that he was just a little guy. Sanjiao, who had transformed into a three-headed beast with a fire on each of his forehead, wondered who the little guy she was talking about was. Now that he was Wunai from the underworlds, the protector of the Hellgate's entrance gate, the flammable triple-headed dog, Nye Xiaoqian was shocked that he had suddenly grown big, also releasing energy on par with a Demon King's energy. Determined, Nye Xiaoqian confidently released her Demon King power because she was now far away from the old master and didn't have to worry about stealing his spotlight. Returning to the Dragon Quest team, members raised and unified their weapons and power, resulting in a clang. A rainbow-like beacon appeared from their weapons, merging earth, fire, and air and unleashing the three storms. The three storms instantly attacked the barrier of Emperor Findu's book. Emperor Findu effortlessly deflected the attack, which startled the Dragon Quest team because their three-combination forbidden curse couldn't even scratch him. Their energy level was just third-rate, thus, they were still a little short of scratching Emperor Findu, which shocked the members. Anyo gestured for them to move aside and leave it to him. He told the short-haired girl member to bring out the last of the teleportation talisman and prepare to leave as quickly as possible. Anyo informed Findu that Dryad and himself would be his opponents. Gao Miao was pleased that Anyo. Today they joined hands and they could definitely get rid of Emperor Findu. He thought in his mind that Findu's skills were a little off, which meant he might have been hiding his true strength. Now that Anyo was with him, if something went wrong, he could cover for him and use that time to escape. The short-haired lady member informed the other members that Anyo had just ordered her to prepare to use the last teleportation talisman, which surprised the other members. They asked if she was sure they were going to use it because the points required for one teleportation talisman could cover the entire reward for this mission. The short-haired lady member mentioned that they needed to get away from the battle mode in order to summon the guide. She stated that having a guide to guide them out of this world would take a long time. The other member nodded, though she was concerned that the Dryad and Findu would not give them enough time. Their tallest member added that if they used the teleportation talisman, they could summon the guide in any situation, as well as set it to the highest priority. That was why the teleportation talisman was so valuable. He asked again if they were going to use it that way. The short-haired lady member shook her head as she stated that the Dryad's and Findu's skills seemed to be superior to Anyo's. She mentioned that the reason he asked her to prepare the teleportation talisman was that Anyo was a very cautious person who needed a backup emergency plan. Floating in mid-air, Emperor Findu told Anyo that the skills they were using were fascinating, They were not entirely demon arts but also not Taoism. Emperor Fengdu stated that he couldn't find both of their names in the life and death record and wondered what their existence was all about. Could it be that these people were not souls from this world but rather guests from a different world? While Ainyo simply gazed fiercely, still at the floating tower gate, someone questioned being a guest from another world. It was Ainyo, who floated slowly while and around them was an electrifying lightning, denying that he did not understand what he was saying. Emperor Fengdu explained that because his name was not written in the Book of Life and Death, he must have been a guest from another world. He had seen many gods, people, ghosts, and demons over the course of thousands of years, but this was the first time he had seen a guest from another world. He encouraged him to stay in the netherworld longer since he had many questions about the other worlds and hoped he could answer them. Ainyo chuckled and told him that if he wanted him to stay, he should see whether he could do this. The abyssal hell dragon emerged from Ainyo's purple sigil, located at the end point of the black cloud, driving a thunderous carriage, the twin lotus that slid across the wall of the blue sky, blowing the horn of the universe. A giant dark crimson, abyssal hell dragon spewed black smoke, remaining high in the sky, which fascinated Emperor Fengdu as he observed magic from another world. It floated in mid-air in front of Emperor Fengdu, despite his original idea to drag them along with him. Gao Miao gazed at them and realized that the effect was better than he had anticipated. It appeared that Emperor Fengdu was more interested in Ainyo and the others than in him. He slowly retreated himself since they were not paying attention to him. Gao Miao was suddenly blocked by a massive wave, which shocked him. As Emperor Fengdu revealed his interest in the Dryad, where the entire floating tower gate was surrounded by water waves, he was originally a demon, but he possessed the Buddha's nature, and his strength even surpassed other demon kings. Gao Miao clapped both hands when he replied that he wasn't a beauty, so he wasn't interested in him, and swiftly released the golden force. An enormous Bodhi dragon appeared as he continued to explain that if he wanted them to stay here, he should show if he could force them to stay or not. The Bodhi dragon roared as it unleashed a mighty virtuous sky dragon thunderous flame, and Gao Miao declared to his sworn brother, Ainyo, that they would wipe out the netherworld together. As Ainyo yelled for him to burn the city with fury, the abyssal hell dragon emitted dark flames as well. Emperor Fengdu was approached by emerald water, as both dragons' flames were directed at him. Emperor Fengdu built a water barrier around himself to keep both dragon flames at bay. Ainyo was surprised at how easily he blocked it. He now had two water-based dragons in aqua blue and emerald standing high with Emperor Fengdu as he responded to them that this level of demon soul condensing method was quite remarkable and that he was very eager to learn about it and hoped they could enlighten him. Emperor Fengdu's water-like aqua dragon roared as it wrapped its body around the Bodhi dragon and bit it, while Gao Miao was below them watching and thinking in his head that Emperor Fengdu was not weak, but he was not as strong as he believed. The water-like emerald dragon, on the other hand, roared also as it wrapped its body around the neck of the abyssal hell dragon and bit it, and Ainyo stood below as he observed it, confirming that Emperor Fengdu was at the fourth energy level. Emperor Fengdu, full of confidence, asked the Dryad what he thought of his ability. He was taken aback when he looked down and realized he was inside the purple sigil, with each member of the Dragon Quest team on each quadrant end. Ainyo praised his team for their improvement and explained that he had secretly set up a big quadruple forbidden spell array while they were fighting because he knew they wouldn't have time to take care of it earlier. They could each cast the forbidden spell with the three attributes of earth, wind, and fire. He only lacked water from the quadruple forbidden spell, but if he took advantage of the precious magic crystal in his hand to seal the water-type forbidden spell, it would be enough. The magic crystal was then placed on the missing quadrant. Afterward, an immense rippling energy was released, forcing blasts that slashed everything in its way, including Emperor Fengdu, tearing his body in half. Meanwhile, in another place, a town was set on fire. Different creatures ran in panic and fear, and even their lord Qin Guangwang was being suppressed. It was Sanjiao, in its three-headed beast form, and Ye Xiaoqian was setting the place on fire while she praised Sanjiao, little guy, that he was quite good, and Sanjiao roared as it burned them to death. But in its mind, it was crying for his master Sero's help because this detestable woman was actually so strong that it couldn't help but take orders from her. Fast-forwarded to another door, where Nye Xiaoqian carried cute puppy Sanjiao in her arm. They both went inside and saw a pond with golden specks and flowers, and she wondered whether this was where his heaven soul was. Nye Xiaoqian smiled as she glanced down and reached into the pond for her heaven soul. As she declared that she was bringing her home, her paradise spirit was surrounded by a golden barrier and pink flowers. Suddenly, it all flew up from the flowers, surrounded by seeping dark smoke. Nie Xiaoqian was taken aback when she saw what had happened and pondered what had caused her and others' heaven souls to fly away together. The smoke billowed up from the ground, and boulders were slashed. Gao Miao poked his head out, wondering what kind of move it was. If he hadn't been standing so far away, or if it had been a few feet shorter, even he would have been sliced in two. However, that one over there, alluding to Emperor Fengdu, who was lying on the ground, wasn't so lucky, he said. Gao Miao was still disturbed by the fact that something did not feel right, and he questioned whether that was all Emperor Fengdu was capable of because it was not enough to threaten Owen's life. He crossed his arms and showed his dismay, saying that if he had realized he was so weak, he would have come alone and not brought Anyo with him. The Dragon Quest team members appeared exhausted after the blasts, and one member remarked that it was a pity that someone escaped, while another commented that even if the native died from a quadruple forbidden spell, he didn't waste his life. They were all puzzled by the orbs floating around until Anyo yelled and advised them to look out. Suddenly, the orbs struck the Dragon Quest team members like a bullet and passed through them. Emperor Fengdu's torn body hovered around this golden energy, responding that while he suspected they were up to something, he wasn't expecting these three to make such a huge fuss. He was subsequently enclosed by a barrier as he continued to say that if it hadn't been for the 10,000 years of time, he would have long ago secretly collected thousands of souls from powerful people who had set foot in the underworld and refined them into these soul orbs of the 10,000 tribulation scapegoat. Emperor Fengdu emphasized that these scapegoats could die in his place even if he was in great danger. Gao Miao was taken aback by the souls of 1,000 powerful people that had been refined into soul orbs of 10,000 tribulation scapegoat and wondered about Nie Xiaoqian's soul. When Gao Miao turned around, it was Nie Xiaoqian riding on Sanjiao in its three-headed beast form, telling him that his soul was up there. Sanjiao cried out for his master Sero to save him, while Nie Xiaoqian smacked his head and instructed him to shut up. The thousands of orbs continued to fly together as Emperor Fengdu called them with his arms spread wide. Anyo was concerned since he had looked up there for a while, wondering if he had been looking at the so-called soul orbs of 10,000 tribulation scapegoat. Emperor Fengdu was enraged as he exclaimed that his patience was running out in 10 seconds. He boasted about crushing them all in 10 seconds. When several orbs flew by, he began counting one. A golden phoenix from the orb appeared and attacked Anyo, which he blocked with his purple sigil. He then asked the Dryad for an explanation of what had happened to Sanjiao, but first advised him to get rid of Emperor Fengdu. 2. Sanjiao was struck by the twin purple lightning wave, a technique familiar to Nie Xiaoqian, the electric python demon king. The golden phoenix was wrapped by the Dryad's golden long-stemmed thorny vine and responded mockingly that there were already thousands of them and wondered if they deserved to be known as powerful people, while Nie Xiaoqian warned him to be careful and alerted him that those soul orbs of 10,000 tribulation scapegoat contain the souls of 1,000 powerful people and he seemed to be able to take advantage and use their techniques. 3. Someone child once remarked that fierce beasts always walked alone, and those that appeared in groups were known as cattle and sheep, as the golden phoenix was being crushed. It was Anyo who stated that even though this man was a nobody, what he said made perfect sense while he was attacking another soul. 4. A fiery explosion erupted from the cute puppy Sanjiao as it barked at them and informed them how dare they fight him when they only had 2 heads, so they deserved to lose. Gao Miao felt delighted when he asked Emperor Fengdu if that was all he could do and requested to show him everything he had. 5. Emperor Fengdu only stared at them. A buzzing could be heard from the 1,000 orbs connected and floating in the sky. 6. Gao Miao was concerned about the 10,000 souls who had different talents, powers, and races, and how Emperor Fengdu had managed to bring them all together without the danger of their powers conflicting. 3 cattle and sheep were nothing, but when there were 10,000 of them, his eyes flooded with terror. 7. He said fuck as the 10,000 powers combining meteorites of 10,000 tribulations burst a phantom cold flame of electrifying thunder. Nie Xiaoqian attempted to launch a counterattack. 8. The phantom cold flame struck Nie Xiaoqian, and blood spewed from her. 9. Anyo experienced the same thing. Meanwhile, Gao Miao attempted to create a barrier with his thorny vine and remarked that 10,000 useless pieces of trash put together would still be trash as he fought to grab a grasp of the attacked and his thorny vine snapped, causing blood to pour from his mouth. He, too, was eventually stricken. 10. While Anyo, Gao Miao, and Nie Xiaoqian lay on the ground, Emperor Fengdu asked them if they had all been turned into charcoal by the thunderbolt because he would help them turn into ashes of the earth. Someone made a noise with its footsteps, which surprised Emperor Fengdu because the sound was not nice, indicating that someone had returned from the sky. A loud thump could be heard in the distance, where a long-stemmed woody vine was on fire and smoke billowed up from the ground. As the tremendous thump continued, Emperor Fengdu rose up and glanced up at the gloomy sky. The footsteps startled him. Then he noticed something strange was going on and was coming over to them when a light burst from the sky and beamed down on Emperor Fengdu. Emperor Fengdu was in denial about what was to come when he was finally able to awaken into a human and got away from the book record through the soul orbs of 10,000 tribulations. He was considered the master of the nether when he wasn't around, and what would he be now that he was back, as the book he was holding flew away from him. When he chanted, "Return his true body and come out, the book of life and death, mend the sky and block the heaven's path," the book opened and the light burst. The book of life and death obscured the light from the sky, resulting in a thunderous crash. He laughed sinisterly when it worked. With his strength now, he was able to prevent him from returning and succeeded. But suddenly a tremendous thump continued, startling him. He replied that it was not possible as he had puked blood. The book of life and death was split into pieces. He knelt on the ground, his bloody mess in front of him, admitting his failure as the ripped pages of the book fell to him. A voice said that he understood what was going on. While he was looking up, a translucent crystal blocked the opening in the sky, and a silhouette of someone appeared in the distance. Anyo appeared in his human form, smiling and telling him that he was not Emperor Fengdu and that he was merely someone posing as him while he was away, that he was nothing more than an imposter. Anyo, dressed in a long trench coat, wondered whether those footsteps were to the real Emperor Fengdu and whether he was returning, and then complimented its terrifying power, saying that if there was no heaven-concealing decree that could block heaven, he would leave immediately. When the impersonator looked up, he was stunned. The imposter asked whether he was that otherworldly person and if he hadn't been turned into ash as a result of his fall of 1,000 calamities. He then bowed his head and pleaded to be allowed to reintroduce himself. His name was Crow Ellipsis Ranchman. He was from the Ranchman family on the western continent, and his family was not from this world. He then raised his head proudly and went on to remark that His Excellency's fall of the 1,000 calamities was indeed extraordinary. Even his demon body he had after using the demon fruit couldn't handle it, which was a pity because once he used his true power, it still couldn't hurt him. The imposter inquired about this heaven's concealing decree. The imposter slowly stood up, while Anyo was more than happy to teach His Excellency, and explained that the heaven's concealing decree was one of the temple of God's keepsakes, and that when they went to a certain world, they could use the heaven's concealing decree to declare that the mission of the world had been claimed. Anyo tossed a rectangular charm into the sky. At the opening of the sky, surrounded by a translucent crystal, Anyo was taken aback when the imposter chuckled. The imposter laughed hysterically when he thought he was interested in him because he wanted to look into his soul and see if there was a way to block the heavens. He really wasn't expecting him to actually have a way to help him accomplish this matter. While the pages of his book swirled in him, he extended his hand to reach for his nearly finished book, declaring that the nether world would now be his, and that as the person who helped him in accomplishing his goal, he would leave his corpse intact. While the pages fluttered close to him, Anyo stood by. He then added that if Emperor Fengdu, who could break the void and travel outside the world, came here, Crow would be scared, but His Excellency was just an object that turned into a human, and even though he had a power of the 4th energy level, he was still not qualified. A voice called for his younger brother Anyo and told him that there was more to him than meets the eye. This surprised Anyo, and the body behind him began to emanate a purple dark energy. The purple dark energy devoured a rock. It was Nies Xiaoqian who had appeared with a sparkling orb floating in front of her, and her response to His Excellency's thunderous calamity was truly terrifying. If she hadn't taken her body from the Black Mountain Demon King, she would have truly died, not merely lost hundreds of demon power. Even though she was still alive, her current appearance was rather ugly, and she prayed the old monster didn't hate her. Anyo was amazed that she was still alive. Then he asked her what she could do while being badly injured. Anyo explained that currently, 3 of his subordinates were dead, and he needed people who would serve and dress him. With her current strength, it was enough to qualify. He asked Nies Xiaoqian if she wanted to join his ranchman family and serve him. He could bring her to thousands of worlds. Nies Xiaoqian replied that after a closer look, Anyo was still handsome even though he looked a little weird, and he seemed to be a powerful person. He indeed had what it took to make a girl adore him, but her husband was really petty, and since he said something like that, he would have killed his family. Nie Xiaoqian went on to say that when he became angry, even she couldn't help him, all she could do was pray to the gods and Buddhas to protect him, which shocked him. An emerald stone landed on wood when Gao Miao called for Nana but referred to it as Fatsy. When Owen's character appeared on the pink pop-out screen while Nana was trying to escape from a round fruit, Nana advised her master that he had already prepared for him to transform. Gao Miao told Anyo that he thought of him as his brother, that he had just died not long before, and that he wanted to take away his sister-in-law from his grave, which surprised both Anyo and Emperor Fengdu. Gao Miao made a blazing entrance with Nana by his side and emerged in Owen's character as he proceeded to ask whether he was forcing him to kill his own family. Anyo, in human form, asked whether he was the Dryad and how he became that way. Gao Miao approached them when Anyo realized that his power was not from this world, that there were no members of the Temple of Gods who had taken the task of investigating this world before him, and that he was also not part of the Temple of Gods mission team. Anyo went on to add that he had realized that he was the butterfly that stirred up this world's events, who had secretly taken over the Dryad's body with some secret method and controlled everything. Gao Miao complimented him on his quick thinking and said he didn't look stupid. He explained that he was only afraid of Emperor Fengdu, which is why he involved him, and assured him that he had lived up to his trust and successfully held the emperor. He was right about him and that everything was under control. On the other hand, Nana was furious and criticized him for not having everything under control. His original plan was to hope for Anyo to seek help from the Temple of Gods, and he did not even know the fact that the real Emperor Fengdu wasn't there, or that Anyo possessed a hidden card that could cut off the heavens from this world. Someone complimented them on their ability to keep hiding while smoke billowed up from the ground beneath the translucent crystal. Sanjiao perished with its tongue hanging from the ground. It was Anyo, and he added that while he hadn't expected this many mysteries in this world, compared to the reward, this mission was much beyond its scope. Anyo thought about the Dryad, Nie Xiaoqian, and that guy with the 4th energy level. It wouldn't have been a problem for him to deal with 1 or 2 of them, but if all 3 of them joined hands, it would have been difficult even for him. They were not, however, a monolith, which gave him an opportunity to turn his position. The imposter glanced on the side. Nie Xiaoqian cured herself with the bottle in her hand, saying that it was a good thing she had the wood spirit essence, otherwise, her looks would have been damaged. She then advised her old monster to join hands, despite the fact that the wood's spirit essence couldn't replenish her vitality. Nie Xiaoqian was taken aback when she saw a flaming force. Gao Miao's body was ablaze as he responded no need and moved past her. As the fire grew stronger on him, his hair grew longer, and Nana prayed that Anyo and the others would be okay since her master was going to use his real strength. While facing both of them, Gao Miao's entire presence was a flaming force to be reckoned with. He gestured with his finger for both of them to come together. The imposter was shocked when Gao Miao wanted to deal with both of them at once. Anyo referred to him as a butterfly and responded that, while he admitted to underestimating him, he didn't realize he was innately full of magical power and had perfected 6 of the 12 magical attributes, as well as being regarded as the Ranchman family's top genius in 1,000 years. Gao Miao jumped to his feet and took off sprinting. When Gao Miao and his hot fist were pointed at Anyo, he was completely taken aback. Gao Miao interrupted his nonsense since he didn't care about how strong he was in his territory, and his flaming fist struck his body. While Anyo spat blood from his mouth and eyes, Gao Miao stated that because he stood on this piece of land, it had become his territory. As a result, Anyo flew so far back that he crashed on the rocks, while Gao Miao stated that he had the final say in this place. As Anyo lay on the ground, blood dripped down his face, and he was still stunned by the onslaught. The imposter stared back, startled at the shocking power and speed displayed. Suddenly, Gao Miao leapt towards him, prepared to strike the imposter with his hot and powerful fist. The imposter swiftly built his emerald water barrier and sadly responded that no matter how strong his power was, it was useless against him. As he was encircled by his emerald water, his eyes turned white. Gao Miao retorted furiously that he feared he had not heard that the power that had reached its limit could break anything. As his hand met the green water, he added that there was no technique in this world that his fist couldn't break. Gao Miao then continued to land on the imposter's face, stressing that so what if he could suppress the 3 of them earlier. Its impact was so strong he flew up to the boulder, and rock debris scattered everywhere, while Gao Miao stayed on the ground. Gao Miao went on to say that earlier he was just scared the power which could make Owen jumpy would appear, so he didn't transform into Owen's form to smash him until now. Gao Miao assaulted the imposter with his fist again, landing on his body, shouting, spewing blood, and mockingly asking why he didn't show him his arrogant side again. Gao Miao then turned back, sensing danger as boulders and debris fell. It was Anyo who raised both his hands and cast his elemental dark ray, a six-fold forbidden spell. Gao Miao wondered about the technique that had an upgraded version. Suddenly, the imposter hugged him, which caught him off guard. He was told he couldn't run as pages fluttered around him by the imposter, who had a wicked smile on his face. Eventually, the imposter encased his entire body in a cocoon-like structure. When asked angrily who the fuck was going to run, Gao Miao burst into a blaze of flames, yelled, tore the pages to pieces, and responded. The imposter was in disbelief as to how this was possible given that he was not of this world, but even with the power of the Book of Life and Death, he could not pin him down, and also he was actually crazy. Gao Miao prepared his fist to get closer to Anyo as he continued casting his magic. He screamed for the barrier to break as his fists hit it. Gao Miao was shocked when he realized it was a little hard. When his eyes glistened, he continuously struck the spell's barrier in an attempt to break it. He persisted in continuously punching the barrier until it cracked so severely that pieces of it came off. Then his punch successfully broke the barrier. This made Anyo's jaws drop that he actually broke the six-fold forbidden spell with his bare hands and wondered if he was a human-formed dragon. Gao Miao stamped Anyo's face using his feet and berated him for wanting to take Nie Xiaoqian away with his weak power. As a result, Anyo crashed into a boulder and left a crater because of it. On the other hand, the imposter gazed at Gao Miao and was amazed that this person was simply invincible. It seemed like he had a little bit of the real Emperor Fengdu's shadow. Gao Miao quickly retaliated against the imposter, jumping on him and saying that he became arrogant since he could rely on the sacrifice of 1,000 heavenly souls. As he continued, he punched the imposter with his fist, asking if he wanted him to be killed 1,001 times. Due to the impact, his surge passed through the boulders. Then Gao Miao landed down on the ground. Anyo and the imposter were both lying on the ground, bruised and severely beaten. Gao Miao pondered whether they were all dead at the same time. Gao Miao felt great. The imposter with a severely beaten face lay on the ground. Gao Miao was ecstatic, saying it felt so great since it had been so long since he had used Owen's full power to fight. Nie Xiaoqian's eyes widened when she was called the old monster, and Gao Miao surprised her as he looked back. She then smiled, realizing that he was so strong. Gao Miao boasted that the Black Mountain Demon King would have been beaten to dust if she hadn't needed the body the last time. Nana congratulated her master on his victory, commenting that he had been invincible. Gao Miao asked Nie Xiaoqian if she had found her heaven soul. While she was looking up, Nie Xiaoqian pointed at the sky, stating she had found it and it was there. Gao Miao cast his golden light in order to obtain her heaven soul. He asked if this one was it as he extended his hand, hoping to find it. Suddenly, the heaven soul slowly vanished, as did Nie Xiaoqian. Gao Miao pinched Nana's cheek and angrily questioned him about what had happened and where Nie Xiaoqian was. Nana sobbed and begged her master not to worry while pleading with him not to pinch so hard. Nana, with a bruised cheek, explained that Nie Xiaoqian had vanished because she had completed her destined mission and had been automatically sent out of this world. The pink pop-out screen emerged, congratulating him for finishing the Three Souls fusion mission, getting back Nie Xiaoqian's heaven soul, and successfully changing her destiny. As a reward, he could bring Nie Xiaoqian out of the Demon of Qian world. They assumed she was at the Crystal Palace at that very moment. Gao Miao urged Nana to hurry home quickly, which Nana was excited to do so when Anyo unexpectedly moved. While still lying on the ground, Anyo's body trembled. Gao Miao looked back and realized that Anyo was not dead yet. Then, as he approached him, he confessed that he had purposefully beaten the scholar to death because he had been afraid that he would try to substitute him with Nie Xiaoqian's heaven soul. Yet he showed no mercy and said that Anyo had a strong body. In response, Anyo said that he was the first person who had surpassed him in both strength and resourcefulness and that he wished to know his name. Anyo demanded to know his name. Meanwhile, Nana firmly cautioned her master not to tell him since he might have been able to report to the Temple of Gods. Anyo was told by Gao Miao that although he really did like him as a person, he had to kill him since he knew too much about him. Gao Miao whispered in Anyo's ear. He could have told him his name before he died and remembered his name was Zhuge Wulong. Anyo grinned despite the blood dripping from his face. He laughed that Zhuge Wulong had fallen into his trap. Anyo cast a spell from which a golden treasure with writing on it emerged. However, he was puzzled as to why it was still there and how the Great Moving Order had failed. Nana cheekily spent a virtual source to cover up this world's signal, Whatever order he used wouldn't be passed on to the guide, so it was used to prevent Anyo from sending information, but he didn't expect him to have a treasure like the Great Moving Order. Gao Miao retaliated by holding Anyo's head while blaming his older brother for tricking him first. Anyo's face, which was still bleeding, was pushed to the ground. A few moments later, Nana spent a virtual source to create an illusion in which the Warrior Battle Evil Dragon mission team was eliminated by the Emperor Fengdu and sent them to the guide. Then their mission in this world would be completed while Gao Miao looked at the golden treasure that was one-time use only, and such a pity, they couldn't use it anymore. Gao Miao inquired as to why it hadn't done this in the previous world, which startled Nana. He then gave it some thought carefully. If it had done so last time, the Temple of Gods wouldn't have known that Nana had gained consciousness, or also the fact that he was an earthling. Nana sweated profusely and insisted they didn't have to think about the Temple of Gods now. Nana explained with teary eyes that it was because at that time, Nana had just escaped the Temple of Gods, didn't know much about the work, and was sorry to her master. Gao Miao responded to forget it. If it hadn't been for Nana, he wouldn't even have known about after the Doomsday or the existence of the Temple of Gods, and he wouldn't even be with Nye Xiaoqian now, so he wouldn't blame Nana this time. With enthusiasm, Nana gave her master a bear hug and praised him as the best. The next time, Nana vowed to help the master take care of the maneuver and keep the Temple of Gods from finding out about them because she had learned more about it. Gao Miao fixed Nana with a look. Nana closed its eyes in despair as he held it away from him and said that he had no desire in being a bestiality. However, because Nana was so idle, he demanded that it finish making false information. While Gao Miao stood beside it, Nana continued to work on the pink pop-out screen. When fake information was created and the delivery procedure was underway, Nana informed her master that it would take around 10 seconds to complete. Nana went on to say to her master, the Temple of Gods was tricky. Even though Anyo was only on the 4th energy level, they might have hidden some trick prepared, and Nana suggested that the master break his bones to ashes and scatter his souls, as it would be safer that way. Gao Miao was hesitant when he questioned whether he really had to do it and whether they had to be so cruel, even though his sworn brother was not a good person. Gao Miao looked back to Anyo. Even though he did not want to do it this way, they had no other choice. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a loud clatter which made Gao Miao startled about the sound. Gao Miao was surprised and in disbelief as the translucent crystal broke, anxiously urging Nana to use his traverse ability right away. Nana stipulated to her master to wait 3 seconds and said that the fake information had not yet been successfully delivered and that if it were delivered now, they would be exposed. Out of the sky came a massive dark purple eye. They began to count. 3. Nana kept working as Gao Miao furiously commanded her to go quickly. Gao Miao began to sweat heavily because he believed that this was the real Emperor Fengdu. His ability was too terrifying. He was unable to move because of his glance, and if they were even a second late, they would definitely die. 2. A dark force was released from the massive dark purple eye. 1. Nana successfully delivered and activated the existence substitution ability, which Gao Miao heard while frightenedly looking up. The real Emperor Fengdu informed them that their bodies did not belong in this world as the dark energy impacted the ground. His eyes oozed smoke as he realized that even he couldn't touch it. Gao Miao smiled as he waved goodbye to Fengdu and said sayonara, and thought in his mind that it was a good thing they were on time while Nana stuck its tongue out and grinned that her master's existence substitution ability could instantly traverse them. It was different from the trash that the Temple of Gods used, which needed time to activate. He wouldn't have been able to hold them back. Gao Miao said it was frightening to think what would have happened if they had been a little late. While Nana raved of her master's existence substitution, it really was the beast, faster than the guide's teleport skill, to which Gao Miao responded that they had gained a lot this time, even though Owen's absolute power had been stronger than Dryad's, but the Dryad's functionality had been much better than Owen's. Nana replied that it had been too bad that it had been damaged. There had been only one seed and no power left, to which Gao Miao responded that what he had wanted had been the characteristic of the green Mongolian tree seed. They could always find another extraordinary ancient tree in the other worlds. Nana agreed that it made sense and told her master they would arrive at the new world soon. Nana would open the virtual space now, which Gao Miao insisted on calling the Crystal Palace, and wondered how Nye Xiaoqian had been and if he had gotten used to living there. They had been surprised to find themselves in an enchanting and glittering woodland. Gao Miao, in his human form, questioned why the Crystal Palace's interior had changed to this state. Nana replied that the Crystal Palace had been a virtual space that could change its appearance based on the desires of its inhabitants, but Nana had not anticipated that a native like Nie Xiaoqian would discover the palace's secret. Nie Xiaoqian had been charming as she had hummed while swinging on a wooden vine fastened to a tree branch. When Gao Miao had looked up, she had left him speechless with her beauty. He had been observed by Nie Xiaoqian. When the old monster had arrived, she had been delighted. Nie Xiaoqian had still been unable to see Nana, but he had been perplexed by Gao Miao's appearance when he had waved at her. Fast forward, she had continued humming and explained that although she had been a bit scared when she had just arrived, once she had come to her senses, Nie Xiaoqian had smiled as she had realized that this place had been really interesting. Nie Xiaoqian had really liked the place. Gao Miao, swinging on a vine next to her, had smiled because he had been glad that she had liked it. Meanwhile, Nana had been leaning on the tree, waiting, and had gotten the information about the new world, wondering if her master had played enough and whether he had still been planning to go there. A few hours later, Nie Xiaoqian dozed off while perched on the vine when Gao Miao inquired to Nana if they went to the new world, what would happen if they left Nie Xiaoqian alone. Gao Miao said that if he couldn't stay with her, she would have felt extremely alone, and she also couldn't have returned to the tree governess palace to see Xiao Shui, Xiao Qing, and the others. Nana thought in its mind that her master was really bad at flirting with a woman. Nana even thought that he was a dense guy, but surprisingly, he truly had an attentive side. While Nana continued to think in its mind that he was thinking from that aspect and her master had finally attained enlightenment, Gao Miao continued to act as though he had just traversed over to the after the doomsday world. Without those bosom pals, it seemed boring and lonely for him. Nana smiled and explained that her master did not have to worry about this. The flow of time in the Crystal Palace was closely related to him. If her master wasn't in the Crystal Palace, the time would be stopped. In order to divert her master's focus away from Nie Xiaoqian and prevent him from wasting further time on her, Nana presented the pink pop-out screen for him to look over the information and prepared for the next world. On the screen, the world name was Wusong vs. Pan Jinlian, the story of Wusong defeating Pan Jinlian in martial arts and in bed to avenge his brother, Wu Daolang. Wu Daolang was married to Pan Jinlian but was murdered by Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing. When Gao Miao questioned Nana about why the new world had the vibe of an adult video, Nana responded that it was truly rated R18, which meant that the mood of this world was not suitable for children and Nana didn't watch these kinds of movies. Gao Miao responded, asking what does it matter if it's something bad or not, as one virtual source for the existence substitute was already spent, and they couldn't waste it. He then told Nana to proceed to the new world, to which Nana replied with affirmation but mentioned that Nana remembered having something to tell. Last time, Nana only had one virtual source left, so Nana didn't tell the master that they could actually use one virtual source to get 3 existence stamps, and Gao Miao inquired about the purpose of that. Nana explained that the master's existence substitution works by occupying a native's existence stamp, but this kind of existence substitution was totally random. He could become a great demon like a dryad, substitute an anonymous cannon fodder, and also substitute into a pig was not impossible. Nana was sad when it thought in its mind, even though a virtual source was super valuable, if they could be reborn to a good family and get more resources, earning virtual sources by completing missions would be much easier. Nana continued to respond to her master. If Nana spent a virtual source and got 3 existence stamps, even though it was random, the master could pick one of the 3 to do the existence substitution. They could have the best possible start. Gao Miao inquired how many virtual sources they currently had, to which Nana gladly checked. On the pop-out screen, they only had 4 virtual sources left, which left Nana shocked as to why there were only 4 left when Nana had clearly used virtual sources cautiously. Nana flew around hysterically looking for virtual sources and then sobbed that there were so few left. While his palm was close to the pink screen, Gao Miao replied that virtual resources were similar to money. He added that it was never enough, let's not waste it on this, and trusted in his own luck before activating it by pressing. Gao Miao and Nana walked towards the opening door when Gao Miao stated that he had been a European emperor all along. He could obtain a native as cool as Owen on his first turn. He would definitely get some awesome roll this time. A few moments later, they got transported. The moon was visible at night, at the Shiman house and High house. Some lady was laughing and teasing her daddy to come and get her. A pretty lady with violet hair told her lord that he couldn't open his eyes until the count of 10, no cheating or she would not let him get away with it. The blushing lord responded that each of them was a hot bitch. If he caught them, he wouldn't let them off easily. Suddenly, the lord abruptly came to a stop, and light surrounded him. The pretty lady with violet hair addressed him as her lord and promised that if he could catch Jinlian would perform that play with him tonight. Gao Miao thought in his mind about Jinlian, Daddy, Nunu, and couldn't believe it. He cursed that he had transversed as Shimin Ching.